soon? No. Are we in for more bad times? Yes. But the arc is remaining.
Hello YouTube, how's it going? It's the Professional here. So today I thought I would give you guys a money guide in a combination with CEO crates and the MC business, where you guys can make millions of dollars a day or a period of 2 days following this guide. So in this guide I will also give you guys tips on how to collect crates really fast. A lot of people ask me, how do you manage to collect crates really fast? I'm going to show you how I do it. So you're going to want 2 warehouses on this video. 2 large warehouses work the best. And what you're going to want to do is buy 3 crates every time. And you're going to want 2 other people in your CEO, so have 3 people in your CEO. When you buy 3 crates, take a look at the map where you buy the crates at that warehouse. Look at where the warehouse is supposed to be. It's not on the map. When the warehouse is not on the map, that means it's going to be a van or some kind of vehicle. It's going to always be a vehicle, every time. When the warehouse does not appear on the map, it's going to always be a vehicle.
But this time it's going to be tough. It's going to be much tougher than others, for a lot of reasons. But hopefully before it reaches a point of no return, we begin to effectively start working together to try to figure out what will success look like, what will the new New York look like, because it will be a new New York. It's never going to look like what it looked like in 2018 and 19. I'm sorry, it's not returning to that probably in our lifetime.
Wow, not returning to that, not in our lifetime? That's what have I been saying? Irreparable harm if the stated policies are implemented. Now, I've got to get out of New York one of these days, and I'm really, the 2 states that are probably foremost in my mind to move to are Texas and Florida. And now, what I'm saying to people, if you take a U-Haul from California to Texas, it costs you around $2,000, $2,500, depending where you're coming from in California. Take it back from Texas, you rent a U-Haul, go from Texas to Florida, it's $400, and you probably can negotiate it down even further because you're doing U-Haul a favor because people want to stay in Texas and they're leaving California. The governor of the great state of Texas, Governor Abbott, is with us. Governor, great to have you back. Welcome to the program. I love what you mentioned. You're seeing what's going on around the country, and now you have told the Austin City Council, now that they've approved a $150 million police budget cut, that they're not going to be able to raise taxes. Explain.
Well, first, Sean, I want to say congratulations to you on your book. Very well deserved to be ranked #1 with an incredibly important message. Second, I will tell you this, and that is, interestingly, during the course of this pandemic, we've seen an increase in the flow of people fleeing California, fleeing New York, coming to the state of Texas. People are coming here riding left, and now this process is going to be accelerated even more because of the policy announcement that I made earlier this week. Our policy is this. We do not want to see in Texas what has happened in Portland, what's happened in Seattle, what's happened in Chicago, what's happened in St. Louis, what's happened in New York City about attempts to defund law enforcement. We've seen, as you pointed out, the catastrophes that can occur when law enforcement is diminished and the criminal element is elevated, and we will not tolerate that in Texas. And so, Sean, here's what happened. What happened is, last week, the City Council for the City of Austin, they voted to defund law enforcement in Austin, Texas, despite the fact that over the first half of this calendar year, Austin ranked #1 in the United States of America for the percentage increase in murders. The last thing you should do when you're leaving the country in murders is to defund law enforcement. So here's what Texas is doing. We are planning a law that will defund any city that tries to defund law enforcement. We will put these cities out of the business of being able to raise the revenue they need for the city to pay their bills if they're not going to be stepping up and funding the most important thing, and that is public safety in their communities.
It's their #1 job. I actually noticed your Houston police chief is telling all these frustrated laid-off officers. By the way, at the top of my list would be Carmen Best, who I think is an amazing police chief, and she just said, I can't take it anymore. I can't protect my officers, and she resigned in Seattle. But the police chief in Houston is saying, hey, you laid off, come to Houston. San Francisco's cops aren't waiting to be defunded. They're leaving in mass. And it's happening everywhere. Same with New York. They had to stop cops that have the right to retire from retiring. I'm glad you're doing this, but you're not. You know what my fear is for Texas is that they're going to come from California or New York or wherever, and they're going to bring the stupid liberal policies that they supported in the states they left.
I'll tell you something interesting about that, Sean, and that is everyone in your audience probably remembers that knockdown, drag-out race for the United States Senate between Beto O'Rourke and Ted Cruz. There was a very effective and precise poll that was done at the time that election took place. It was an exit poll of people who had already voted. And believe it or not, one of the questions in the poll is, have you moved to Texas from California in the past 5 years? And then if so, who did you vote for? Ted Cruz won. The percentage, 58% of the people who moved from California voted for Ted Cruz, not for Beto O'Rourke. And the reason, Sean, is this, and that is the reason why they're fleeing California, the reason why they're fleeing New York and some other states and coming to Texas is because they're trying to get away from the liberalism, the socialism of these other states, and they're coming to Texas for the freedom. And so we are importing the people who are freedom-seeking people. Understand this. If you believe in more regulation, more taxation, the last thing that you will leave is California, and the last thing you'll come to is the state of Texas. We believe in low taxes, low regulation. We believe in law enforcement and the rule of law. And so people know exactly what they're getting when they come here, and hence we are attracting the kinds of people who will keep Texas Texas.
I have friends, I have family members that have not moved to Texas. Let me play for you. I never thought I'd hear this from a major political party. Let me play Biden and let me play Kamala Harris applauding the LA mayor's move to defund and Biden's police become the enemy. Listen.
Surplus military equipment for law enforcement. They don't need that. The last thing you need is an up-armored Humvee coming into a neighborhood. It's like the military invading. They don't know anybody. They become the enemy. They're supposed to be protecting these people. So my generic point is
that we agree that we can redirect some of the funding.
Yes, absolutely. One of the things that we also need to be doing is fundamentally changing the way, and I've been pushing it for years, changing the way we deal with our prison system.
We've got to re-examine what we're doing with American taxpayer dollars and ask the question, are we getting the right return on our investment? Are we actually creating healthy and safe communities? And that's a legitimate conversation, and it requires a really critical evaluation. I applaud Eric Garcetti for doing what he's done.
Wow. I mean, I never thought of, that is a major political party's candidate for president and vice president. Governor?
Sean, that the people must come to grips with, and that is, this election, we're voting either for safe communities or dangerous communities. We're voting for law enforcement or by the rule of mob, like what we saw in Seattle with the autonomous zone. Your voters' very lives in the property. Remember that man and woman, the husband and wife in St. Louis. They had to pull out their own guns to defend their own property and defend their own lives because the police were not there to help them out and defend them. And so the Second Amendment and the ability to defend yourself and the ability to have safe and secure communities is on the ballot this election.
Stay right there if you can, Governor. Stick with us. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas. I'm going to tell you what Governor Cuomo said about conservatives like me that live in New York when we get back on the other side. Mike, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is with us now. Let me play you something that Andrew Cuomo, by the way, the dumbest guy on Corona, writing a book now about leadership on Corona. I'm like, wow, that's pretty arrogant. We now had an AP study this week that 11,000 extra probably people died because of his stupid policy to leave 70% of the beds Trump built manned and converted for COVID-19 with all the PPE he didn't have, and he left them empty. Over 70%. And then he sent COVID patients to the nursing home. They say now as high as 11,000 or more people died.
Look, I don't know about you, but my main takeaway from the last 75 years of American history is if you want something, you keep bombing till you get it, and you pay no mind to the consequences. Now, with that in mind, you're taking a bomber and taking out a trash haulage network being used to move cargo, and then picking up the goods when you find them.
Governor, it sounds like I'm not very welcome here, and they charge me a lot of money in taxes.
Well, it sounds like Cuomo is suddenly changing his tune. You may recall last week, he was literally begging New York business leaders to remain in New York. He saw them fleeing, and so his people right and left who were fleeing his leadership, the ones who were able to survive what he did over the course of the coronavirus. There was no government in the United States of America that led more people to their death than Governor Cuomo did by his decision-making process in the coronavirus. That said, there may be no governor in the United States that's threatening such economic heft as Governor Cuomo is. It's not me saying this. It is the business people in New York who are calling me, saying they need to get out of New York and they want to come to Texas. And these are hedge fund leaders, finance leaders, business leaders of all kinds that want to get out of New York because of the type of leadership, because of the taxation, because of the regulation, because of the liberalism that they're seeing, and because of the lack of safety on the street in New York City.
Well, I got to know Governor Rick Perry, your predecessor, Bobby Jindal and Rick Scott. You know why, Governor? Because they're up in New York every other month, supporting businesses to lead. And guess what? They were successful. And I know you were followed up on that trend.
But here's how it's changed. And that is, I don't need to go to New York to try to get that business because those New York leaders are calling me every day, Sean. And California also, and elsewhere, I'm sure you saw me talking about how Elon Musk is shutting down the factory in California and opening up his new Gigafactory here in Texas. And he is a searcher for freedom. And we're seeing this happen right now. People realize that if you want to be able to start a business, grow a business, and profit from that business, and live in the land of freedom, Texas is the place to be.
Governor Abbott, Texas. God bless Texas. Thank you, sir, for being with us. 800-941-SEAN. You want to be part of the program. Your call's coming up next. And don't forget 20% off Amazon.com. Live free or die. And I'm so happy about it. Also on sale, Books A Million, Barnes & Noble, Costco, Walmart, Target, everywhere. If you haven't gotten your copy yet, thank you for making it again. It's the #1 book in the country. Quick break, right back. Your calls are next. All right, Live free or die. Thank you very much. #1 again, New York Times. And that's not why I did it. No, I want to be very clear. I am thankful. I'm very grateful. I want people to read this book, share it. Get the biggest discount you can. Amazon.com, Costco's, Books A Million, Barnes & Noble, Target, Walmart. All have it discounted right now on Amazon.com, 40% off. We're doing another town hall about 25 minutes from right now. Just go to Hannity.com. You can click in. That's for signed copies, correct, Linda?
Yeah, that's a ticketed event. It's a virtual event like all of our others, and it's going to be you one-on-one interactive with the folks. They've submitted some questions, and we're going to be answering all those, and people can buy their tickets. Sean,
I know people wanted these signed copies, so I am signing and signing and signing.
I'm so glad because I just sent 2,000 more. Yeah, Hannity.com. It's BethanyBeachBooks.com, and then SeanHannityBook.com is where you can find all of our awesome retailers: Amazon, Costco, Sam's, Barnes & Noble, Books and Reading, Spam. Just really great
books. For people that would like, we have a really nice book plate. Now, the copies inside now are the real copies of the book, but we really designed some pretty killer book plates. And what I'm going to do, if people want, we'll set up in a couple of weeks, we'll set up maybe a place on Hannity.com. Just so you bought the book, we'll send you a signature to Hannity if you want, those that you want.
Nice idea. I like that.
Normally, when we planned on doing a book signing in the parking lot of Crown Burger. The events,
yes, Brother Arquette was a huge help with that.
Yeah, I mean, we set a record at the Reagan Library. Literally, the police had to stop people from coming up the hill. We did an event there in one of the Nixon Library. I was so looking forward to being up there. Of course, I always think food, and I wanted to have my In-N-Out burger. I do it veggie style now. Veggie and animal.
Is it animal style? Or veggie style with the lettuce wrap, animal style with fries?
No, animal style with chopped onions. But I prefer it. It's so refreshing instead of a bun because I don't eat bread. And it's so much more refreshing. You gotta try it now. It's messy as hell. I mean, you just stuff pouring out here, there, everywhere. I don't care. Just get a lot of napkins and bring it to your own, which you have anyway. Just clean up what you've done. But it's like, greatest burger ever. Best price. So cool In-N-Out burger. They literally, you watch them peel the potatoes, slice the potatoes, and then put them in, and you change the oil every day. I once worked at a concession stand. We didn't change the oil all summer. They never told me to.
That was a really gross story the first time.
It's not like that. I had no problem eating French fries every day. I could eat anything I wanted. They have great shakes. And at Crown Burger, they cook pastrami. And there's incredible sauce they got. I gotta find out the recipe.
I think in your past, like you were a short order cook and a rock.
No, I love the fact that when I was 13 years old, I would be the short order cook.
Wait, you were? I thought you were just a busboy.
No. First I was the dishwasher. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I was 12. And just before I became 14, I was 13 years old. This guy, Hans, this old chef, quit on Thanksgiving Day. The owner, and he's recently got in touch with us. I gotta find his number. Anyway, throws me the apron, says, "You're in." And I'm pounding out, Thanksgiving Day dinners, dressing, and everything else. And then the late night menu would kick in. That was stuffed lobster. I mean, this is pretty sophisticated, late night menu. You have burgers and steaks, fries, and just all that stuff. And I got good at cooking. And I'd be sweating profusely, and I'd have to move.
So you're sweating all over your customers' food? Is that what you just told them?
No, stop. Right, you're in a kitchen, you're going to sweat, right? That's every restaurant. And I'd be in there, and I just love the pace of it. You know me better than anybody. I can't sit still for a second.
This is very true.
All these people, friends of mine, that say, well, we're going to the beach for 2 weeks. I'm like, what are you going to do? I'm just going to lay out. I'm like, huh? 2 weeks? Lay out? What are you talking about? Whenever I take my kids down to Florida over Christmas break, I go down and I play beach football. And then I say, I'll see you later. The idea of sitting there all day, now I've gotten a little bit better at it. I can maybe tolerate maybe half hour. But I'm just not, I'm like, why am I sitting here? Well, I do love the sound of waves. That is peaceful.
Almost like signing thousands and thousands of books.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to assemble. Make sure.
I'll do it. I'll send them.
So who's hosting tonight?
It's just you. They just want you. So it's just you. And you're gonna answer a lot of questions, and we're gonna be there for like 45 minutes to an hour.
You going to be on it too?
No.
Once was enough.
No, I mean I can if you want me to, but I wasn't planning on it.
Listen, you work hard enough. You're good. But if you want to, you're right. Let's put it down.
Thank you, boss.
All right, let's go to South Carolina. Dennis is standing by. Dennis, hi. How are you? Glad you called, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me, Sean. Thank you for being a true American patriot and having the courage to stand up on radio, TV, and in print and speak the truths and take the criticism. You, sir, are the one with the true backbone like a ramrod.
I appreciate you allowing me to do this. I do this because you love me.
I want to make sure that the people out there know they do not have to wait until November 3rd to cast their vote in person. Contact your local Board of Elections. My local Board of Elections will allow me to vote out of machine and socially distance up to 30 days during the week before the election. So that begins on October 4th in my county. Contact your local county. We need to get our word out as quickly as possible. We need to make sure that you vote in person and socially distance to be safe. But we want November 3rd to come and have our vote already counted.
Listen, now she said it's safe to vote on. Let's get social distancing. I've been the advocate of masks. I'll give you some numbers. In Arizona, when about 5% early on with COVID, they tested positive. By the end of May, in that particular case, they were 5%. The case fatality rate is half that figure. As a matter of fact, the California rate was 4% in May, and that was 1.6. Why? Because of therapeutics. Two, we learned the ventilators were a last-ditch effort. We've had now 2-3 studies now. If you go to the French study, the Henry Ford study, and the Sinai study, that said hydroxychloroquine, zithromycin, and also including this nebulizer inhaler and zinc. If you give it early, they all gave positive results in spite of the mob. There was a study that had to be retracted. That's the one they called. So, obviously, consulting a doctor and make the right decision. But I'm for masks, because I've explained it many times. I saw them work. It's a little weird when Jimmy Kimmel said, I can't believe what you're filling in. I see that it works. Everybody in New York has it everywhere. To be honest, I got used to it. It doesn't really cramp my stomach. I'd rather not, but it's fine. I do it because I don't want to get grandma and grandpa sick. Somebody's grandma and grandpa, or mom and dad. People that might be at risk. I agree 100% about wearing the masks when you're in public and around a large amount of people. That is definitely a smart choice just to take that precaution. Whether it really helps or not, I think that it does help. I think that it is smart to take that precaution. But just for those that are scared, think that they need to wait for a mail-in ballot, the sooner we get to those early places and to a rural election to get that early voting, the sooner our vote and our voices can be heard. I also wanted to let you know that Joe Biden's basement bozo Biden has a slogan on his Build Back Better, which is really just a shallow hologram hiding his true slogan, which is plagiarized, procrastinated, and place blame. Sound like you wrote this out, didn't you? I'll be honest. Oh, man.
I know, I thought this out. I've thought about it.
Oh, that's right. By the way, I have an interactive election map. When do you need to register by? When does early voting start in your state? How do you do absentee ballot voting? Where are the polls on election day? Who's your person on the covers? Just information on NRD.com, okay?
Absolutely. We need to vote red or ticket. We can't get things done when different parts of the government are in different hands. Vote for your local. If you want to vote for the president, don't put handcuffs on him and put Pelosi back in power and Schumer in power. Scary. All right, I got to move on. Dennis Oldsmith in South Carolina. Thank you. Florida, Kelly. Florida, we need you in 75 days. Kelly, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We're a lot hanging on Florida. We need Florida. We need Florida desperately.
You have to promise me you won't get mad at me.
I don't get mad at your promise. Go ahead.
Okay. I am an avid Trump supporter. However, I'm going to have to cast my vote for Joe Biden. And let me explain it to you why. Tuesday night, as I was watching Dr. Jill give her speech, she was in the camera directly at me, and she promised that if Joe was elected, he would do for all Americans just like he's done for his own family. And quite honestly, I need an $80,000 a month board of director seat on a Supreme Court.
You had me. I was thinking, well, I wasn't going to try to talk you out of it. Okay, and you need to quit pro quo Joe's influence so you can become a multimillionaire with like zero experience under, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know how to grow Ukrainian or do I know anything about oil, so I'm a perfect fit.
You had me set up like a bowling pin. I'm buying it hook, line, and sinker. That does not happen much anymore.
I'll be honest, you had me too. I was afraid, Kelly. It was very afraid.
I was like, oh, it's going to be an infomercial for Biden, just like this boring infomercial every night. Come on, man. Oh, man. You and Joe defense.
I'm getting ready to go online search your book.
I'm going to send you a signed copy, okay?
Thank you so much. I'm going to share it with my liberal children.
I am telling people, don't buy two. Just buy one and share it. That's all.
Oh, no, she's got liberal children. She should buy 5 copies and make them.
Okay, I'll send you. How many liberal kids you got?
I have 3 at the moment.
All right, 4 books with autographs going to your family, okay?
You're awesome.
All right, and maybe we'll share the audiobook. I did the whole audiobook. The ebook's available on Amazon.com. The audiobook, I did the whole thing right on down the line. Most offers. All right, Kelly, you got me good today. Thank you. 800-941 Sean is our number. Corey is in San Antonio. WOAI.
Hey, Sean.
What's going on? How are you, Corey?
I'm doing good here in the Del Rosa, Texas, Alamo City. And I
Yes, sir.
appreciate all the work that you're doing because all the digging that you do and all the research, you go deep. And the thing is that you give us the full course meal. And I like that. You give us the meat potatoes, you don't go directly to the dessert. You let us know everything that we need to know, and that's the truth.
The greatest compliment you can give me, there's 2 compliments you can get in radio. One is that, wow, this is useful information I can't get anywhere else. The other one is, I'm so interested in what's going on, I stayed in the car, and I wouldn't leave. I like that too. And 3 hours a day is all I ask, and 1 hour at night is all I ask. And you can set your DVR and watch anytime you want. But I appreciate it. That's my job. Nobody bets Kamala Harris. Nobody. The only one I've seen on TV that bets Kamala Harris. Maybe a few others. I don't watch a lot of TV because I'm busy all day. But I will tell you, it is, I think that's one of the big reasons that the radio and TV show have been successful. We get news and information in as entertaining ways we can, top newsmakers, in the way that the mob won't do it. We spent 3.5 years investigating the deep state abuse of power and corruption. You were right, they were all wrong. The 99% of the mob and the media. Democrats were wrong, but they dragged this country through. We vetted Obama, nobody else vetted Obama like we did. And we were right there too. All right, that's going to wrap things up tonight. Hannity tonight, 9 Eastern. Yep, before Joe speaks. President Trump will join us. The great one, Mark Levin, will join us. Lawrence Jones was battling on the road with the president all day in Pennsylvania. That's right, with the president tonight on Hannity, 9 Eastern exclusively on the Fox News channel. We'll see you tonight at 9. I'll see some of you on our virtual town hall at Hannity.com in a few minutes. Thank you as always for being with us. Let's win the country. 75 days. Court appointed is meant to be for entertainment purposes and basic legal information only. Nothing in this file.
That should be considered.
Top way. And I realized,
And I am just a dude.
man, I'm sitting here before we started enjoying my Cheetos, crunching away, and I realized I'm not going to be able to eat them while we're doing our episode here.
It'd be rude to our guests, our listeners, with you crunching in their ears. A lot of people listen on headphones and stuff, and that would be very rude to sit here and hear crunch, 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 crunch.
Maybe we could do like the court-appointed podcast hour sponsored by Cheetos, like the boys did the Totino's hour on Midday.
Yeah, that's right. I wish I had Cheetos money. Someday I'm going to get rich and make Cheetos money.
I can give you some Cheetos money. Just let me touch it after eating some Cheetos. It'll be orange as all get out.
I don't want dirty money. I want Cheetos money.
I remember I had this one little children's book when I was a child, which is usually what children have, children's books. And it was a Pink Panther book. And I must have been eating some Cheez-Its, some Cheetos or something. And I remember I turned all the pages orange. That was my first experience with the Cheetos fingers. And the funny thing is, I was looking through some of the food when my mom and dad passed away. I ended up with some of the things, and one of the things I had was that book, which I still have. And I looked through it, and sure enough, the Cheeto stained pages were still there.
Still stained with your little Cheeto prints.
That's right.
They like the book Who Moved the Cheese.
I don't know that book.
You don't know that book?
Oh.
Let's talk about your cheese. You gotta see who moves the cheese.
Well, if it was Who Cut the Cheese, I think I know who did that. That would be you.
Hey, we're remote. There's no way that you would know that.
And just from years of experience of being around you when I was younger, I can attest to that.
Well,
Hello,
I would
Pegasus
say
Lifestyle
if you're in
Management.
another
How can I
room,
help
that
you? Thank
Or
you,
if you're
sir.
in another
It's
room,
now waiting
really
for
good.
you at our nearest
counts. What I
harbor.
mean is, if you're in one room and somebody outside the room hears you and questions you, hey, I'm in another room. It's none of your business.
What about if they happen to walk in right after it happens?
Well, that's just their poor luck. That's just their misfortune.
Somebody comes in and starts sniffing around. What's that smell? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't smell anything.
I don't smell anything at all, and I'm leaving. It's like your mother used to rush in the bathroom after every time somebody would come out of the bathroom, she'd rush in there and start sniffing around.
What you doing there?
Yeah. Did you light a match?
The secret, though, is if there is something in your room that smells a little bad and somebody happens to walk in quickly, use some some fragrant air or hand sanitizer really quickly. And I'll rub some.
Yeah.
That'll mask up any smell.
Here, rub some on your nose.
It's like the stuff they use for autopsies.
Yeah, then you won't breathe any germs. It'll kill germs as it goes in.
Well, we can pontificate about this.
That's this subject is a gas.
Well, we thought we actually were going to talk about something that was somewhat suggested on the court-appointed Facebook page.
Somewhat suggested?
Somewhat suggested, yes, by David Harshman.
David Harshman?
He has posted David J. Harshman at that.
Don't be harsh, man.
And he had posted a link to an article about how the New York Attorney General is filing a lawsuit to dissolve the NRA, the National Rifle Association.
And with our natural curiosity, we thought, how could this be? What are his grounds? Why would he be doing this? Is there any base to it? And we'll make a good podcast.
And we weren't sure about the last one, but we thought we would do it.
And we haven't cared up till now. Why worry about it now?
So first I have to start off with a disclaimer.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's never a good time. There is the president of the NRA is Carolyn Dodgen Meadows. She is the current president. She was elected the organization's president in April of 2019 after Oliver North was forced out of the position. So I just want to make a disclaimer that I am actually not related to her as far as I know.
Oh, okay. I thought that was one of your exes.
No, she's not.
They live in Texas.
They all live in Texas. As do most members of the NRA.
West Virginia's got its share.
It does. So she is actually from Georgia, and my family's been here in West Virginia since about 1750. So unless she traces her hillbilly roots back here, she's not related. She's not kin. She's no kin of mine.
All right, we won't claim her.
The NRA is a very long-standing organization here in the United States. It's been going on for quite some time. 9 different U.S. presidents have been NRA members. There's Ulysses S. Grant, who is actually also the president of the NRA. Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Dwight Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and George Bush.
I noticed you didn't list Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
He wasn't a president, but still. He shot people in the face.
Yeah. Look at how you use NRA gun instruction.
Yeah, I'd say so.
The interesting thing is George H.W. Bush resigned from the NRA because there were some commercials that came out that were criticizing the federal government and the outlaw tobacco firearms branch, the law enforcement, and so he resigned based upon his comments there. So he kind of wanted to distance himself from that because they were being critical of the federal government. Some other interesting people who were also in the NRA, Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh yeah, I remember the movie about him.
Yeah, he was a little out there. There's all kinds of stories about him being kind of crazy shooting guns too. The Oklahoma City bomber, Timothy McVeigh.
Oh, well, there you go. There's one for the other side.
Interestingly enough, Michael Moore joined, but he wanted to dismantle the organization from the inside. I don't think it worked out too well for him.
Yeah, I remember when he went and paid a visit to Charlton Heston's house to interview Charlton Heston, and Charlton Heston thought it was somebody in favor of the NRA, and come to find out he was being ambushed.
There's one more person who is also is a former member, I should say, and that would be me.
I thought you were a member. You're a gun-toting, card-carrying guy who likes to go out hunting and have his guns and all that.
I do have guns, and I do like to shoot my guns, and I do like to hunt. But I was also an NRA member for a little bit, and the only reason I was an NRA member is because there was a gun range that was by my house where I lived in Florida, and in order to be a member of the gun range, you actually had to join the NRA to become a member of the gun range.
That's blackmail.
You know, I didn't understand it at first, and I didn't really like it because at this point, I felt that some of the NRA's lobbying efforts and things going on kind of didn't really match with my views. But supposedly it was for insurance reasons that the NRA helped back insurance for gun ranges if it was a quote-unquote NRA range, meaning 100% NRA member range. So,
well, they probably figured they're going to come out on the front end on that with the forced dues that everybody has to pay. You get so many more paying in, so they can offer a little bit of insurance or something in exchange.
The one thing I could not believe during my short stint as an NRA member was all the literature and junk mail that I got.
Cargo delivered. Oh, look at us, running like clockwork, a well-oiled machine.
From the NRA. I mean, it was probably 3 to 4 items a week.
Well, just wait till you turn 50. You'll get inundated by the AARP. They send out all kinds of literature now, too.
Now, when you're talking about the NRA, you're generally meaning the National Rifle Association. But there are actually different interconnected agencies which are part of the NRA. So you have the NRA Institute for Legislative Action, which is when we're talking about these NGOs, non-government or NGOs, that's right, non-governmental organizations. Everyone loves their acronyms, so you got to throw out these different acronyms. So the NRA ILA, which is the Political Action Committee, and then you have the NRA Civil Defense Fund, which does pro bono legal work for people who have cases involving Second Amendment rights. And there's also a NRA Civil Rights Defense Fund, which was established in 1978. Now, the NRA Foundation itself is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and they donate lots of money to different kind of ROTC programs, 4-H, and Boy Scouts, and things like that. And that's another part of the NRA.
They donate a lot of money to politicians, too.
There's another group that does that. The Friends of NRA is a program that raises money for the NRA Foundation. And they hold events and try to have fundraisers, and they've raised over $600 million for the NRA Foundation. So around 1976 is when the NRA started to become more politically oriented, and they set up the Political Victory Fund, also known as the NRA PVF. And this became a PAC, a Political Action Committee, and this is where the lobbying efforts come from. So a lot of the other things that were going on that I was talking about, those don't necessarily have too much to do with politics.
We're
So
good to
you can have a
go.
bit of a
Collect the
split
product
amongst
and bring it
different
back for
NRA
storage.
organizations and what they actually do. Now, prior to 1976, when they started becoming politically involved, they were more, not so much about gun rights, but almost more about like kind of a gun club, like
No, we're out in
very
Los Santos,
politically
San Andreas.
activists, if you know what I mean. And when I think of the NRA, at least what I used to think of the NRA, was not really had to do with politics. I always thought of it as more kind of a, if you owned a gun, you could join the NRA, and they had different kind of events and gun ranges and about gun safety and responsible gun ownership and all that. I always thought it was more kind of a moderate kind of organization. And I think it's drifted pretty far from that at this point. It seems to be pretty politically motivated, so to speak.
Well, not being a gun owner myself and not ever having the need to join the NRA or anything like that, I had always thought of them as just simply being a lobbying group. I thought that's all they did was lobby for gun rights and things like that. I didn't think that they did any of this other kind of stuff, gun education and all that. I didn't think that was anything. I thought it was all to do with politics.
No, I mean, I always thought growing up, and this might be just a product of my parents knowing the NRA before 1976 and having that kind of view of it, but no, to me it was always more about, not about gun rights so much, but more about kind of responsible gun ownership and things like that. So I think it's definitely evolved over the years.
Well, I remember when I made the mistake I did in 2006 and ran for local office, and the two endorsements that everybody wanted to get was the NRA and the pro-life group.
Yeah.
That was the ones because they had the most money to donate to campaigns, and they had the biggest sway in a state like West Virginia.
Yeah. Well, they do. They issue different ratings. They rate political candidates based on their positions on gun rights.
Yeah, I got an F from the NRA. Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah, they gave me an F.
So an A-plus candidate is one who has not only an excellent voting record on all critical NRA issues, but who has also made vigorous effort to promote and defend the Second Amendment, whereas an NRA-F candidate is deemed to be a true enemy of gun owners' rights. I mean, that was you.
Well, I mean, I had to answer, did I have any guns? No, I don't have any guns. Do you shoot guns? No. Do you want people to have guns? No, not really. Are you against automatic weapons? Yes, I'm against automatic weapons. What about, would you do anything to try to close the loophole about guns being sold at gun shows? Yes, I would do something about that. That earned me an F.
You did not pass that test.
No, I failed that test with flying colors.
Oh.
I didn't do well on that.
That's pretty fun. With regards to the lawsuit, it's kind of interesting about some of the different positive actions brought up. And I actually went ahead and put a copy of it. It's a quick read, coming in at just under 159 pages. So, if you have a lot of time out there and want to read a copy of the complaint and see what it's all about, you can definitely find it.
Lawyers are very verbose.
Yeah, I could say that. Especially government lawyers that have nothing better to do but keep their government off.
That's right.
I'm just joking. I don't mean government lawyers. But before we get to the actual meat and potatoes of the lawsuit, I think there might be a motion that we have pending before the court today.
Why, yes, your gunship, if we could approach the bench to pay for court costs.
Fire away. Who do we have?
We have our friends at BetterHelp.com. That's BetterHelp, H-E-L-P.
So is there something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Like, are you forced to go to work every day? You don't really want to?
Or is there a pandemic in your area?
It's true.
BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist.
You can start communicating in under 48 hours. And it's not a crisis line, it's not self-help, it is professional counseling done securely online.
There is a broad range of expertise available, which may not be locally available in many areas.
The service is available for clients worldwide. You can log into your account anytime and send a message to your counselor.
You'll get timely and thoughtful responses, plus you can schedule weekly video or phone sessions so you won't ever have to sit in an uncomfortable waiting room as with the traditional therapy, as well as maintaining social distancing.
I know, have you seen waiting rooms lately? Their chairs are all spread out.
It's your car most of the time. Wait in the car till we call you. This couldn't have come along, BetterHelp couldn't have come along at a better time, because you can social distance your butt off and participate in BetterHelp.
BetterHelp is committed to facilitating great therapeutic matches, so they make it easy and free to change counselors if needed.
It's more affordable than traditional.
You're through to your garage. You need me to bring you a ride?
BetterHelp wants you to start living a happier life today.
Visit their website and read their testimonials that are posted daily at www.betterhelp, that's HELP.com/reviews/. Join the over 1 million people taking charge of their mental health with the help of experienced professionals. In fact, so many people have been using BetterHelp that they are recruiting additional counselors in all 50 states.
We have a special offer for first-time listeners. You'll get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/court.
That's 10% off on your first month. BetterHelp, HELP.com/court. Mike and Tommy want you to get BetterHelp today. You get how I got that play on words there? Pretty good, huh? I figured that one out myself.
That's right. So, the lawsuit that was filed is kind of the culmination of a lot of chaos that has been happening at the NRA for the last couple of years.
Good news, we located some supplies. Bad news, they're in the hands of a rather serious stick-up operation. Get a hold of them and bring them in, and be careful, they're fragile.
So,
or maybe more like Succession.
It sounds a lot more like Succession. That's a great show, by the way.
It is. I like it. I'm waiting for season 3.
Oh, I can't wait. Do you know when that's coming out, by any chance?
No, not right offhand.
Not soon enough.
It's probably delayed by the pandemic like everything else.
Well, fortunately, not to get off too far off subject, but I know that one of my other favorite shows is not delayed by the pandemic. It's coming out in October, The Mandalorian season 2.
It's good. Yeah, I watched a few episodes of that.
You didn't like it?
No, I wasn't too excited about it. Moved on to other things.
I am smitten by The Mandalorian.
Really? No. A lot of the same.
So, whenever you talk about the NRA, and you're talking about in the past, say, 20 or 30 years, there's one person that comes to mind, and that's Wayne LaPierre. And he has been kind of a figurehead and executive vice president and president, and really the spokesperson and the face of the NRA for quite some time. Now, he retired at some point a few years ago, and Oliver North, who everyone should be familiar with from the Iran-Contra affair from back in the 80s, he was a former Marine and kind of White House insider during Reagan, was the president. So, this is where the drama kind of starts. Allegedly, North found a lot of irregularities that were going on with the NRA with regard to finances and things like that. And there's some allegations that North had tried to extort Wayne LaPierre about all the different things that were going on. That they were essentially wasting the money that was given to the NRA, that they're using it as their own kind of personal piggy bank, and taking these lavish trips and really just kind of abusing the fact that it was a non-profit.
Well, I don't think that he retired in 2015. He's still leading the organization. I think he got a payout from a retirement plan, is the way that worked, because they are still seeking part of this lawsuit is not only seeking the money to be paid back, but it's also seeking his ouster from the organization.
Yeah, I mean, I do see where he's currently in the NRA as the vice president right now, I believe. But I mean, I guess when I saw a retirement thing, I just assumed that he retired. Because generally, in order to receive money from a retirement plan, I thought you had to retire.
Well, that's where a lot of this is coming from. Is
that might be the problem.
Yeah, the money is getting moved around, and it's like all these different branches that you were listing before. It's almost like, you know, when the money laundering, like if you watch news on, they have the different places that they move the money to hide it. That's what all these different organizations are about, if you ask me, is they're moved money, because you have different ones under different rules. There's an NRA, like a charity organization that's just for raising funds. Well, those funds are supposed to go towards non-profit type projects, but they are finding that those funds went directly to line the pockets of the top executives there. And this money was never counted as salary or reimbursement or anything like that. And then they find where they had a guy that they paid $13.5 million to over 6 years that arranged these luxury getaways, and a lot of them were to the Bahamas, where they were on a yacht where top donors own these yachts, and they stayed on those. Well, that's all receiving benefits that are not expenses, business expenses that should be reimbursed.
Yeah. And I see here too where he received allegedly in 2017, which is the most recent year available for the tax information, $1,366,688, plus an additional $67,289 in other compensation from the organization in 2017. So he had $1.4 million in 2017.
Yeah, but that's what he reported. What they're saying is that they were taking, there was about the top 3 or 4 of them that were taking another 3 or 4 million in cash off the top, and then they were going on all these extravagant vacations for them, their friends, and their family. They were talking about one guy put his niece up in a hotel that was 8-night stay for $12,000.
Yeah, I guess maybe what the retirement plan was, and he started receiving the retirement because he had some sort of a retirement plan that had a vesting age and like a retirement age, and then he started to get those benefits because he started receiving actually an additional $4 million a year in compensation. Part of it, I think, was from the retirement plan.
It said, while allegations of mismanagement and lavish spending by Mr. LaPierre and others have emerged, it says that the New York suit lays out a broad litany of new allegations of corruption and greed from executives who, Miss James, that's the Attorney General that's prosecuting this from New York, said they looted the NRA.
Yeah, so, as I said, the complaint that was filed in New York is 169 pages. Now,
maybe we should explain why it was filed in New York.
Why was it filed in New York?
It's because that's where they're incorporated. You have to incorporate within a state. New York was where they incorporated in 1871.
Right. They have been a long-standing organization here in the United States.
Yeah, so the Attorney General files it because that's the only person really that can, because that's where they are incorporated. So it was suggested, it was suggested by Donald Trump. He said, that's a very terrible thing that just happened, adding that the NRA should move to Texas and lead a very good and beautiful life.
all those great words.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You can't just up and move your company from one state to another if they file a lawsuit. The Attorney General has to approve it. Well, the Attorney General that just filed this lawsuit is not likely to approve them picking up and moving somewhere else.
Pretending we're the Postal Service.
So every time there's a complaint, there's general things that are laid out. And one of the things they always put in there is jurisdictional. And so on the page 11 of the complaint, it says the Attorney General is responsible for overseeing the activities of the New York not-for-profit corporations. Then it goes on to say that the NRA is a charitable, not-for-profit corporation chartered by a special act of the State of New York Legislature on November 17, 1871. Throughout its history, it has been legally domiciled in the State of New York and is subject to New York law and the governments of its internal affairs. The NRA has members and engages in fundraising throughout the United States, including New York, where it is registered with the Charities Bureau of the Office of the Attorney General to conduct business and solicit donations. And so its principal place of business, though, however, is in Virginia, close to Washington, D.C., where they can be close to the lawmakers. And the NRA has a stated mission, and there's 5 purposes and objectives. Would you like to hear what they are?
Yes, I would.
To protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, especially with reference to the God-given inalienable right of the individual American citizen guaranteed by such Constitution to acquire, possess, collect, exhibit, transport, carry, transfer, ownership of, and enjoy the right to use, keep, and bear arms, in order that the people may exercise their individual rights of self-preservation, defense of family, common person, common and property, and to serve in the militia of all law-abiding men and women for the defense of the Republic and the individual liberty of the citizens of our communities, our states, and our great nation. That's number 1. It says to promote public safety, law and order, and national defense. 3, to train members of law enforcement agencies, the armed forces, the National Guard, the militia, and the people of good repute in marksmanship and in safe handling, efficient use of small arms. That's kind of the one that I always really thought that was like their purpose.
And that would be great if that was a fact.
Yeah. To foster, promote, and support the shooting sports, including the advancement of amateur and junior competitions in marksmanship at the local, state, regional, national, international, Olympic levels. And finally, to promote hunter safety and to promote and defend hunting as a shooting sport for sustenance and as a viable and necessary method of fostering the propagation, growth, and conservation and wise use of our renewable wildlife resources.
That sounds good too.
How about that one too?
Yeah, that sounds good too. I just wonder, though, if the money got more important than any of those causes.
Well, much like everything, I think absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
They became the biggest show in the country, and I think that probably led to a little bit of kind of maybe some of the power struggles that are going on there.
Now, this lawsuit was filed against the NRA. Shortly thereafter, the NRA turned around and filed a lawsuit against the Attorney General's office, basically for harassing them with a nonsensical lawsuit, as they determined it was. And then the Attorney General of Washington, D.C. filed a lawsuit also against the NRA for its failure to pursue charitable purposes.
Yeah, so that's really kind of where you get into it, is because is this lawsuit politically motivated, or is it actually that the board of directors of the NRA are abusing the non-for-profit status that they have by using it as their personal piggy bank, essentially?
Well, and what they're going to do is investigate that, and right now it's a lawsuit, but they're going to turn over a lot of their findings to the IRS because they feel there's a lot of income that has been changing hands and not being declared.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and generally, attorney generals don't just file lawsuits like this unless they have something pretty strong to go off of. And I think this all kind of culminates when you look back at the dispute I started talking about earlier between Oliver North and Wayne LaPierre and all this about all the different kind of self-dealing that was going on there. And there's been a whole host of NRA board members who have sought to distance themselves from the NRA based upon kind of the way it's being controlled at the top.
They were talking about this. This was an article I saw written by a guy that was a member of the NRA and believed in the NRA, and he had come before any of this lawsuit was ever filed to start getting fed up with them and saying, kind of like you were saying, this is not why I pay my dues to the NRA or make donations to the NRA for what they're doing. What they're doing is like those things that you stated that supposedly was their mission. And it said, for too long, the NRA, because of leaders like Wayne LaPierre, has failed responsible gun owners, like me, is what he said. Rather than fulfill its traditional stated role of educating Americans about firearms and supporting programs to train us to use them safely, the NRA has spent the last generation focusing on politics, now entirely GOP politics, and the interest of gun manufacturers, not owners.
Yeah. So I saw this interesting quote and said, if you're a gun owner but you feel like there should be some restrictions on gun ownership, the NRA doesn't feel like the place for you anymore. That was the NRA of several decades ago. It's not really the NRA of today, which is hard on gun rights and gun manufacturers. So, like you said, yeah, it's not really the kind of middle of the road type organization that I'd always thought it was, and you know, when I belonged to it, what I thought it should have been too.
Well, as a result of our national debate on guns, it's painfully short on facts and explanations and long on emotions and partisan bickering. And still, rather than educate all Americans about responsible gun ownership, the NRA has continually sought to divide us by focusing on the extremists while helping the manufacturers sell as much as they can for as long as they can, despite the potentially calamitous long-term political prospects for responsible gun owners. So, meanwhile, the country's current relationships with guns has, to say the least, grown increasingly problematic. We've had a rash of shootings in America in recent years, from the mass shootings at schools, shopping centers, concerts, theaters, bars, and fairgrounds that we hear about in the news, to the smaller tragedies that are hardly noticed. Elections at every level frequently turn, at least in part, on question about guns, from who has them, or where and when they're appropriate, to what kind of guns are available and what law enforcement can do about it.
So, you know, if that was the main stated purpose of the NRA and what they were doing, and that was what was going on, that's what they're lobbying for, you know, I think at a certain point, you might have to kind of evaluate, is this really a nonprofit that we want to have? But also, you know, there's also restrictions on free speech. People should be able to say what they want about different political issues like that. So I kind of have a bit of a problem with saying let's shut down the NRA based just solely upon what their lobbying efforts are and what they're trying to push. Because, you know, I do like to think that in America we should have free speech. But the problem with the NRA, and this is what this lawsuit's bringing to light, I think this is what we need to focus on, is that it's being mismanaged at the top. It's pretty clear that what everyone is donating money to for the NRA and things like that, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and there's a lot of shady things going on between the executives in the NRA.
Well, here's the thing, too, if you look at it. If they were really doing their job in protecting gun rights, they wouldn't push to just let everybody do everything all the time. There would be times where they would say, you know what, this is better because if we don't do something small now, then they're going to do something bigger later and take this away. You know, you have to look at what's good for the long run and not just try to, you know, it was saying that the NRA's failures to actually fulfill its role of representing responsible gun owners have been on display for years. After decades of claiming that unfettered gun ownership was needed to counter tyrannical government overreach, the NRA has been conspicuously silent about injustices like the death of Breonna Taylor at the hands of police in Louisville, Kentucky this year, failing to take action on any of these types of shootings. And they've just basically just, you know, have the one standard stance of we want guns anytime, anywhere. Nobody should ever restrict anything.
Well, that is a product of the kind of viewpoint that gun ownership is like an ice cube, and it's sitting in a glass of warm water, and you know, any kind of restrictions on gun ownership is going to melt that ice cube and make it eventually dissolve.
Yeah,
so you want to keep the ice cube as big as possible.
Yeah, what they're saying is they don't agree to any kind of cutback, and to them, their answer to that is that means that you're actually supporting universally forced disarmament.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, the whole argument. I mean, yeah. I understand where they're coming from. They don't want to have. They think any concessions is chiseling away. They want to hold on as much as they can, as long as they can. So that's kind of their point of view. So getting back to the actual lawsuit itself, though, I thought it was kind of interesting. The way they break it down is they talk about it's very well organized and very well thought out. I think even if you weren't an attorney, you could probably look at this complaint and kind of read through it. I mean, it's not super convoluted. Like I said, it's very well written, and it talks about the parties, the jurisdiction, the venue, Then it talks about the law, the different laws that there are for these not-for-profit corporations in New York, and different obligations and things that they have. So it talks about what their restrictions are, what their responsibilities are, how they're supposed to do it. And then it goes into the history of the NRA and how it's governed and the bylaws and all that. Then in part 5, which gets in about page 34, so they've taken up a good amount of space there, it talks about the different violations of the NRA senior management and what they've done under the direction of Wayne LaPierre. So Wayne LaPierre is the one who has a bullseye, pardon the pun, on him in this lawsuit, and they're taking aim at him.
Well, they even mentioned that in one case, one of his other cronies that was there, his wife had been arrested and served time for embezzling, and then they hired her to come there and work for them because she was having a hard time getting a job in her chosen craft after having been caught embezzling. Yeah. So she came there, and of course she embezzled while she was there. But they didn't charge her or anything. But I think that she was embezzling for them.
it was like a workaround. Hey, you're good at embezzling.
Yeah, you know.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around.
Somebody need to bring it around. But that's
it's on the way.
Thing. They are not. You know, this isn't somebody saying we don't like what they stand for, so we're going to try to dismantle them. They have been acting in a corrupt manner, and they've been laundering money, and they've been hiding income, and they've been taking money from non-profit that they are not supposed to take.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, if they really believe in what the NRA wants it to do and its stated purposes and things like that, then shame on them for being so dirty like this and bringing it down, because they had so much power and the ability to do it. I mean, they could have really pushed these causes forward. So, I mean, it's kind of sad, actually.
Well, and the other thing about it, look at your common member of the NRA.
That's
and
a successful sale.
Since I've never joined,
the funds are transferring.
I mean, do you remember what you paid when you had to join them?
I wasn't very much.
I mean, like 25, 35, 50?
Yeah, I mean, it was no more than $50.
Something like that. Well, they do that, and then they take donations from people that are like, we need these people to protect our guns, so you donate money. But a lot of them are just, you know, common rural guys and stuff, and $50 is a big deal. That might be the difference in whether they eat very well that week or pay their electric bill. But they're paying their money to the NRA, where you got guys that are making a stated salary of $1.4 million a year, and then they're embezzling another several million on top of that.
Okay, you ever seen those videos of the Black Friday sales where housewives eye gouge each other over discount coasters? Well, this is a bit like that, except you're hitting a Vago.
They're never going to trust the government filing a lawsuit like this against the executives like that to begin with. So I think that's where you're coming from.
Well, but their problem is they should not trust their representatives to not steal from them.
That's true. So it talks about widespread violations under the direction of LaPierre, and it says, there's different sections here. It says LaPierre's improper spending and expensing, Wilson Woody Phillips conflicts of interest, related party transactions, and self-dealing, Josh Powell's conflicts of interest, related party transactions, and negligence, John Frazier's negligence and certifications of false or misleading annual filings, improper expenditures by LaPierre's senior assistant and direct report. Those are the basic violations by the senior management. Then it goes into the NRA's long-time use of vendors and consulting agreements to hide improper expenditures, self-dealing, and related party transactions. So then they go down to break down about what you were talking about, like using different trips to go to the Bahamas and things like that. These vendors that were set up essentially to kind of funnel money through is what it looks like.
Oh yeah, there were non-bid contracts given out for millions of dollars to cronies.
Oh yeah, that can be a problem.
And one of the things that you're bound to when you're a nonprofit says a primary responsibility of nonprofit officers and directors is the duty of loyalty, which stipulates that they must always act in the best interest of the organization and not their own personal interests. When they want the money out of that to give to themselves, they're obviously not acting in the best interest of the organization.
The interesting thing too is there's one section that's called the NRA's retaliation and on the board. So like I was saying, there are board members who did not like this and kind of tried to bring this to light. So the interesting thing about this section is kind of like this. They call it the NRA's retaliation against dissidents on the board. Subsection A, dissident number 1. LaPierre recruits dissident number 1 as president and negotiates acronym contract. And it talks about how LaPierre recruited dissident number 1 to run for NRA president. And at the time, the plan was for dissident number 1 for the remainder of the outgoing president's term. He would then be renominated by the board to serve out a full term as president. So,
that was Oliver North we're talking about.
Without being too upfront, we can see that dissident number 1 is all.
Yeah, and he may have seen what was going on and what was going to expose him, and so that's why they got rid of him.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny they call him dissident number 1 because it's very apparent who they're talking about. I don't know why they didn't just name him. Yes. But anyway, they talked about other dissident board members and how they were dealt with, and then it goes on to the next section and it talks about their failures, which actually resulted in the law, which were discussed higher up in the law section. It talks about how they didn't listen to whistleblowers, they didn't approve related party transactions, they didn't see these conflicts of interest, they didn't perform appropriate audits, they didn't do all the things they actually were supposed to, they didn't come into compliance with it, they filed false regulatory filings, just all kinds of different things. So it's, like I said, it's a very kind of well thought out complaint in my opinion. I mean, I don't know whether it's true or not because it's a complaint. You don't know if it's true or not. But if everything in this complaint is true, I mean, it paints a pretty grim picture.
Well, it says the primary goal of the New York lawsuit is to dissolve the NRA completely. Recent history suggests that the Attorney General can be successful in such efforts. After her office filed suit against the Trump Foundation for its pattern of violating charity laws, it had to shut down. But given the NRA's much larger size, it could be far less likely outcome of this thing.
It could. And so at the end of the complaint, they talk about a prayer for relief. And that's essentially what you're asking the court to do. And what they say first and foremost is dissolve the NRA and direct its remaining assets and future assets be applied to charitable uses consistent with the mission set forth in the NRA Certificate of Incorporation. So dissolve it, sell the assets, and give it to a charity that's actually doing what the NRA is supposed to be doing. The people that are involved, to remove them from their position and bar them from their appointment as an NRA officer or director, and permanently barring them from serving as officers, directors, or trustees for any nonprofit charitable organizations in New York.
So, you ready to settle this the old-fashioned way? With fists and jaws and
organizations that are actually doing what they're supposed to be, what they said they were supposed to be doing, to enjoin the executives from being able to do this kind of work later on, and anything in the classic, any such other relief the court deems just and proper. You always throw that in case you forgot to ask for something.
That's a catch-all.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot.
Now,
I'll hook you up.
One thing that I read that I was surprised
I'll bring
to
it by.
learn, they said, in case anybody thinks, look, they're going to dissolve the NRA and all of that goes away and you don't have any of that to worry about anymore, there's another group out there called Gun Owners of America. Have you heard of them?
I have not.
They basically are like the same thing as the NRA, except they say they are actually better run, which I guess that just means they don't steal or embezzle, but they're better run, and they're already a strong competitor of the NRA. So the only thing that I would say is the fact that we haven't heard of them, maybe they are doing those things that are stated by the NRA that they're not really fulfilling, they're just going after the political agenda and the money. Maybe this group is actually doing those stated things that do serve a beneficial purpose.
I went to their website just now as you mentioned it, because I had never seen it before. In their update, Joe Biden VP picked immense shift to the militant, radically anti-gun movement. Attorney General Barr should stand for self-defense. Yeah, so I don't know, it seems pretty politically motivated.
Well, that could be. I'm just saying I had never heard of them. It's, I don't know, maybe they don't have the money, but they say that they're better run and they're already a strong competitor of the NRA. So
the only no compromise gun lobby in Russia. I think they're pretty much out.
Right. Cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, they're the Ice Cube type world as well.
Darn it, I was hoping for something more reasonable than everybody should own a gun. It reminds me of the old All in the Family episode where Archie Bunker talks about how he could solve hijackings. You know, that was the problem back in the 70s was hijackings. He said he would just arm all the passengers. Yeah. And when the guy stands up and says, this is a hijack, everybody fire.
Being perfectly honest with you and with all our listeners, I mean, this is kind of a hard topic for me because I am a gun owner. I've owned guns my entire life. I grew up owning guns. First shotgun I had, I was getting when I was 12 years old, and I still have it. You know, it was a very formidable part of my youth. I mean, that was something that we always did. We went out in the woods and shot guns, and you know, he was very kind of responsible, and I learned how to appreciate him, and I love my old shotgun. You know, it's like it brings back memories of shooting with my dad and my brothers, and you know, I mean, we used to shoot BB guns too all the time, Tommy, when I was little.
Well, yeah, that's true. I shot a BB gun here and there, but that's as far as I got. A paintball gun. I shot a paintball gun.
You grew up in town. I grew up a little bit outside the city limits, so you know, we graduated from BB guns to actual.
About a better way for everybody to exist. I mean, their goal shouldn't be that converse from there shouldn't be a left and a right. There ought to be something that we could do that would bring about fair play in this arena.
Oh, I mean, look, I'm a lawyer, as you know. I say that in the beginning.
And a judge and a dude.
And a judge and a dude. And I am all about gun ownership. I think that the right to a citizen that does not have any kind of mental health issues or have the rights taken away to own a gun by some sort of law should have the ability to own a gun and have some sort of responsible, you know, licensing and whatever to do it. The problem I have is that when you say that the right to own a gun should be completely and totally absolute, there shouldn't be the background checks and do all these things, you're not actually pushing forward the law's intent to have citizens be able to have guns once you're responsible. What you're doing is, by saying it's absolute gun ownership and not have these checks and balances in there, you're defeating the purposes of the laws that we have on the books. To keep people that have mental health issues, to keep people that have criminal backgrounds and things like that, they don't need to have guns in their hands. And I don't know why there should be a lobby or an owner or anything else that says that they should. Because that's actually going against the law that's already on the books.
That's that Ice Cube theory. That's why they don't want even something that makes sense to be in there. And that's where the whole argument falls apart. If you can't agree to something like that, like let's put checks in place so that people that have mental issues can't get guns, or at least we can lessen the chance of them getting guns. If you can't agree to that, then there's no sense in even having a discussion.
That's kind of where I split my time with the NRA. That's what I tried to put. My time with the NRA.
But that's where I got to agree with what Biden said, even though he was kind of chastised for it. These people that their argument is, well, we have to arm ourselves against a tyrannical government. Well, first of all, that tyrannical government wants you to arm yourself right now. They're the ones that are saying own all the guns you want. But the other thing is, okay,
what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Go out in your front yard and take on that Black Hawk helicopter that's bearing down on you. If the government really wants to take you out, they can take you out. You're not going to arm yourself to do anything about it.
Haven't you seen Red Dawn? Don't you know what happens when a group of high school students, they're like-minded and inspired can do?
Yeah, but those were Russians, and I've seen them drive cars, and they all crash into each other. They don't have a good traffic system. They would shortly just wreck into each other and all of them. Of course, they don't die. They're tough. They're tough bastards. They don't die. They wreck at high speeds and just fly out the windshield and walk away.
Unless their shoes fall off. They definitely die if their shoes fall off. The amount of dash cams in Russia, man.
It does me too. I still watch these things and just am absolutely amazed. And I'm glad they have their own curse words though, because you see them. You're in the car there. They crash. The windshield cracks, and you hear "Bligdo, nom tom tom, ulo." And yeah, I know they're cussing, but I don't know what it is, so it's not offensive.
It sounds like some dialogue from The Mandalorian, Tommy.
Well, maybe they speak Mandalorian. I don't know. I thought it was Russian, but it might be Mandalorian for all I know.
My junior year of high school, we had a Russian foreign exchange student, and he played soccer with us, and I became pretty good friends with him. And so, of course, what do high school students ask of each other?
So, we know a security company's moving what we need. We just don't know which thing.
He taught me one phrase in particular that was extremely vulgar, and it's still burned in my brain today. And so, tucked that away for about 7 or 8 years. I was at a convenience store, and I was talking to the guy behind the counter, and he said he was Russian. Oh, you're Russian? I was like, yeah. I was like, I know one Russian phrase. And I said it, and he just kind of looked at me and said, "Leave it alone." It was so great. He was just, it just offended his sensibilities. That's all I was
Jerk.
Not the jerk. This is not my person to do. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Let me give you a little hint, counselor. If you ever go to Russia, don't display your Russian language knowledge. But the reason that surprised me is when I played intramural soccer, most of the soccer teams were made up of the Floyd students because they were better at soccer. They all played soccer in their homelands. Whereas that was in my day, nobody played soccer around here. You didn't have soccer teams or anything. Now it's a lot better, but then nobody played soccer, so we were terrible. But they would be out there and they'd be running around, and you'd hear them going in their language, not understanding a word. Then you'd hear an American curse word, good, bleep, bleep, bleep you. But it was like, but all the rest of the words were their language. The only thing they had were our curse words. Don't they have their own curse words?
Well, I think it's going to bring us to
legal brief.
Legal briefs is the part of the show where I have so many different legal questions that we talk about. And if I'm being perfectly honest today, I kind of forgot to do it. I forgot to brief my legal briefs. So I'm going to shoot straight from the hip here, asking you some legal questions.
You forgot your briefs?
I forgot my briefs today.
Well, that could get very chilly.
Yeah, and airy, very airy. It's all a breeze blowing through there.
Yeah.
So.
Breeze through the knees.
So, the Attorney General has filed something in New York to start the lawsuit against the NRA. What is that document called?
A lawsuit.
What? How do you start a lawsuit?
You file I don't know, it's an existential challenge for the NRA.
Well, I talked about it quite a bit. I said it was 170 pages. I read from it quite a bit.
Well, I thought it was a lawsuit.
Yeah, but how do you start a lawsuit?
You file a filing.
Okay, so we have done probably 200 episodes.
This is 200. This is number 200.
Of course.
So you're right on the money on that.
It's my internal clock. It's very, very accurate.
Yeah.
So we've done 200 episodes of Court Appointed. And if I said, Tommy, I need you to go file a lawsuit, what draft you don't know what
the complaint?
Yes.
Complaint. So they filed a complaint.
They filed a complaint.
Just like you do against your neighbors when they're making too much noise.
Oh, I thought I had absolutely failed you as an attorney in trying to instruct you about the law.
you have, but that's all right. It's just because I'm not very good.
Well, let me ask you this: how do you respond to it? What do you do?
You give an answer.
Thank goodness. That's right. How an answer, dear Lord. Okay.
And then you file a countersuit. Apparently.
You always file a countersuit.
And then somebody else files another complaint against you. And it's whoever complains the most wins.
That's right. Yeah. All about
That's the American way. that's the American way.
Okay, I got one more question. I'm just going to cut it short because that took all my energy.
You're too scared to ask any more after that.
At the very end, when you're asking for what you want from the court in a complaint, what do you call it?
Relief.
Yeah, but there's kind of a somewhat antiquated type phrasing for it.
Summary judgment.
The summary judgment will be want you to file if there's no disputed material facts and the law's on your side. And that wouldn't be until later on. But it's called a prayer for relief.
Hakuna Matata.
A prayer for relief.
A prayer for relief?
Yeah, it's called a prayer.
Like you're throwing up a Hail Mary.
You're praying, well, all lawsuits are. All you need is the filing fee and an attitude. You're ready to go.
A prayer for relief. Man, that sounds like you don't have a prayer. It's like a Bon Jovi song.
You might not. And then what is the final thing that is always included in the prayer for relief if you're trying to cover all your bases?
Your results that you want, the action to be taken.
Right, but then you say, I want any other relief.
Oh, anything else that you want to give me in there that I might have forgot to mention, I want that too.
Yeah, exactly.
The kitchen sink, in case it's available.
The kitchen sink clause.
I don't want to leave him with nothing. I want to take it all.
So, yeah, that was an interesting section of legal briefs.
Resupply successful, a long
I
John
don't know
out.
what happened. I was like, come on.
Hey, there are no softballs where I'm involved. If I gotta come up with an answer, there's a soft head.
There you go. So this is episode 200, huh?
I'm pretty sure. I haven't uploaded any in a while, but I think it's been a while since I've had to upload anything. Hopefully we'll do better in the future, but I think this is right at 200.
Well, congratulations. Cheers.
Well, same to you. We're starting our 5th year.
Was it 5 years?
Yeah, can you believe that?
Well, that's right, because we've been pretty diligent about putting them out every week. So,
yeah.
Until recently.
Yeah, until recently, and you got too busy.
I have been so busy.
I've been working on plans to start a different podcast so that I'll have something to do.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
I haven't finalized them. I'm just thinking.
Do you have a teaser? Throw it out there for our listeners?
No, I'm not even far enough along that. No, it's still in the debate stage.
You're not even in the teaser?
No, I'm not even ready for a teaser or a trailer. When I do, you'll be the first to know.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, partner.
All right, dude.
Well, congratulations on 200, Tommy.
Same to you. Couldn't have done it without you. Because it'd just be a dude talking about stuff he doesn't know about.
Thanks to everybody for listening, and thanks to MCRB for use of their song.
We've hired one of our rivals guys to come with the supplies and do some work on the equipment. Pick them up and bring them in.
Three Last Mount.
And we want to thank Audio Boom for being a part of their network.
And we also want to thank the McElroy Stable podcast for helping give us our start. Their podcasts include Bim Bam, Sawbones, Still Buffering, and many other fine podcasts.
If you have a chance, take the time to rate and review us on iTunes, especially if you like us. And if you didn't, don't bother.
You're not supposed to say that.
You're going to say that afterwards.
Wow, you never did.
Thanks for listening. This has been Court Appointed. I'm your co-host, Mike Meadows. I'm a lawyer to do.
And I'm your other co-host, Thomas Merle. And I am just a dude. Yes, that more people are dying in their bicycles. Two, you take a man for trying to do it. We did show up things back in the time, though, when it did clear out. But there was no coordination, or some shut down, some happened. It wrecked the economy and put millions out of work. For nothing, really. It just delayed the worst of it, a bit. But then you just wiped out your economy, because one politician worried about an election and needed dollars for it. Some scientists say that if we would just all wear masks, the virus would be growing within 2,000 to 500 things. Why do science? They have no motivation to just crank it. And wearing a mask is just a cover. Then there's also the fact that we wear masks for our
Where gotta go now?
But what's meant usually is to protect you yourself, and you chose not to, but it didn't affect others. You don't care about you, why should I? But it is what so when you are you are basically saying, F you, everyone else is accountable. When you need help later, you look behind you. It will be at some point, and at a great deal of fun. Remember, you couldn't be bothered to prevent infecting others. You say it is your God-given right or your constitutional right to not wear them. I don't agree with either of those things. I don't think God ever said F you to all of us, so I don't think he was bestowed that right upon you as far as the Constitution. It has really us thinking here about our responsibility to each other and to our government to live as free and decent citizens in a free society. Free does not mean reckless, and I don't know why it is reckless. Isn't that logical? Here's the biggest lack of logic that we really know. How is wearing a mask a political issue? Of the 170,000 I bet there are as many Republicans. Remember how you vote. If you're going to take medical advice in a pandemic, are you going to be a scientist or a politician? Especially politicians will recommend breathing bleach or shining UV rays inside your bodies.
You're so stupid, he never fucking said that. Jesus, Tommy.
Scientist or politician? Which should you listen to? Deciding to self-experiment. Which one is or am I missing something? All those people die? Or is that a left-wing vote? I don't think so. Even though I said I could argue both sides of the debate, with the logical reason for not wearing a mask. I really hope that we can return to the world of lunch because I trust science. Don't trust slogans or politicians or hate or bullying. And other than the virus, these are the things that need to be done. This has been Tommy.
You're kind of being stupid.
Buddy! Nancy Grace is coming to Fox Nation.
I want justice.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace premieres March 9th only on Fox Nation.
We got what we need. LJT signing off.
Remains of young mom stuffed in suitcases. It sounds like a horrible movie or some thriller or a work of fiction, but in fact it is a horror story dreamed up in the mind of a killer. What happened to 28-year-old Sarah Zagul? Let me pause just one moment to thank our partner making our program possible today. Picture your face in the mirror. Do you see wrinkles around your eyes? How about dark circles? Because I sure do. Now imagine they're gone. I'm not talking about risky, expensive surgery. Just gone in minutes. It's called Plexiderm, a clinically studied serum that visibly eliminates wrinkles, frozen, and under-eye circles in minutes. It's the edge you've been looking for. Don't believe it? I didn't either, and I tried it. And now I don't have to imagine it anymore. I was blown away by the results. The dark shadows under my eyes, gone. Plexiderm can give you the confidence you need to be yourself at work or out with your friends. Best part, Plexiderm goes on clear, so nobody will know you're using it unless you tell them. Go to tryplexiderm.com, use code Nancy for 50% off plus an additional $10 off. That's right, 50% off plus an extra $10 off. This offer also available by calling 1-800-685-1292 and mentioning code Nancy. Plexiderm is backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to tryplexiderm.com today. Use code Nancy at checkout. That's tryplexiderm.com. Thanks, Plexiderm, for being a partner. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. How does a young mom just disappear into the end of the air? She's at home one moment with her little boy. They're in the family home. And then suddenly, she's gone. And what does that do to a child for the rest of their life? I mean, I know that's not really going to happen, but you live with that thought that not only can it happen, it has happened to you. What does that do to a little boy that was playing at home while he was there, and suddenly she's gone, and he never sees her again? I can also remember September 11th. Of course, living in New York, working at 4 TV, and that day, I had the smell in the air. It's kind of electrical burning smell. And for the longest time in his life, I could fly over the city of New York City. So I had a habit of sneaking into the workout room at the top of our apartment building at night and would exercise in the light of, just some security lights. And I remember the first time I saw a plane go overhead, and I was running on the treadmill, and I looked up, and I immediately jumped down. It took off because it didn't all register. It's something that you live with the rest of your life. So what is it going to do with this little boy? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories, and you are tuned in to Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111, the Triumph Channel. First order of business. Thank you for being with us. I'm talking about a beautiful young mom of a little boy, Sarah Zagul. With me at All-Star Pals, break it apart and put it back together again. Troy Slate with me, renowned criminal defense attorney, joining me out of LA. Cloyd Steiger, 36 years Seattle PD, 22 years homicide detective, author of Seattle's Forgotten Serial Killer, Gary Gene Grant, and you can find Cloyd at CloydSteiger.com. Professor of Forensics, Jacksonville State University, death investigator, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. My colleague, Joseph Scott Morgan, renowned psychologist, joining me out of Manhattan today. Karen Stark, right now to crimeonline.com investigative reporter, Levi Page. Levi, now don't put the cart before the horse. First, tell me about Sarah Zagul. Tell me what you know, because you know with every crime, you've got to know the victim, and then you branch out from there to find the evidence. Tell me about Sarah. What do you know?
Well, Sarah's like a 28-year-old. She's a model. She's aspiring actress. She's living in Oklahoma, Oregon. She has an 8-year-old.
28, aspiring model, actress. Gorgeous, I can see that model card. Okay, living in, I think, go ahead.
Not just aspiring actress, looking at a picture, but it's a photograph on Instagram where she's on the front line. She's clever, impressive. She's doing some brand campaign. She looks to me like she could be very successful at this. Very attractive young lady.
Yeah, she's beautiful. So, hold on, 28. What was I doing when I was 28? Let's see here. Okay. I was just starting the district attorney's office in inner city Atlanta. Okay, tell me about the little boy in the neighborhood. Levi Page.
It's a residential neighborhood, Nancy. Very unassuming, very picturesque, and they live with the family.
Joe Scott Morgan, you've been to a lot of death scenes, a lot of autopsies, and when you hear someone say unassuming neighborhood, that could mean a lot of things. That could mean it's low-income neighborhood, it's got crime in it, once it gets dark outside, or it could mean a tree line, so unassuming can mean anything, and that's important when you look for a missing person. Since high crime rate, it's more likely that they'll leave crime statistically.
Yeah, it is, and that's kind of an odd poll as well. How are you going to assess this harm? Saying that people in mind is that in all cases, every harm has potential to be very, very dangerous.
Well, I know that. And, let me circle back to you, Levi. What do you mean by unassuming? Because what I learned from our research is that it was a low crime area and a very nice neighborhood.
Yes, it's a residential area, the suburban built to it, very low crime area in Oklahoma, Oregon.
Cloyd Steiger with me, 36 years Seattle PD. Cloyd, did I ever tell you about one of my first dope cases? And it must have been a trial calendar. And I opened the file because the cop was there, and they would only come to court if you were getting ready to go to trial. And I inherited this court was killing him. Okay, so I opened the file, and I went, are you kidding me? You want me to believe you were in this neighborhood, and the defendant came out on the corner and held out the Class C bag of crack at you, and you arrested him? Why don't you just take out a billboard on 3rd Avenue and says, hi, I'm a Joe Killer, please arrest me? I don't believe that for 1 minute. Get the out of here. And I dismissed the case. Because I thought, what idiot in their right mind would wave a bag of crack? They're about this big. Little bitty, like a square inch, and you might have a 5 rock, $5, 10 rock, $10, 20 rock, $3, size of crack. Kind of a brownish white. It's almost like a mixture of white and brown sugar and a little rock. Then, get this, Lloyd. Fast forward 3 months, I'm going out in my beat-up Honda, smoke coming out from the hood. I'm going to the same neighborhood, trying to find a witness. I stop at the red light, and guess what, Cloyd Steiger? A guy holds up my Class C bag of crack. I'm like, so what I'm saying, it does depend on the neighborhood. It does. You go missing, and you check, and you see. I mean, I hear Joe Scott Morgan preaching to the choir, Joe Scott. That crime can happen in any neighborhood. I know that. But the statistics are, if you got crime in your neighborhood, you're more likely to fall prey to a criminal in your neighborhood, especially taking off with your boyfriend, like it's assumed by so many times when you go missing.
Yeah, I'll never underestimate the marriage of racism. You're right. things that just make necessarily you never really know that it's the background of her life and there she would live on her own.
Live on her own? She's 28. What do you mean? Why would she want to live on her own? Live on mine. I'm 28. Are you judging her? Oh, leave her alone. Okay. You just got to quit it on that charge. So Levi, I think between myself, Joe Scott, who I can thought about it long enough. Nice neighborhood. Nobody just broke into her house and dragged her out by her hair. Tell me about the little boy, Levi. How old is he? What's up?
8-year-old. She had a very close relationship.
This woman, Sarah School, did not just leave her 8-year-old son behind and vanish. No suitcases missing, no clothing, valuables at the home. Her 8-year-old boy with the love of her life. Let me pause briefly and thank our partner making today's program possible. It's Omaha Steaks. If you've been reading the news, you know what's happening in the world today, and I'm sure you have been to the grocery store to make sure you have all the food you need at home for your children, your family. I've heard so many stories and seen it myself. The aisles completely cleaned out of the grocery store. Grocery stores all across the country, but right now, Omaha Steaks offering a solution, a perfect solution to stock up when you're staying home. They are announcing at Omaha Steaks the stock up sale. For a limited time, Omaha Steaks offering their stock up sale to cover all your needs with a variety of steaks, chicken, pork, burgers, easy to make meals, desserts, and more. Go to omahasteaks.com, enter code CRIME into the search bar. You get free shipping right to your doorstep on orders of $69 or more. There's a variety of ready to ship stock up boxes available right now. Every order, flash, frozen, vacuum sealed, safely delivered in a cooler with dry ice. All backed by Omaha Steaks 100% money back guarantee. Fuel up your family's freezer today, and while you're at it, send a care package to loved ones to make sure their freezers are stocked up too. Go to omahasteaks.com, enter code CRIME into the search bar. You'll get free shipping on orders of $69 or more. Omaha Steaks brings people together with meals you can share. All the brand that America has loved for over 100 years. Take advantage of this great limited time offer. Go to omahasteaks.com today. Remember to enter code CRIME. Omaha Steaks, thank you for your stock up sale and for being our partner.
Working remotely can be a challenge, especially for teams that are new to it. How do you deal with your work environment being the same as home while staying connected and productive? And then there's your newest coworker, the cat. Well, your friends at Trello have been powering remote teams globally for almost a decade. At a time when teams must come together more than ever to solve big challenges, Trello's here to help. Trello, part of Atlassian's collaborative suite, is an app with an easy-to-understand visual format plus tons of features that make working with your team functional and just plain fun. Trello keeps everyone organized and on the same page, helping teams communicate, focus, and connect. Teams of all shapes and sizes at companies like Google, Vendor, Costco, and likely your favorite neighborhood coffee shop all use Trello to collaborate and get work done. Try Trello for free and learn more at Trello.com. That's Trello.com. Trello.com.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. For those of you just joining us, I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. You are with us on Fox Nation and Sirius XM. And we have talking about the disappearance of social media. I gotta say something here, Star, joining me from Manhattan. Here, Star, you're a psychologist. You know, all those trials that we covered together, very honest. I don't get it. Will it happen? And you were right, as you said. You think you want David? You just wait till you touch him. I'm saying yes. Don't be David, because I know you're watching Fox Nation right now. I love David. There's nothing like a punch slap. There's nothing like a punch slap. And I do not play this song, which is something you have to go. Here.
I don't believe it. I mean, there's no indication whatsoever that she would have done it. Look at the time, she was a mother and a child. There was nothing wrong with her. She was not psychotic. She wasn't a little boy. There is no way that this woman would decide to take off and leave her here.
And you know what? Look at my page reading from the schedule board. I'm looking right now at something the other day over my head, and it's showing her that is a professional. She looks like it's not a Burberry scarf, but the wind is blowing her hair, and it looks to be kind of a Burberry scarf looking drape around her neck. She wasn't just an aspiring model. I mean, that's a professional shot. She was a model. So tell me, gosh, I haven't even gotten past her scarf in the neighborhood. I'm going to move this investigation along. Tell me about the time, and if you know the day of the week, because that's significant, whether it's a work day and everybody else is at work. On their 9 to 5, was it Saturday, was it Saturday night, Sunday morning, what crimes less likely to happen? Tell me about what we know we can't explain.
You know, I didn't know that because she was never reported.
You know what, you're right. In fact, the first thing we know is when there is a 911 call, and it's around Thursday, 11 p.m., a 911 call from an Aloha resident who claims that there's a ruckus in a ravine. Now, cops respond. Go with me here, Levi Page. What, if anything, do they find in the ravine?
They find a 35-year-old man named David crying and wailing, and they actually have to be head.
Tell me what you know about the abdomen.
And the police got a total of 50 kids, and they said you're going to find a body inside the black people, and here it is in the neighborhood in which the video that we came out. The police went to the scene with the cadaver dog. The cadaver dog alerted them.
Do you know what
the two came in just a couple of hours after, and the neighbor in that area near where the kids were going to call 911 and said there's a strange man on my property leaning up against the tree. So hours after that kid came in and checked the BMW to be a dead body, they got another telephone call from the neighbor saying there's a strange man on my property, injuries on him, he's screaming and bleeding.
Two, translate for me now. This story out in LA. That's crazy. Hate anonymous judges, especially when they turn out to be right. Because if the children are anonymous and your client goes to jail, you can never question the tipster. I guess I was double-edged sword, because you can claim to a jury, an unsuspected jury, that it wasn't your guy that did it, it was actually the tipster. Or how else would they have known where the body was?
Anonymous tipsters are also problematic because there's nobody from them. You can't talk to them about how they knew what they knew.
You can say that.
You can't put stuff onto them. But in this
you mean you can't put stuff onto them? You can blame them, say you're lying?
Well, maybe they're culpable.
So then, yes.
I think the important thing here is that if somebody is calling in with information, that person had to have gotten that information from somebody. And if they were innocent bystanders, they would be afraid to give their information.
And Nancy, what happened is they find the body of the 20-year-old physical, and she has been cut up and dismembered, and she is found inside two suitcases.
Justice Scott Morgan, Johnny B. Professor of Forensic Science, commonly fondled as the death investigator. Justice Scott, did you ever see Dexter?
Yes, I do.
I mean, you did. But
You
did know
closed
Dexter
that deal, all right. Wiring
my very difficult right to see. Did you know that?
No, Nancy, I don't know.
Well, you need to know that still. That's good. But, okay, wait a minute. Here's the rest of that story. When I started the Hallmark News, I said, here's that woman that was true. She got me through my legacy. It was Kelly Moore, who is now the only little tidbit of information that is relevant to this case. But dismembering a body is not like Dexter. Just remember how he'd coat everything in plastic? He'd dismember the dead body. He was always a bad guy. Just, he had vigilante justice, ideation. He'd dismember the body and get rid of it and never be seen, right? It's not like that to dismember a body. Explain.
No, it's not, Nancy. Matter of fact, it's very, I think it goes without saying, it's very busy business. I work in courts in New Orleans and in Atlanta. Spend a lot of time around bodies being dissected. I have to tell you, Nancy, it's not something to be entered into lightly because you have to have the right tools and the right skill set.
Well, you're talking about tools for an autopsy. You need a saw.
Yeah, you do, man. A lot of that is taken in public. And so you just need to run down to the hardware store and pick up, a lid saw, for instance, and use that the same way we would use what's called a striker saw in the floor. Just a little agitating saw. Everybody's seen these in movies. Like the sound just beats it. It's like a cast saw.
Did you say striker saw?
Striker saw, yeah, it's actually a type saw.
In an autopsy, I didn't know it was a striker saw. What's that?
Well, it's a handheld saw that is electrically driven. It's got very comfortable electric motor in it, and it agitates. It goes back and forth. People who never had a cast in their arm. It's very similar to a cast saw.
Oh, yes, it actually looks kind of like a drill. Right?
Yeah, it does.
It's like a drill, but on the end it's a little round end. It's not the blade, and it goes around and around.
Yeah, it's got very, very tiny.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Dear Lord in heaven, I just thought about a striker saw as it relates to Sarah Segul. Why do you need a striker saw? I'm just curious.
Well, the teeth, as you can see on that saw, are very, very tiny. You can see, so they stay in. Once you start to saw a bone, if you're going from bone to close to joint, one of the problems is it's very difficult to stay in the groove that you want to start. You'll see people that have never dismembered a body. You'll get what are called on the bones. On the bone itself, they're called stop starts. They'll start in one area, the blade will jump out of place, and that's one of the ways we can kind of tell how long someone spent attempting to do this. With a striker saw, the teeth are so very tiny that it stays in one continuous groove, and you can work down through the bone. The question is, when he went to dismember this poor girl's body, did he go into the direct shaft of the bone, or did he do it at the joint?
Why do I need to know that?
Well, we need to know that because that goes to skill. The skill level of this person. If the person dissected the body, do they have any kind of experience relative to this?
Okay, Jackie looks a little green in the face right now. Right here in the studio. We start talking about the skill. Let me pause and thank our partner making today's program possible. It is Laurel Springs. I love my children more than anything else on this earth. Their education is so important to me. My parents all over the country, all over the world. I know I'm week 2 of helping the twins, Johnny and Lucy, go to school remotely, teleschool, and it certainly has been an adjustment. But for years, many families have found online learning work best for their children and their family. As parents, we encourage our children to pursue their dreams, and sometimes that means providing them with opportunities and a flexible schedule that gives them the best chance to succeed. And there's many reasons for that, and that's why Laurel Springs exists. Laurel Springs is an accredited online kindergarten through 12th grade private school. It's a great option for parents who want to homeschool military families, student athletes, artists, families that are on the move who need flexibility to pursue their goals. Laurel Springs recognizes each child is a unique individual with their own personal interests, talents, unique learning style. Everyone is different, and Laurel Springs is accredited by the Western Association of Schools and Colleges and Advanced Ed, which means their transcripts are recognized by colleges and universities worldwide. Do your own homework. See if Laurel Springs is right for your family. If you register your child at laurelsprings.com/Nancy today, you receive a waived registration fee. No registration fee. That's laurelsprings.com/Nancy for your waived registration fee. laurelsprings.com/Nancy. Laurel Springs, thank you for being our partner. Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. I have investigated and prosecuted literally thousands of felony cases. I have covered literally thousands of cases of missing people, adults and children, unsolved homicides, violent crimes. My question is, what can we do about it? I don't want to just sit back and report on it. I want to take action. And I know you must feel the same way. And here is the news. We have all worked so hard to bring to you Don't Be a Victim, Fight Back Against America's Crime Wave, a brand new book. You can pre-order now. Go to crimeonline.com. This book is for everyone. It even includes how to stay safe while you travel, in hotels, if you're abroad. What do you do to make sure you come home safely to your family? Don't be a victim. Fighting back against America's crime wave. Available for pre-order now. CrimeOnline.com. Pre-order now and know that portions of our proceeds goes to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Everybody, for those of you just joining us, I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories, and you are plugged into Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111 Triumph Channel. Thank you for being with us. We're talking about the disappearance and then very disturbing death of a young mom, 28-year-old Sarah Segul. Anonymous tip. There is a body in a black BMW.
So, you could get a bunch of prescriptions and then drive around to every drugstore in the state, or you could rob someone who's already done that. So hit this other lab and then get us the supplies we need.
Because she had to be taken from the home, she had to be murdered, and she had to be dismembered. So, and then put that in the suitcase in the BMW and left. So we got 4 crime scenes. Wherever that dismembered scene is, that's got a lot of evidence just out.
Yes, it does. And it's not just blood, Nancy. When you think about this, I don't know if you're familiar with the happening family. We have to think about this. Not only are you talking about, say, for instance, like blood, we're talking about things like bone dust, for instance, because there's literally, there are little chips of bone that are generated from this. They can blow out just like you think about wood in a farm shop. And those are the types of things that we look for and see, not to mention the things we can't see with the AI, for instance, like DNA, trace elements of DNA. And when you're manipulating a body, did he disrobe the body? Did he try to cut their clothing? I've actually seen people try to cut their clothing and dismember the body. If you do that, then you've got fibers, you've got hair and stuff behind. And it's very forensic. There are any number of accounts of people attempting to dismember bodies. They get right into the middle of it and they say, what in the world am I doing? And they realize what a task this is set for them.
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you said that, because whoever did this was hell-bent on dismembering this young mom. Hell-bent! Because my point, we got far afield, and I blame you, Judge Scott Morgan, but I gotta say, I hate you on. Who did this? The frame of mind required to not only commit a murder, but then go through, carry through with a dismemberment. And Levi Page, where was the little 8-year-old boy all this time? At the house?
He was at home with his grandparents because his mother, they all lived.
Okay, so she lived, okay, I'm glad you told me that, so he was there alone. He was with her mom and dad, they all lived together. Yeah, you know, Levi Page, my mom was living with us since my dad went to her back. She certainly handled it. I'm so glad that my children had to be around her. So he was not left alone wandering around. You know, Karen Starr, I've said so many times, we covet that which we see. And that's one of the reasons I hate shopping, as you know, but there have been times I've gone into, oh, I'm like, what is this? I haven't even seen that because I hate shopping so much. I think that's a very tried and true tenet in criminal law. We covet that which we see. If we don't see it, we don't covet it. He goes all the way back to David and Bathsheba. Remember that one?
Yes.
He wouldn't even be a party to murder if he hadn't seen Bathsheba taking a bath on a rooftop and wanted to marry her, to put, euphemistically, and have her husband killed. You don't covet that which you don't see. Have you ever heard that before, Karen Starr?
I have heard that.
And in that frame of take a listen to our friend Bob Hay, K-A-T-U-2.
The investigation just started yesterday. Deputies say they got a 911 call about a woman's body in a car just a few blocks from here. This photo from the Washington County Sheriff's Office shows the car officers found. The body of 28-year-old Sarah School, Lola, inside. Authorities would confirm reports the school's body had been dismembered and put inside the car's trunk. Deputies came to the spot where the car was found on Thursday after a 911 caller contacted the Sheriff's Office, worried that someone had been killed. The site where the car was found is just 3 blocks from the house, searched by investigators all day Friday.
Those are the neighbors right next door. Really nice people. We see them every day.
Larry Triplett knows the couple that lives in the house and saw them with investigators outside the home Friday morning, but she hadn't seen their adult son. The investigation began.
She was there as far as I know. I think it was her. I told you, other than that, I don't know much about him.
Well, the Sheriff's Office confirms the man is in custody in connection with their investigation. They haven't said who he is. They also haven't said what evidence led to the car where Sarah School's body was found Thursday. It's all for long way to the car was parked.
And that was Larry Triplett that was doing some I was talking about. The neighborhood home. Parents lived in a grown son, a 35-year-old male. Guys, I want you to also take a listen to KBTV Fox 12 reporter Jamie Wilson, keeping in mind the tried and true, we covet that which we see.
It all started with a tip they got yesterday. Horrible and shocking, but as I just mentioned to you, photographs going on everywhere. It seems like it's just not too depressing.
I think you was at home in Aloha last night with deputies converged on his neighborhood. Cops say they got a tip about a murder leading them to Southwest Sorella and Morgan Street. That's where they found this BMW and a woman's body in the trunk. The victim is 28-year-old Sarah Zagul from Aloha. Then, around 11 p.m., police say they found the suspect near the intersection of Teal and Murray Boulevard, and they took him into custody. Neighbors can hardly believe it.
After you're saying it's where you're from, after your life, and that's something that was happening when you started hearing it more.
Sarah Zagul's Facebook page says she was a model actress and she went to PSU. Now, neighbors want to know how and why her life ended here.
How did her life end? Why did her life end? There. To Levi Page, PrimeOnline.com investigative reporter. Levi, just one question. How far away was the BMW from Sarah Zagul's home she shared with her parents and son? Half a block. And that tells me very clearly that her killer lived in that neighborhood. He knew her habits, he knew her schedule, how many times, and he watched her go in and out. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Welcome back to Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories, and you are watching Fox Nation and listening to Sirius XM 111. Thanks for being with us. You know, when you pass your neighbor in the street or in your apartment building in Manhattan, you usually don't think anything odd about them or suspicious of them. In fact, you see them every day. But is it so true to Joseph Scott Morgan in our line of business? It's those very people that you start on the side of investigation with. The love partners, husband, ex-husband, boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, then you move to other family, then you move to neighbors, then you move to coworkers. You move out in that order for statistically sound reasons. So maybe we should be looking sideways at our neighbor.
And Nancy, and also those that immediately have very intimate contact, those that, statistics talk about, you're more risky person you're laying in bed next to than you are, the stranger that you've never met.
I met your wife, and I just don't think, and I'm sure she would stab you in the night, and I'm pretty sure she wouldn't. Joe Scott, guys, take a listen to our friends at Portland, KOIN, for Kelly.
Social process is disturbing crime. The home is finding the mark from Sarah's house. It is still surrounded by police team, and it was the scene of a massive investigation earlier today.
You never really expect that to happen.
Sarah's cool friends say she was outgoing and friendly, always ready to brighten the room. Greater grew up 10 minutes from her house. 17 in this neighborhood formed a tight knit group throughout high school. The 28-year-old was an inspiring model and actress. Her friend and daughter were left aside to see photos of her. She said it was something she really enjoyed doing. Others tell us she had a young son, and that meant everything to her.
Nobody knows if it was like a stranger, if it was like somebody close to her, like so.
Deputies say they found her body in the BMW after receiving a tip. The idea of suspect had been last night near Southwest Boulevard in Teal. Not that far from the house that was under investigation today. Neighbors say the people that live in the house are quiet, and there's never been any kind of house before this.
Guys, I want you to listen to KATU2 and your Steve Dunn. But first, Levi Page, PrimeOnline.com this year. Wait, hold on, Levi. Let me go to Troy's way. Troy, I want you to take off your defense hat for just one moment because you've, no offense, really been around the block and tried a lot of cases on the other side of the fence from me. How often is it that we see defendants and victims from the same neighborhood? They know each other, even just by sight. They know each other. And in this case, how many times do you think this yes, have watched her go in and out in your front yard playing with a little boy, bringing in the groceries? You have no idea who's watching her.
Probably watched her thousands of times. And oftentimes you see in cases like this where the kill each other. And that's why police investigators first try to exclude every single person that's within the victim's orbit. And here, this suspect was entirely within her orbit. And he had probably been watching her family, her actions, children, possibly friends, or other suitors.
And that was over the edge.
In and out of her life, right? That they had got it.
First I'm going to go to Voice Cyber 36 years CLPD. You know, peeping Tom is typically a misdemeanor, so felony, so I never prosecuted any peeping Toms. But, Lloyd, this is what I noticed. When I would finally get a case, I would take a trial, obviously a felony, I would find peeping Tom either actual minor allegations, and usually several of them. And I'm certainly not a shrink out here as far without McCoy. There's something about these guys that spy on neighbors, that watch them, that peep into homes or dressing rooms, just peeping Toms. I don't know that psyche, but they graduate, Lloyd. They graduate. There's something about their psyche.
Yeah, they do that. That's a real sitting crime. Very obviously with the way that's maybe that's grabbing photography or a little bit more dimensionally.
Did you say grabbing or what? What was the other one?
Photography, rubbing your body in an elevator or sexual arousal of yourself.
Okay, just stop, please. Just don't want to hear about that. I'm talking about murder and rape. Did they graduate to that? Not some freak in the elevator rubbing against you. I'm talking about a violent crime. They graduate. Have you ever seen that?
Oh, yeah.
Karen Stark, what is that? Lloyd is a cop and an author. I'm just a trial lawyer. What is that phenomenon that you want to peek on somebody you don't even know?
Enjoying the anonymity of this because it's definitely a personality disorder and somebody who can become a killer because they are really thrilled with the idea that they don't have to at first have a person and they can just be a person. But he did make a good point, which is that if you begin to, kind of let somebody know they're trying to touch them, that's the next step to actually wanting to touch somebody right now.
You do get a good story because can you even imagine he's been watching her all this time in the neighborhood, maybe going on dates, maybe with a little boy coming in and out of the car, and then when he finally approaches her, can you imagine her reaction? I'm sure she wanted nothing to do with him. Guys, take a listen to our friend Steve on the
God damn it.
He's charged with her murder and abuse of the force. Our main priority is making sure we investigation that we honor her legacy and bring closure and justice to the family. Her body was found inside a car last Thursday, less than a half mile from her house at 171st Place. Johnson has been in and out of jail since 2011, and most recently last September. Investigators have not released details about Johnson's charges nor how he got those marks on his neck.
Oh, please. Levi Page, did he claim he was trying to kill himself and then he went to the hospital for a week?
Yes, when police responded to the neighbor that said there was a strange man in our backyard leading he was yelling, he had a knife to his throat and he tried to kill himself.
When he was holding himself hostage?
Yes, here we go.
Okay, Justice Scott Walker, please tell me. He's holding himself hostage with a knife. And how many times did someone say, oh, I meant to kill myself? Oh, then how do you explain the dead body in the 2 suitcases? How could you pull that off? But you, Justice Scott, have you ever seen this before?
Never bought that new plan for the buildings. Yes, absolutely. But this is kind of bizarre. How do you hold yourself hostage with a knife? I guess he's threatening to cut his own throat. It's kind of bizarre.
So Levi Page, for God's sake, what's his stand right now?
Damn it.
He was arrested and he was charged with murder, desecration to a court. He has a criminal record that involves possession of cocaine, drug dealing, cocaine, methamphetamine. He was a felon. He was arrested one time for being in possession of a firearm. But here is what happened. He was arrested, charged with murder. And when he was behind bars, he knew the person that called in to him because he confessed to someone else, a friend of his named Jeremy Mooney. And he became friends with a police officer behind bars, an ex-police officer. Good phrase. The police officer was charged with soliciting a minor online success. And he confessed to him. He says, I killed this girl, we were hanging out, and I tied her up. She got loose, and we got into an argument, and I pushed her down the stairs. She started vomiting, so I told her to take a shower. And while I was in the shower, I grabbed the knife. While she was in the shower, I grabbed the knife and slit her throat. And this police officer took notes and turned his notes into law enforcement. And police just didn't take this, what we call a snitch, for their word. They actually went to the jail, to the rec area, where this conversation had taken place, and they got video of it. And there's no sound. But you can see Jeremy Johnson motioning with his hands, slicing a throat. He did that to his own throat. You can see him describing how he killed this young woman to
this guy, Jeremiah Johnson, even I sometimes get oversaturated with my But here's the good news. Jeremiah Johnson sentenced to life. And I got one word for you, Johnson. Rot in hell. It's Grace Webster signing off. Goodbye, friend. Welcome once again to Lato's Law. Here's Steve Lato. I had several people send me a story that caught their attention and knew would catch mine. I saw it because it mentioned a couple of key topics that I always talk about. John and Chip both sentenced with fake crime guys, and it's from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Michigan is comprised of 2 peninsulas, which this explains our state motto. If you seek a pleasant peninsula, look about you. And the point is, there's actually 2 of them to choose from. The Upper Peninsula and the Lower Peninsula. Now, Detroit is in the Lower Peninsula. When you drive way up north, the tip of the Lower Peninsula, you get on the Mackinac Bridge, go
cross Mackinac Bridge within in the Upper Peninsula. You then hang a left and drive west a ways, and then you wind up in a place called the Keweenaw Peninsula, a smaller peninsula that juts out into Lake Superior on the top left end of the Upper Peninsula. And I'm very familiar with that area. I've written books about the area because Copper Country was the scene of several important historical events. And so my family's also from that area originally. I go through every summer, Spencer. I love the area. So whenever I see something pop up in the UP, especially makes national news as the story has, it catches my attention. Headline: Sheriff's Office arrests suspects in Houghton County home invasion. And most people said they missed the good part of the story. Oh, they did. The story's in South Range, Michigan. That's town, South Range, Michigan. And WLUC, TV6 out of Marquette, is the one who ran the story. A man and a woman are arrested after they allegedly committed a home invasion in South Range early Saturday morning. Okay, you still say, Steve, this must happen from time to time out there. The press release sent out by Houghton County Sheriff's Office said the male suspect pulled a knife on someone inside the home. So they broke into the home, encountered someone therein, and pulled a knife on that person. The victim then pulled out a chainsaw. The victim defended himself with a chainsaw. The suspects then fled. So again, it's the old joke about, do you bring a knife to a gunfight? Well, do you bring a knife to a chainsaw fight? Now, I also did stories not too long ago about a guy in Houghton or Hancock, one of the towns further north from South Range, who got in a fender bender with a snowbank, and alcohol probably involved, and wound up taking pot shots at the snowbank, which makes complete sense up there. Trust me now. But this one here, I think, tops that because the man defended himself with a chainsaw. Deputies then went and did an extensive search of South Range, which not that extensive. We'll get to that in a second. And located both suspects at another home in South Range, and a home nearby. And it was a 40-year-old South Range woman charged with the home invasion, and a 32-year-old man who was with her also charged with home invasion and felonious assault. That is what he did with the knife before the chainsaw came out. Both are lodged in the Houghton County Jail. Both are lodged. I like that verb. It's good. No one was injured in the incident, but again, a man from Lower Michigan and a woman from South Range are alleged to have invaded the home of a fellow South Ranger, and in attempting to get them out of his house, he pulled out a chainsaw. And so it raises many questions we do not have the answers to. Because that's their story. That's their story. As told by the WLUC are in the hands of and they're having this. The sheriff's office arrests suspects in the Houghton County home invasion. You're going to see this headline get recycled. The world will end up in the Daily Mail in 3 days, where chainsaw wielding man ejects 40-year-old woman from house, something like that. But here's the thing about South Range. And that's their story. I got no offense. But my family's from the Upper Peninsula, and we spend our summers up there as children. All my summers spent up there. And then as I grew older, I go up there as often as I could. And I continue to do that. I was in South Range last summer. I'll be there again this summer as I pass through. And South Range is one of these towns where it used to be much bigger and much more boisterous. But a lot of the mining communities up there, not far from South Range, Painesdale, outside Painesdale, tons of Seaverville, and there's these little towns up and down the Copper Range. In fact, there was a railroad called Copper Range Road, and there's also a copper mine called Copper Range, the Champion Mine, and of course the Quincy Mine in Hancock, and all the way to Calumet, where the mines were. And so the mining communities really hit their stride between about 1890 and 1920, and then strangely, the price of copper dropped for a variety of reasons, and one of them was it was easier to mine out west, and the mines in the Peninsula Michigan were going deeper and deeper. At one point in time, they had a mine that was sunk down about a mile and a half depth, 9,000 feet down, straight down the hill, and that's carved into rock. It's crazy stuff. So as a child, I remember visiting South Range, and I had older brothers, I told you this before, and so there'd be a station wagon, like 7 people, maybe 8 people, both parents were there. We pull up in front of some little antique shop, store, something like that, we'd all pile out, bunch running around like crazy people, kids were at least. And I remember going into a grocery store / just all-purpose store, I would call it. But it was like, a small store in the main drag of South Range, the main store. And in the 60s, there were more people there than there are now, obviously. But it was even small back then. And I remember going into the store, like a general store, and I remember going into a comic book room. And the comic book rack was full of comic books that were both new and old, in that I think the comic book guy who worked the vending racks stopped coming years earlier, and going through and finding comic books that were 5 years old, 6 years old, that were mixed in with regular comics. As a little kid, that's a big deal. So in my mind, that story about going in the general store in South Range and seeing comic books, all these things, it just really stuck in my head. Fast forward to an adult, and I wrote a book called Death's Door in 2006. And when that book came out, I told my publisher, look, I'll go anywhere, I'll speak anywhere, I'll do a book signing anywhere. If you can find me a store that will let me put a card table someplace and sit at it and sell books, I don't care where it is, I will sign books anywhere. And I was doing book signings all over the place. Having a lot of fun meeting people and moving books, And my publisher called me up, the PR woman called me up and said, Steve, I got you a book signing in South Range. Are you interested? Sure, I'd love to. She goes, well, the store name, I don't recognize it. It's not a bookstore. It's not on my list of bookstores. I'm not sure. Because the rest of my life here, I don't care. So do you know where South Range is? I mean, yes, of course I know where it is. In fact, South Range is mentioned tangentially in my book. I'll tell you all this. Because there were some guys in Seaverville who walked to South Range when they had walked home, and they became part of the story. And South Range is where they had walked to in 1913. And so I love this. I love it. Sign books. So I went up there, and I had the name of the bookstore, and it's address. I know South Range is so small, I can't possibly find it. I'll find it. And I remember, the thing is that 10, 15 years ago, there's a road, not a highway, but a road that goes through, and they rerouted it so that instead of going through South Range, it just went almost right past South Range, just a few buildings. And as a result of that, the traffic on Main Street died. In fact, they actually blocked off the far end of this, they put the road around it. And so it killed Main Street and South Range for the most part. Just killed it. Almost no one goes there. And the store at the book signing at was now an antique shop, but was the same general store that my family visited in the summer of 1969, 1970. And that one had a comic book store. It's the weirdest thing, it was an antique store. I remember I got there early, to walk inside, one person in the building. It's a weekday. To walk in. I go, I'm Steve Latham. She's like, hey, glad you made it. I said, great. I said, how long has the antique store been here? She told me been there for a few years. I said, obviously used to be a general store years ago, right? I remember coming here as a child, looking through the comic book, it was still a store, And she said, yeah, I remember that as, obviously decades ago. But, so what's funny is, I said, well, I brought some books. I actually done some other book signings. I was actually doing mini tour. And so I had 2 or 3 cases of books in my car. So I brought in one case. And a case of like 24, 26, like that. And she set me up a little table at the front counter. She was just like, the Daily Mining Gazette ran an article on this. I got you a plug on K-Bear Radio, so we got the word out and people know you're going to be here. And I said, oh, cool, so I started walking around to check out instead of walking around the antiques, And as the time approaches for my book signing, I'll stand at the door at the front with the bell, ding, ding, ding. People were coming in. And what's funny is South Range is only 10 minutes south of Houghton at best. Houghton's a college town, Houghton's Christian Tech is. And in Houghton was a bookstore called Bookworld. I had done a book signing at Bookworld. I'd also done a book signing at Finlandia University Bookstore, Northwood Books, and I'd done a book signing at top of the world for Italian members from North. But the point is, I had already done a whole bunch of book signings in and around this area. And I walked up to the front of the store, and there's like a bunch of people there. And I wasn't planning to talk, I was planning to sign books, you know. And I wanted to sign 2 cases of books. And I'm convinced that the bulk of the population of South Range had to come in and buy books with it. And I remember at one point, I said, I gotta go to my car and get more books. I sold 1 case, I bought another case, sold 2 cases of books at this little antique shop in South Range. And when everyone was gone, everything was said and done. You know, sold all these books. I was talking to the owner of the store, and I said, I said, were you expecting that? She goes, yes, I was. And I go, why is that? She goes, because we appreciate the fact that you came to South Range to do this. And I go, I just did a book signing in Hope, you know, not too long ago. She goes, no, but a lot of those people probably saw that you were going to come here too. They wanted to come here and buy a book from you here because you're coming to South Range to do it. So I appreciate that. I'm glad I did it.
We're all good.
I sold more books. I sold some other places, bigger towns, you know. And so it's funny how that works. I've always had this really, really fond memory of South Range. As a child, I remember going to the store and looking at comics and buying some old comics. And then as an adult, going and doing a book signing and being overwhelmed by how many people showed up and actually said, thank you for coming to South Range. You know, but South Range, like I said, it's a tiny little town south of Houghton. It's in Houghton County because it's a town called Houghton. And it's I already checked last night, and the story popped up in a few places. The MLI had gotten it as a mission.
Here we go.
I saw
Get
a
the
whole
supplies back to business, and your employees will handle the rest.
Chainsaw. So I mentioned before, you know, it'd be fun if someone broke into my house. I got a chance to use Pepsi here in the Civil War. This is the one that, you know, I bought specifically just to think it's cool. But, you know, I'm joking about that. But the point is that here we go. This guy defends his house with a chainsaw. So there you go. The 40-year-old South Range, 30-year-old Warren man. Don't know what's happened to them yet. But I will update you on this question. I got one of those.
Thank you for watching. My tips long. Canadian flat earthers are so friendly. On holidays, they're likely to invite you to drop over.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following segment of the podcast is presented exclusively by Hillsdale College. Now, its 135th year.
What's up, America? I am Rich Valdez with an S at Rich Valdez on Twitter, Instagram.
Blood of the Tracks is a new podcast.
Shot at heart rate
Power, a production of iHeartRadio.
Welcome back to the show. My name is Matt.
My name is Noel. They call me Ben. We are joined, as always, with our super producer, Paul, Mission Control Decant. Most importantly, you are here, and that makes this stuff they don't want you to know. We're diving into some hidden history today. We're diving into, as odd as the phrase may sound, something new about history, because Faulkner was right, of course. The past isn't even the past yet. History is never over. It's an ongoing conversation. Most people living on the continents of North and South America are comparatively recent arrivals, right? While many people living in both South and North America have a long family history here, if you look at the larger scheme of human migration across the planet, human beings are kind of a new thing for these two continents. We know ballpark the story of humanity. Ancestral primates evolved on the African continent, and from there, our species spread around the globe. However, even today, in 2020, on August 7th, 2020, as we record this, our species still gets bogged down in the details, especially when we get to the timeline. So today's question: when did human beings actually reach the American continents? Here are the facts.
Most experts within the various fields of science, anthropology, and the like, they agree that the story of the continents of South and North America, at least as we understand them now, they didn't begin with humans on them, or humans were not there very early. These land masses were home to a lot of creatures, a lot of animals, a lot of flora and fauna, well before human beings arrived. And of course, if you're taking the really long look at the Earth, there are millions and millions of years where humans weren't here, but there were other creatures. But the big question for today is, how did humans specifically get here onto North and South America?
Well, the most common theory is this idea that involves Clovis culture and the Bering Land Bridge by about 14,000 years ago. Now, the first human beings to reach the Americas came by crossing the Bering Strait, which was this land bridge between the far northeastern part of Siberia and the farthest, most western part of Alaska. This theory, known as the Bering Land Bridge theory, is the one many of us grew up hearing about in school. It actually makes a lot of sense. It's the closest connection between Asia and North America, and it only opens when ice is locked up on land and then sea level drops.
Yeah, there is a logic here. If we're talking about early human migration, then we're talking about people basically walking, right? And probably following sources of food, maybe other animals that they rely on for sustenance. So it makes sense that they would be able to walk to North America from literally the only walkable path, which is this Bering Land Bridge across the strait that you're describing, Noel.
And all of this is based on the idea that early humans were unable to craft some kind of boat or ship that would be able to traverse the Pacific or Atlantic oceans in the way that we, began to be able to do as technology developed.
What is up, Sarge?
Hey man, what's up?
What's up?
Nothing. Just trying to unwind from a very long day at work.
Oh, really? How was work today?
Long. 14, 15 hours?
Oh my god.
Wait.
That's like not healthy.
14 hours.
Yeah, that's like not healthy.
Yeah, I don't do it all the time. I mean, paycheck's gonna be nice, but...
Oh yeah, no kidding?
So yeah, I'm gonna definitely try to get that freaking semi-automatic shotgun this year.
Thought I'd hop on for a little bit.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels?
Yeah, give me some
I'll bring it to you.
Yeah, I've actually been on for almost 2 hours.
Nice. Been streaming for 2 hours?
What's that?
Have you been streaming for 2 hours?
Yup.
I'll play my music. I just got AirPods today, so you're not gonna have to hear it.
Nice.
Actually, you might still be able to hear it. Just a little bit. Because my AirPods are being a little loose in the actual headphones. Because the headphones aren't big. They're small, so I'll switch that ears. That's a good skin. I'm gonna buy that. What's today? Battle Pass.
Okay. How do I freaking turn up the... Bless you.
Thank you. Awesome.
How do I turn up the sound of the party? I know there's got to be a way to do it. Because if I'm using a car, I can't hardly hear you at all. Settings.
I'm sorry, you're gonna hear my keyboard. I just got rid of custom keycaps came in today.
Shooting at me. Where the freaking cops just came out of nowhere? I didn't do anything. What the fuck?
Talked to Gunner last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Oh, how
He's
can I help?
Doing?
No problem. I'll get him off your back.
He's working late night shifts.
Oh, yeah?
I don't really like Don't tell him I said this, but I don't really like to watch the streams anymore because it's basically about politics now. And I don't really mess with that stuff. I mean, I'm just not gonna, you know, with me being 13, I don't really get into politics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'll obviously like when you stream these games, I'll freaking watch that.
Yeah. Some days I like talking politics. Some days I don't. But I listen to it almost all day long.
What's better than resupplying? I hear you
It's
ask.
cool that he listens to a lot of podcasts. I listen to a lot of podcasts.
Yeah. Most of what I listen to is political stuff, but I listen to a lot of sciencey stuff.
Yep, that's exactly what I listen to. You have no idea how many questions I have about space. Oh my god, I'm obsessed with space. I could talk for hours about space. You have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know if I could. I don't know if I know enough about it.
It's just a topic that so many people know about. It's just easy to conversate about.
Yeah. Oh man. I was thinking I was gonna be on here a long time tonight, but I don't know. Shit, tomorrow, fuck, I haven't had a chance to work on my damn patio. So tomorrow I'm gonna have to, and then I got freaking still got overtime to do tomorrow.
Just a dark place all alone. What a good song. Listen to this one.
Ugh.
You're tired, aren't you?
Yeah. And, you know, I'm just at the point now where I want to find a new job.
Oh,
doing
really?
doing something completely different. I mean, I've been doing this for, what, 15 years now? Ready for a change, but, you know, I've done only 2 different things for so long that, you know, I don't know how to do anything else.
Yeah. Oh, God. Man, my allergies are off the hook tonight. Phew! Ah.
See, I mean, I could probably find a job freaking operating equipment, but...
Ooh, I feel like that'd be a pretty cool job.
Yeah, but I mean, to do that, I have to get a CDL. I'm diabetic. Getting a CDL is almost impossible. I mean, I'd like to learn gunsmithing, but...
Oh my god, yeah, you'd probably be so good at that too. I mean, you have the bullets down. All you need is the guns.
Yeah.
See, if you were good at gunsmithing, you'd make so much money probably.
Good chance. But, I mean, there ain't no... Where the hell do you go to learn that shit?
That's true. YouTube. Everything's on YouTube.
Well, yeah. Yeah, nobody's gonna bring a gun that they want fixed to some dude who just learned how to do it on YouTube.
That's true. I mean, it's a lot of work. You have to build it, and then you have to make sure it works. You have to shoot it. Make sure you have to, like, make sure those guns are not gonna misfire. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Smith & Wesson, that's a good gun company, though.
We're all good. LJT, logging out.
Yeah.
So, what gun company are your guns from?
Well, my 22 is a Marlin.
Mm-hmm.
My 270 is a Ruger.
Okay.
Wait. Maybe that's my brother's 270. No, I think mine's a Ruger. My 45 is a FN.
Nice.
Oh, it is. Shoot, it feels like a 9mm shooting it.
I want to shoot an AR-15 so bad.
What's that?
I want to shoot an AR so bad.
And my AR is a Wyndham.
Hey, you got a nice collection.
We selling? Huh? Okay.
Yeah, not big enough.
You can never have too many guns. When I grow up, I'm gonna find a sustainable job so I can buy a lot of toys like ATVs, guns, dirt bikes, four-wheelers, all that kind of stuff. Snowmobiles. Oh my god, I'm gonna buy so many toys, like a boat.
Yeah.
You know, tubing is so fun.
Yeah, my next big toy, and I don't know when I'm gonna get it. You know, I'd like to think I'd be able to get it here in another couple of years. But of course, the boat I want, you know, is a big ass pontoon boat.
Oh my god, pontoons are so nice for just chilling on the lake or the river.
Well, the one I want has a it's enclosed in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, got a little mini fridge and a microwave and air conditioner.
Okay, that's a nice pontoon, but is it expensive? Probably.
Probably. Last time I priced one, they were about $30,000.
Oh, that's steep.
Yeah, that was 25 years ago. So yeah, I imagine it's probably a little steeper now.
Oh yeah. Because the new generation boats and like how boats are now, you got full on like yachts that are bigger than the Titanic. It's just
yeah, I don't need something like that.
Oh yeah, I don't think anyone needs something like that. No one needs a boat besides the Titanic. No one does.
Now, granted, if I was gonna, you know, live on the ocean.
Oh yeah, then yeah,
you know,
need something like that.
A big old yacht would be nice to have, but you know, I'm not gonna go live on the ocean. I'd like to.
Yeah, that'd be an adventure. I want to travel around the whole ocean. That'd be cool.
That would be cool. But you know, of course, you know, my wife made a really good point. She's like, "How often are you going to be able to use a boat while you're working?" I'm like, "True." But then I was thinking, you know, I'd get myself a wireless hotspot.
Yup.
And you know, I could spend the whole work day sitting out on a boat working.
That'd be nice. Working on a boat all day, and then go sit on your yacht patio and just look at the ocean.
Oh hell, I'm talking about just the pontoon boat.
Oh, true. And here's the thing. Think about the ocean. I bet you there's still creatures that haven't been discovered yet.
Oh yeah.
And I'm kind of excited for their next discovery. Probably gonna be something crazy. And I don't think they have the technology yet to actually find those animals because of how deep the ocean is, and it's just pitch black. And after a couple hundred feet, your eardrums just collapse. You know what I mean? So it's hard.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, the darkness, not so much of a problem.
Oh no, I don't care about
I mean,
darkness.
there's all sorts of lights that'll cut through that, but I think the big problem is just the water pressure.
Yep, it's insane though how bad the water pressure can be. You guys know if you're say 200, 300 feet, it's gonna start hurting.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're in something pressurized like a sub,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can go a lot deeper, but I mean, submarine's gonna be subject to the air pressure too.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'll be right back, okay?
I do.
I gotta go take my dog out and give her night food.
Cool.
Be right back.
Shit, what the fuck?
That's a successful sale. The funds are transferring. Long John out.
I wish I could erase the last year. upgrade your wardrobe and finally become the person you believe yourself to be. Stop by the casino store and treat yourself.
You need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know. It's coming at you.
Okay, you ever seen those?
Oh, hello?
Yo, yo.
I got braces today, so whenever I say something with the S in it, it's gonna sound like this.
Yeah, my daughter had braces.
I got Invisalign, so it hurts.
Oh yeah.
And don't get me wrong, hell hurts pretty bad. I'm trying to get one of those F1 cars. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Piece of shit.
Seeing glasses because I can't even begin to see the amount of.
Sounded like Jacksepticeye.
God, I love Jacksepticeye.
Huh?
Love Jacksepticeye.
Yeah, he's cool as shit. Fuck. No, I should have brought the oppressor on this one.
Ron doing the stinky in the. I love Ron. I watch Jacksepticeye all the time. I watch the SgtScreed videos.
Yeah?
Oh my god, the best series I think he's ever done.
There he is.
Is your daughter watching?
Oh yeah. I'm saying, no way that dude actually hit me.
What is it? Another good YouTuber I watch is Daz Games.
Let's see, I'm trying to remember who else she watches. Another British dude, Kevin something or other. He's funny. He says feck all the time instead of fuck.
Feck.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, Jacksepticeye is pretty freaking hilarious, though.
There it is. I'm about ready to hire somebody to finish up my frickin' patio for me. And I know the guy I'd like to hire. He's done some couple jobs at the house, painted the house. Dude's really good. Works cheap too. Oh, Korean guy.
Oh yeah, it has to be good.
Hardly speaks a word of English. But he's cool as shit.
Back in GTA. I'm in your session. Just randomly join.
What's that?
Just randomly join your session.
Oh, nice.
God, I'm gonna get made fun of for having a lisp.
Say that again?
I'm gonna get made fun of for having a lisp.
Nah. Well, okay, maybe a little.
And I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Huh.
Because when kids make fun of people at my school, it's hilarious.
That's what we were...
Oh, jeez.
How about this? The supplies we need just got confiscated by the cops. Attract some police attention, and the patrol should bring them...
Attract some police attention, and the cops will bring them right to you. Man, if they did that shit like they did the other night, freaking... I swear I had to stand there killing cops for 15 minutes. I ran out of missiles.
Oh. I need to check my schedule so I have. I start squirrel moving.
And of course, this is the frickin'... Why didn't I get my... Hang on, I'm getting my frickin' oppressor for this one. I'm trying to drive my cars a little more. Bless you.
Thank you.
It's a little more exciting. That, you know, the oppressor might be a little faster, but I mean, it's not faster, but straight line makes it faster to, yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, it gets a little boring after a while.
I have 1.1 million. Saving up for the F1 car, man.
Yeah, did you see the car they got at the casino now?
Oh no.
Looks pretty slick. I'd like to win it.
Oh, is it orange?
No, that one changed over. It's probably like a dark steel gray.
Oh, come to the casino. I need to spin the wheel.
Oh, I'm over by the casino. I gotta blow shit up.
Yeah. Meet me there. We're gonna spin the wheel. God, I freaking love this car. I love this Corvette. It's so nice. It's so fast.
There, okay, got the cops' attention.
Uphill, I mean, every car, I don't think goes fast uphill. It goes fast going downhill. This car gets moving downhill.
Huh.
I'll push 161, 130. 130 to 160, yeah, I'm going 130 right now. Oh, yes. Oh, sweet Jesus, too fast. 150. Yeah, that's way too fast. I just hit this person's head on.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm at the casino.
I sat in one place for too long. Almost got killed. I just happened to look down at... my health bar. I'm like, oh, shit. Better eat some snacks, dude.
Oh, no, oh yeah, you are close. Oh, let me know when you're here. I had a custom-made grill for myself. It's actually really cool. It's like silver. I only wear it when I go out to eat, though. I don't wear it just to wear it to flex on people. I'll wear it to go out to dinner with my brother.
Holy shit. Kill that fucking helicopter, jackass.
Are you on a mission right now?
Yeah.
I'll just spin the one.
I'm doing that, you know. Piss the police off, and they'll bring the shit right to you.
Oh, God.
While they're taking their sweet-ass time to do it. Finally, Jesus, that helicopter just would not get out of the damn way.
Yeah, that car is pretty nice.
Jesus, bring in the freaking motorcycle cop already.
Oh, I think those only spawn when you do a mission.
Well, if the cop on the motorcycle is the one that's carrying what I need. Jesus, another freaking helicopter?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Did you win it?
I was literally so close. God, that car's so nice.
Son of a bitch, I'm out of missiles.
I'm gonna go buy some clothing. Alrighty. What should I do? Oh, you want to help me sell some stuff? I need some money. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, here in a little bit. I'm still waiting on this motherfucker to show up with the shit that I need to take back to my freaking cocaine
Are you
lockup.
doing supply runs?
Yeah.
This goes so fast. It's like stupid fast. Almost scary fast. Yeah, 161. Looks like not okay.
Finally, the motherfucker shows up and I get killed.
Oh, I hate that mission so much. It takes like, it literally takes like 10 minutes for the guy to get there.
Oh shit, I'm gonna have to buy some more ammo here soon.
Oh heck yeah, $83,000 in product. That's good. Alright, let me know when you're back to your cocaine lockup.
Well, I still gotta get my supplies there up. Son of a bitch.
Actually, yeah, that reminds me. I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah, 'cause shit, I need to be making some money.
Oh my god, I gotta go to Tech. I hate this mission.
Which one?
I gotta go beat up everyone. It's just so time consuming.
Yeah. You know, I finally figured out to quit beating on them once they drop the shit and I pick it up. Just get the hell out and run. I was like, why have I not been doing this?
Like, yeah, every time me and Snot do that mission, just sits there and beats everyone up. When he has product. But it's not what you doing. Yeah, the thing about this Corvette, it does not have good brakes at all. Yeah, I'm flying right now. 140. 150. 170.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. This car is like... I wonder what the top speed in this thing is on straight downhill. I want to know. Honestly, I might touch 200, honestly. Like, if I have just, like it's a straight downhill, like a couple miles, oh my god, this car will fly. I finally got with the park and I got a bone out.
Oh, man. I just looked at my objectives. Okay, complete a heist setup, easy enough. I've got some of those I need to do anyway. Set yourself as looking for work, easy enough. Call a mugger on another player. I don't want to do that shit to you.
Oh my god, I'm beating up everyone.
God damn it.
Dude, I literally hate how when they stab you at the bottle, you can't move.
Yeah, when they start doing that, when you start stabbing you with the bottle, mash the square button. Sometimes you'll dodge.
I've punched you so many times. I'm beating you up first. Yeah, how does it feel? I've hit you so many times. I'm not. Oh yeah. Boom.
So, if we want to keep cutting this Colombian flake down to fine wood talcum powder, we're gonna need more chemicals. So go get the Humane Lab shipment and bring it back to the lab.
I got the spies.
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride?
Bow now.
It's on the way.
Come on, bring me my freaking car already, dude. Hurry up.
Yeah, I hate whenever your mechanic, like, he doesn't deliver it to you.
Yeah,
and then you have to wait and call him
while.
again. I've had this happen where, like, I call my mechanic and he says I'll bring your car to you. And then I wait like 5 minutes and my car still isn't here, and then I have to call him again and again and again.
Oh, shit.
I have to call him like 3 or 4 times. It's so annoying.
Yeah, I'm driving another one of my free cars.
I'm driving my $1.5 million car right now.
I need to take one of my Banshees.
Very expensive.
I need to take one of my Banshees and one of my Elegies to Benny's.
Okay, you should get a Paul Walker upgrade. That would be sick. You know who Paul Walker is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, his skyline, his on skyline looks so nice. Yeah, I just delivered that in like 5 minutes. I got a little bit of supply. I just want a little bit of extra. Nothing too big.
Damn it. I hate going after these humane labs guys. I mean, if I'd have brought the oppressor, it would have been easy enough, but like I said,
the oppressor.
That gets a little boring after a while.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like the oppressor is what makes the game kind of boring, because all people do is go mess stuff up with the oppressor. I mean, don't get me wrong, I blow stuff up, but I use it for missions more than I blow people up. It's just easy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once you get around the map so fast, I could go to the other end of the map in like 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Oh, I need to see if there's another timeline. Nope, still same one. I mean, time travel. Still same one. Okay. I love this time trials, man. It's just an easy 100,000 every time. It's so easy.
Which time trial are you doing?
I'm doing the shoot that I cannot do the Pillbox Hill. And part time is 2 minutes and 16 seconds. I already completed it. I got like 102,000. It was easy.
Yeah,
I think I beat the time by like 25 seconds.
Damn.
I'm really good on bikes. Really good on bikes. You know, it was the first thing I bought. You know, I feel like when like you're new to GTA, I feel like that's what you buy first. You don't buy an actual car. I buy a bike. Because you know they're just as good, but just not as durable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't managed to finish. I think I've tried 3 different time trials. I haven't finished a single one yet.
But honestly, dude, I would do it until you get that 100,000, because that 100,000 could actually come in handy. You know what I mean?
Yup.
All I know is I'm flying it out. 160, 161, 162, 164, 165, and I crashed. Dang it. Yeah, 165 is too fast. Way too fast.
I still need about 315,000.
I think I might just run some supplies. Dude, I really need to get my sleep schedule back on track. Actually, wait, no, I don't. It's literally online school.
Huh. Okay. I think I'm gonna try a time trial.
Yeah, do it. Here, if you want, I can let you use one of my fast bikes. Like really fast bikes.
Pillbox Hill.
Do you have the baddie? The baby
No.
baddie. Here, you want me to let you use that? It's such a good bike. It's so fast. I think it goes like 120.
Oh
yeah,
hell, my Vortex does that.
Oh heck yeah. Alright, there's one thing I miss about the gun, and he said heck yeah every second.
So you gotta drive to him, or do you go to him on the jobs list?
No, you gotta drive to the actual time trial. It should be like a little clock.
Yeah.
Cross place, it's a dark. Dude, my car's covered in dirt. I need to get a car wash. I got blood and stuff on my carry. I go downtown Vinewood. God, I'm in love with this car. Oh,
Actually, I can't tell how fast this thing is. No, maybe it doesn't go 120.
Maybe if you want to use my bike, I'll let you.
Yeah,
All it takes is one press of a button.
I'll give it a try with this one.
So, yeah, I will totally let you use it. It's the bike that I use. To go. I think I've gotten like 3 time trials. So that's 300k in the past like a week.
Yeah.
Just from driving around. And that's kind of good. I think I've made over like 4 million this week. I like doing jobs and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I make that quick money. It's just so easy now. Oh yeah, that's those are big supplies right there.
See, that's really all I've been doing is running supplies.
It's just so easy and so fast.
But it doesn't make me money fast enough. Oh shit, I'm doing this when I should be up doing my, selling my guns.
Oh yeah, I love that gun running stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, because that one, I mean, I usually make 150 at a time. I mean, sometimes it's just as easy, you know, it's as easy as, hey, drive this van to that spot.
Yep, that's exactly what I do. I'm actually, a matter of fact, I need to go resupply. Thank you for reminding me about the fact that.
Okay. What is it?
How much money do you have now?
620. Well, what the fuck? Where am I supposed to go? Time's running out. I've wasted freaking 13 seconds.
Alright, so what I would do, this is what I'm gonna do. I normally just, the first one I go as a tester, and I just drive to the destination. And then what I do is, oh my god, excuse me. What I do is I put my, so like if I reach the destination, I'll put a purple marker on that so I know where the destination is. And I'll just drive to the time trial, because so that's just easy. And then I already have my marker on the destination. So I just fly there. That's what I normally do. So, it's just easy, you know what I mean? You should do that. And you know how to get back to the city, right?
Know how to get what?
You know how to get back to the time trial with like Adam Mark with you.
Push the whole triangle?
No, like no. Do you know how to get back to the city without what is it? A marker.
No.
Hey, don't get me wrong. Those time trials are pretty hard.
You were just telling me how easy it was.
Well, the what is it? The pure one, that one's hard. You have like 2 minutes. You have to go all the way down to like the casino. That one's hard.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna finish this one.
But like the one that you're doing right now and last one, those ones were easy. The LSIA one, that one was just too easy. I finished that one with like 40 seconds left.
Yeah, 18 seconds. I'm definitely not gonna make it.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, just put your marker on the destination and then drive back. It's so easy. I'm not coming back.
No problem is
Like
too
a
immoral.
conflict in the darkness I want. I'm gonna listen to some music.
Let's see, how far... Oh, see, I wasn't very far away from it either.
Oh my god, heck yeah, my AirPods are at 100%, my case is at 83.
If I hadn't spent the time at the... If I hadn't spent the time at the beginning trying to figure out where the hell I was supposed to go, I probably would have made it. And if I hadn't, you know, tried going cross country and crashing. Oh. Oh, son of a bitch. I should have set the point as a point of interest. That would have made it easier.
Oh yeah, you should do that. That's cool.
Ah! God damn these fucking dumbass drivers.
Can you hear the music or no?
Uh-uh. See where they get you is they got you making so many damn turns in town.
Phony. Sorry.
Okay, shit, I don't remember where it had me going. I'll see how close I get this time. I'm gonna follow the route that they give me and see how long that takes.
Check up, that's 2 times 2. And shit down, no times 2. Yeah, that's right, no diamonds.
Oh, no, you don't, you son of a bitch. Ain't no fucking way.
What?
Ain't no way I'm gonna be anywhere freaking close.
What's going on? Is it a time trial?
Yeah. Definitely not going to get anywhere. God damn it. How far away am I?
Alright, so what you can do, just get off your bike and wait for the time to run out and you can reset it. I think it's like 20 seconds you have until you get back on your bike, and if not, you just, like, the time trial stops, I think. Because that's what happened to me.
Yeah, fuck the time trial. Apparently I can't cut it.
That's okay.
So I'm gonna run me a hangar supply mission real quick, then a business supply mission real quick, or a corporate supply mission. Then I will go run some guns.
Oh, hey, I got 84. Yeah, you want to help me real quick?
Sure.
I'll invite you.
Well, hang on. I gotta... Fuck, let me put my terabyte away.
Okay. Hey, how much can I sell this for? Log in. 126,000.
Alright, I'm ready whenever you are.
Alright. Okay, I'm not feeling. Oh yeah, this is a really good song.
Oh, hang on. Before I do that,
alright?
let me set myself. How do I set myself as looking for work?
Oh, do you know how to disband?
There. Let me see. Did that?
Oh, I didn't mean to press that. I'm going to press invite to business.
There. Okay. I just accepted.
Let me know when you're in here. I always hate.
Let me figure out where you're at.
Oh no, I invited you to the business. Go to your job list. It should be in there, I think.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it was there.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here. Dude, you should only have one vehicle for this one.
No, it says more than one. That is so congested. Yeah, helicopter. Here, you just want to hop in my scramjet?
Yeah.
We selling? Huh? Okay. The buyer wants
Oh, I like the
to
outfit.
The product's loaded and waiting at the helipad.
It was free.
Gotta love free.
Oh, dude, it's only one helicopter.
Are you joking me?
No.
See, I just wish it would tell you, like, if it's gonna be one vehicle or two vehicles. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
You wanna hop in there at least?
I had a couple of resupplies I was gonna do.
Okay. God, I love doing that.
Do a backflip.
Oh, those are so hard.
Are they?
Yeah, I'll try it. Come on, flip over, you dumb car. Get ready to watch. It's so hard.
Oh, shit.
I love doing this thing right here. Alright, here we go. No messing around anymore. Oh, God. Dude, you should get one of these things. They're fun.
Yeah, eventually.
Oh, propane.
Huh?
I was gonna say, I almost hit that tank right there. That would've been bad.
Alright, let me... Oh. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, okay, I can't get out of the... Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, I'm stuck not being able to fucking do anything.
Right, want me to come pick you back up?
Nah. I'm just gonna
You
fly
sure?
it. Yeah, I'm just gonna fly
Hey,
this
if you
plane
want-
around, I guess.
You can try my scram jet if you want.
I'm gonna fly the plane.
These buzzards are fast, though.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to catch up with you.
Might be able to.
I'm in that little stunt plane.
Those things are pretty fast.
110.
Definitely not going 110. The next which project which is still a luxury, not a luxury.
Yeah, because we're in a job, I can't abandon you.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a it's kind of a crapshoot because you don't know if it's gonna be one or two.
Exactly. And you know, with a lot of product like this, I don't want to test it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dang, you are going a little fast. Let's race.
Yeah, I'm catching up to you, aren't I?
Yeah, you are. I am flying though. This helicopter is fast.
Yeah.
I think we're the same speed.
Yeah, probably.
I like these buzzers. I think I'm just a tad bit faster. I think. I don't know. I can't tell. It's hard to tell.
What the hell? Oh, okay.
Oh my god, I heard your plane. I got scared.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to run into you.
Is it just me? So, like, you know those water planes?
Yeah.
So, aren't those things, like, super durable? Like, I crashed one of those into a pole and it didn't break.
Oh, wow.
But, like, if I were to do that out of a mission, it'd blow up.
Yeah, they are pretty tough.
Yeah. I think it's because of how slow they are. You know, if you're going like 150 miles an hour in a jet, you're obviously going to blow up if you hit the ground.
Oh, yeah.
In my hangar, I have like $21 million in jets.
See, I have not bought a plane yet. Did I just fly under you or over you?
You're under me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm taking the lead. Two! Oh my god, dude. No. Oh, you want to fly one of my jets?
Nah.
Let's go. How much did you get?
15.6.
For doing nothing.
Yeah.
That's good. Hey, money's money.
True that.
Right.
I guess since I'm already on a plane, I'm just going to go ahead and run over to my hangar.
That's exactly what I'm going to go do.
That's a success.
And now I am marked for death.
I'm not going to kill you. I don't even have anything to kill you with.
Land this on a taxiway right out in front of my freaking.
Oh, Sarge, I can't stop. Sarge, I can't stop. Sarge, I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop.
Oh shit.
Oh!
What the fuck?
I couldn't stop. Oh my god, you were close to me.
Yeah, I was. Oh! And I just lost a wing. It's okay. I should still go on the ground.
I can't get my hanger because I have to kill you. Oh, that's so annoying.
Who's trying to kill me?
Not me. Wait. I have something playing too. You want to hop in? What, you want to race or something?
No, I son of a bitch. This asshole just started shooting at me for some reason.
Give me 1 second, Sarge. I suggest you back up. Ciao, Sarge. Oh yeah, it's because you disbanded. That's why he was shooting at you.
Oh, okay.
I can't get my hanger. Bye, Sarge.
Oh, you shot the missile. You got the cops after you.
That's okay. Let me in my hanger.
Fuck, my eyeballs are itching. Yeah, 3 hours of streaming and not one person.
Hey, that's how you start, though.
Yeah. I think tomorrow, after I get done with all my work, I'm gonna go get a 6-pack of beer, and I'm gonna sit and play my game and drink a 6-pack of beer.
That's what's up.
Okay, so I've got $140,000 worth of shit I can sell, but I don't want to sell it yet. I'll go after some jewelry and gemstones.
This one's easy enough. I've rented you out as a stunt pilot to an oligarch.
Stunt pilot shit. God damn it, I hate this one.
Impress the whole
Sarge.
freaking tween guests watching on relay by showing very little regard for your own life or anyone else.
I just have to be real careful.
Give us the location of what we need.
Not crash this bitch.
Ready, watch. You want to see how fast I take off?
Yeah, but I need you to hurry because I'm being timed. Nice. See, this stunt plane is so freaking agile. I tend to crash it a lot.
I just crashed into a helicopter in midair. I don't know how I did that.
See, this one isn't too hard if I can keep myself from freaking biffing it too hard. I think last time I did it, I went and got my my Frogger from Pegasus.
Mm-hmm.
And just because I keep crashing this plane.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have to use this plane.
Oh, have you gotten the toy inside the hangar?
God damn it. Yes, I'm pretty sure I have. Oh yeah, I've got all the action figures.
Oh my god, how much money did you get for that?
Well, it's 1,000 for each one, and then you get 100,000 at the end. Oh, son of a bitch! God damn it! Get out of the fucking water, jackass! And of course, I crash in a place where there's no fucking way to get out of the water.
I hate those stunt planes. Is that what you're in?
Yeah. It's supposed to be able to respawn it, but I can't figure out how.
Oh, is it where you have to impress the people?
I have no idea. Tell me you can't climb up this fucking rock. Jesus Christ.
I don't know how I didn't just die.
Guess I'm gonna call Pegasus and get my freaking Frogger and just fly under bridges till I hate this one.
Hello, Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help you? Your
Of course,
beautiful
now I gotta
new
figure out how
aircraft
the
is
fuck I'm
waiting
gonna
at our
get to
nearest
it.
airfield. We hope you're very happy, sir.
Yeah, because the oppressor doesn't count.
Unfortunately.
Oh, motherfucker, and I can't even fucking get to it. Jesus Christ. What a bunch of shit. Fuck.
$78,000 in nightclub goods. Heck yeah.
This is really pissing me off. Now, where the hell's my fucking Frogger at? So I've even crashed my buzzard doing this one.
Really?
Yeah. The Frogger is
Wait.
The Frogger is.
Can you use a buzzard?
Huh?
Can you wait? You can use a buzzard?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can use any aircraft.
That's cool. It's good to know.
Of course, now I just got to be able to get away from this area without these Merryweather assholes killing me.
Yeah, what kind of airplane do you have? What's it called?
Right now, I've got the Frogger.
What's that?
It's a helicopter. Looks like the UH-1 Huey.
Oh, fast?
Not terribly fast, but it is very stable.
Well, okay, that's good.
It works well for bridges. Unless you fly too high. And it's already fucked up. Jesus Christ. I'm about ready to throw my fucking controller through my monitor right now.
What kind of monitor do you have?
A cheap one.
I have an Acer 144 Hertz.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really pay attention. It's an LG, but I couldn't tell you any of the specs on it.
I actually have a pretty boss gaming setup. I have 3 monitors, a PC, and a PS4.
I've got my laptop, my work laptop, my PlayStation, an Xbox.
Xbox One?
No, the 360.
Oh, you gotta love the 360. Black Ops 2, baby. Those are the days right there. Black Ops 2. Black Ops 2 Zombies or Black Ops 2 Multiplayer Carrier?
Yeah, see, I sucked at those two.
I loved Call of Duty. Black Ops 2 is an absolute game changer in the Call of Duty organization.
Pretty much anything that's multiplayer, I suck at.
I was really good at sniping.
Ooh, this is kind of a low bridge. And this helicopter's fucking toast. So toast that Pegasus is reclaiming it, so I'm just gonna get a new one.
Hello, this is Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Great. The aircraft is waiting for you at our nearest airfield. We trust you'll be happy, sir.
Yeah, I trust in my ass. Okay, where is it? So I wish running through this stuff on the frickin' oppressor would count, but it doesn't.
Okay, let's go wasted.
That's parked in a weird spot. I've never seen them there before.
I'm trying a dumb one. I gotta watch you keep it 100.
I got me a red one this time, so I'm sure to do better now.
Heck yeah. Oh, War Pigs, baby, let's go. Good song.
There.
Whoa, you did it. A bunch of entitled teens were impressed enough to look up from their phones, and the cargo's location is now on your GPS.
Is it really? Because there it is.
I got 1.4 million. I made 200,000 in the past like hour. Damn it.
Yeah, see, I got a 200,000 bonus when I freaking logged in tonight.
Nice.
And then I've made probably close to another 200. Yeah, I don't think this one's as fast as the Buzzard is, but it is a bit more stable. Especially when it comes to slowing it down. I mean, this one you can almost stand it up on its tail and then land it really freaking quick.
$107,000 in product right now. That's a lot.
Which business?
Methamphetamine.
Ah.
Top. Top. Top.
And I get a frickin' pisswasser truck I gotta drive back. That's a little annoying. Oh, for fuck's sake. But I guess, you know, at least I don't have to pay for these. Whereas the other one, I gotta pay for them. flying around a buzzard? Oh no, wait, that's my helicopter I'm seeing.
I'm about to make me 160,000 real quick.
Nice.
Just gotta make 10 deliveries and I'm good to go.
Nice. I'm gonna get this one back. Then I'm gonna go do pick up another crate. That'll give me 10 at my warehouse. See, once I get that filled up, I mean, that's what, 240, I think.
Hey, Sarge.
Yo.
I'm passing right by you.
Oh. Let's see, I get that warehouse filled up. That'll be 240. I have no idea how much, if I fill up that hangar, I have no idea how much that'll bring in.
1 million.
Oh, is it? I figured it'd be something like that. I was like, because I'm already at like 140,000, and I mean, I don't even have that thing near a quarter. Oh shit! I missed a fucking turn. See, if I look at the map too much, I miss turns and run into cars. I don't look at the map enough, or yeah, if I look at the map, I don't miss turns, but I crash into cars. Don't look at... I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I think the next vehicle I buy, I think I'm gonna buy that fucking old RV. Drive that shit around.
I'm not gonna buy a monster truck.
Armor it up.
Yep.
Go pulling jobs in an RV. That'd be fun. God damn it. I need to get a hold of my fucking chair manufacturer and say, hey, your fucking armrest tore somehow. It's like, why don't you send me a new armrest?
Come on, 6, 5.
Holy shit, I've only got 11 more minutes to get that to him. Damn it. I mean, I'm not in a mail truck, so I should be able to pull that off, but...
God, I hate the mail trucks.
Yeah.
They're literally the worst.
Yeah. $315,000, that's what I need so I could finish upgrading my cocaine lockup.
Nice. In every single one of my businesses, I have every single upgrade.
I've got yeah, the equipment upgrades are what I need. I need that for my meth lab, my cocaine lockup, and my weed farm.
Those are expensive.
Yeah. And then I want to get my I want to get the equipment upgrade at my nightclub, so that shit builds up faster. Right now it doesn't matter so much because, you know, I've only bought one of the space upgrades.
God, I hate the waves of how high you bounce.
Oh yeah, and one of the Zodiacs.
Yeah, I have to do the boats right now.
Yeah.
See, I'd rather have those in the vans.
Yeah, and the thing I like about the boats is you always get a bonus.
Yep, but it doesn't seem that that bonus works.
See, sometimes I'll get a $9,000 bonus for the whole thing, and there's other times I'll get a 9,000 bonus for each boat.
Alright, back to the next boat. I'm gonna have to hop off after this one. I really have to start getting back into the school mood.
Yeah.
I really have to.
I hate taking the wrong turn down by the airport and then having to go around this damn thing like a corkscrew. Kind of annoying.
Yeah. I'm at 1.38. I'm at 1.3 million. Should be at close to like 1.5 or something. Man, I love making money quick in this game.
Open up gate.
Just tonight, I was at 1.1 million, and now I'm at 1.3. 200K. Yeah. I make good money every single night. I just wish I could do it every single night.
Yeah. Okay, so I should be at... God dang, I need to stop by my frickin' arcade and pick up the money out of there. I've got $30,000 sitting in there.
Oh yeah, well, you better go get that.
The cargo's
now,
in
see,
the cargo bay.
that's what I like about the arcade is it I don't think it's got a max like the nightclub does.
That was loud. That shh, I can't do it. Shh. You made like a loud whistle. That was cool. How'd you do that?
I didn't realize I did.
Well, how the heck do you do that? That's pretty cool. That was a good one too. My dad does it all the time.
Yeah, I can't whistle worth the shit. Alright, come on. Hurry up, Terabyte.
I love the Terabyte. Dude, that thing is beefy. It's like 20 missiles.
Yeah, I kind of wish I hadn't bought the turret, though.
Waste the money?
Yeah, well, I mean, I got that dude to leave me the hell alone, but...
Just not that useful.
Yeah, not so far. Okay, disband the motorcycle club. Become a CEO. Hey, let me know right before you get off. I'm gonna send a mugger after you.
Why?
Because that's one of my objectives. And if I do it right before you get off, I'll let you know as soon as the objective hits, and then you can get off.
I don't really feel. I don't really know how I feel about getting mugged. That's kind of mean. Alright,
Well,
I'll put like $1,000. I'll put like $1,000 in my bank.
no, what I'm saying is right after I send them after you, because it doesn't say that. Hang on.
Oh, I can just kill him.
Yeah, it just says call a mugger on another player. It doesn't say it has to be successful.
I get you. Yeah, good.
So I figure right before you get off, I'll call the mugger on you, let you know when the objective hits, and then you can bounce.
Alright, sounds good.
Oh man, my freaking eyes are itching like a bastard.
Mine are too. I got mad allergies today.
Son of a bitch.
It's there for taking. Get it and bring it back.
There for the taking. I don't remember what my assistant's name is, if she has a name. At least it's not
Oh my god, how
Brandy.
oh my gosh, she's so annoying. I get calls from her every second.
Hey, I hadn't heard from her today. Huh. Not that that bothers me. Oh shit, I gotta put these fucking eye drops in. Jesus.
Is that part about your eyes itching, your eye drops?
Yeah. Well, I've got something to help with itch. And then I've got other eye drops because my eyes dry out real easy.
Yeah, mine do too. I guess it was worth $160,000. We're gonna see how much it's worth now.
Now, how do you call a mugger?
176. You gotta call Lamar.
Lamar? Okay. Oh my god, how far away is this shit? Oh, it's not very far.
I think I'm just gonna stain my oppressor. Did you call it?
No. No, I was gonna wait till you were getting ready to get off.
Oh, I'm gonna get off soon. I'm getting off right after I call the murder.
Okay. So call Lamar.
Yep, I go. Oh my god, dude! I've made $400,000.
What's going on?
Today.
Okay,
Yeah, I got
call the mugger.
1.5 mil.
Okay, I called the mugger.
Let's see where he's at.
And yeah, my objective is complete.
Heck yeah, I have to sell weed and do a heist prep. I don't see the mugger and I'm kind of scared. Where's he at?
I couldn't tell you.
He killed him. I blew him up.
Nice.
I think I'm just gonna go ahead and sell a little bit of weed because it's how much I need.
Man, you know some crazy people.
You would I hate.
What's that?
You know what I hate?
What's that?
Well, when I have only like a little bit of product, but I still have to make 5 deliveries.
Yeah.
It's just annoying.
Get this one done, I'm gonna do a resupply on my bunker.
Ooh, destroy cargo.
Oh, don't destroy my cargo.
Oh, that's your cargo?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a business battle.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, since I'm in a mission, I wouldn't see the business battle start. But if it's showing as red, then it's mine.
It's showing it as green.
Okay, it shouldn't be mine then.
And I'm too lazy to go get it anyway. I'm all the way down here at Paleto Bay. I'm too lazy to go all the way back to Los Angeles.
Oh, okay.
Way too lazy. It's like 2 a.m. where I am.
Fucking stupid ass drivers. Fuck off.
What time is it for you?
It's about 1:45.
Oh, I'm so tired. I just want one quick delivery and that's it. Oh my god, and of course there's no product or supplies. Yeah, I'm just gonna get off, man. I made a lot of money tonight. 400,000. That's a pretty hefty amount, wouldn't you say?
I would think. I was watching this video earlier. This dude's like, he's like, how to make between 2 and 5 million in just a couple of hours.
How?
But the setup to do it is, you gotta have like 2 warehouses, and you gotta get them full. I'm like, okay.
That's a lot of work.
It's a lot of money to get there first.
Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot of money. That's like stupid.
And then you gotta fill them up.
Man, I need to buy a car. I need another car. I need one. I need one. Alright, I would assume that these cars will probably be here for a while.
Fuck. God damn it, why is it every time I turn the corner to come down to drop shit off at my warehouse, a train's gotta show up? I'm gonna sit there and wait on the damn train.
$2.9 million is how much that hush puppy costs. Ugh.
Oh, man.
That is so much money. That's like, I want to die.
I have 145,000 worth of cargo.
I have $0 in cash, but 1.5 in my bank. So I have a lot of grinding to do tomorrow.
Yeah. I still have room for 6 more crates, too.
Oh, nice. Alright, man. I'm gonna call it. I'm tired.
I do.
Alright, sorry. You have a good one. We'll maybe play tomorrow.
Yup. Good night, dude.
See you, man.
Sleep well.
Thank you, you too.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels? It's coming at you.
Everyone wants to touch.
How are you doing, my dear? That is horrible. Why?
Okay, Banning Docks, South LS. Enemy agents have a stockpile of hardware. We want to get it out of their hands and into yours, so go to work. Clandestine might be the way to go about it, but I'm not one to dictate terms. Good luck. Package received. The team are going to work. Okay, you've been allocated martial off-roaders for this one. Buyer needs the weapons in a hot zone right away, so they want to pick them up at altitude to fly them out of the country. Looks like you sold out. To the right people, too. Only the good war's being fought with those guns. Promise. Okay, looks like those whack jobs the altruist might have the supplies you're after up in the Chiliad Mountain State Wilderness. Package received. The team are going to work. You know, not every gun runner in the States got their heart in the right place. Some of them are downright nasty. If you take out this other op for me, I'll make the rest of the resupply go easy.
You're dead! Get in cover! Ass white! Mars again! Get down! I got her!
assholes.
Okay, the supplies are a vehicle. Well, a vehicle with a minigun bolted to the back. Get them off the...
Just remember that. That's why scientists always focus on that land bridge, because of the walkability, as Ben said.
Yeah, that's a good point, Matt. And, let's get in front of the obvious question that many of us are going to immediately ask, which is, why can I not walk across that bridge today? Why do I have to take a boat or a flight, or why do I have to go on a doomed mission to swim the Pacific to reach Asia from the Americas? Well, that's because we are living in a different time. Back when, according to this theory, people walked from Asia to North America, they were doing so during something called the last glacial maximum, or LGM, if this comes up so often in conversation that you don't have time to say the whole thing.
Also known as the previous ice age.
Yes,
or the most recent ice age.
The most recent ice age, yeah, the one before the next one, which maybe we'll be around to see. Who knows? It's 2020. I can't rule anything out at this point. So back when people were traversing the land in this way, much more of Earth's water was existing in solid form in glaciers. And now, the difference between then and now is that the sea levels have risen. So the bridge and the land these people walked is underwater, meaning also that much of the evidence of their migration is going to be lost to time. As the conventional wisdom goes, by this time, 14,000, 15,000 years ago, humans had migrated across the breadth of South and North America. You go up to modern-day Alaska, you got humans. Go down to Chile, you got humans. The West Coast is riddled with them. You go to northeastern Canada, you got people everywhere. You go down to Florida, boom, same thing. People, plus gators this time. So what we're telling you right now is the official, most often told story. And I want to pause here for you guys. Does this track with what, Noel, Matt, does this track with what you learned or were taught growing up about human migration?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, this is precisely what I recall from world history classes, both in high school and in college. Essentially, what we've just described here, the Clovis theory, the Clovis hunters, and the evidence that we have found of their lives back in those days. I mean, it was a long time ago, but when you look at the span of what we know about humanity and the evidence that we found, it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think this story is going to be familiar to many of us because you grow up in elementary school, middle school, high school. As you said, Matt, you go to college and you will still hear some version of this. But the problem here is pretty apparent. With every single new discovery about the ancient past and the story of humanity's migration from one place to the next, we find the story gets less and less clear cut. We don't have we don't have specific points of time and shifts of patterns, right? We don't have the origin story of humanity, and this is something that has baffled us on this show since before. Oh gosh, we were doing this show when science discovered new mixtapes of early humanity, right? Denisovans. What was the other one? Homo floresiensis.
Floriensis, yeah.
Floriensis, yeah.
Yeah.
The point I'm making here is that we have been taught a story. We have been sold a narrative in a very authoritative way, but everything we are learning as a species indicates that story is not as accurate as we are led to believe it is when we are children in school. So that's the question. When did human beings actually arrive in the Americas?
Before we jump in, Ben, I just want to dovetail off what you were saying there. We have been sold this, essentially, and told this all of our lives, everyone listening right now. I would say, just to make it a little more positive, because it's the best picture we've been able to paint with the information we've had up to this point, right? And the problem, I think the biggest problem that we're going to be tackling today that we have to address is that once that picture is painted, anytime new information, these new discoveries that you're talking about, Ben, come through, it becomes more and more difficult to convince the painters of that picture that there needs to be some revisions, right? Because especially if it's a single point or discovery in one place, or one team's discovery rather than 3 or 4 in an area. That's kind of the biggest problem.
I see what you're saying, and it's important because we're talking about discovering single points of information, right? Single instances. And what are single instances or examples against a larger body of thought? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, those high school textbooks aren't like infinitely long. They got to figure out how to tell a version of the story that is as close to the likely scenario as possible and teaches you something about the history of, life. But you're right. It is problematic. It can be for sure, because there's so much cantankerousness in science, too, of people making one discovery and then another crew making something that conflicts with that narrative, and then there's this kind of beef as to how it really happened, but there's a lot of politics wrapped up in it and all of that, so it's interesting for sure to see the way these things kind of take on a life of their own, especially, like you said, once the badger's out of the bag, as Ben would say.
Yeah, that's the issue here. We want to be very clear. We're not accusing your history textbook publishers of purposely lying to you. And we are certainly not accusing your favorite history teachers from grade school of lying to you. Teachers work incredibly hard. They are some of the most important people on the planet, in my opinion. And they're not out to beguile and deceive you, hopefully. They're not supposed to be. However, they're working with the information they have, right? And when we look at the realm of science and how science is communicated or disseminated to the population, we see that, to your point, Matt, sometimes people cling to a thing because it is the established fact. Now, that is indicative of a lack of skepticism or a lack of critical thinking. It's also a very human, understandable thing, psychologically speaking, right? I don't want to seem as though we're being dismissive or derogatory toward the many people who have spent their entire academic careers studying various incredibly specific aspects of Clovis theory or the current official story of human migration, but I will say, in the past, I am sure there are people who spent decades researching one thing and published about it, and then and then new evidence was discovered that disproved or challenged their life's work, and so they just kind of, played it to the left. What am I going to do after 45 years in the game? Change my mind? It'd be a better world if people did that, but they often don't.
Yeah, it's another situation where once you have this established fact, you have to go far and beyond to prove that that fact needs to be altered or negated, right? That's why it becomes so difficult to make these big changes to existing stories. And they are stories. Don't kid yourself. These are stories that we are constructing based on the things that we have found. And as we tackle this big question today, when did humans arrive in the Americas? We're going to realize that this thing is much more complicated than we expected. And we'll tell you all about it right after a word from our sponsor.
The team are going.
Support for this podcast comes from JCPenney. This back-to-school season, flexibility is key. I know JCPenney's got my family covered to stay comfortable and on trend. Whether my kids are back in the classroom reuniting with old friends or embracing remote learning from home, JCPenney has all the essentials to give my kids a fresh start. From activewear to Arizona casual apparel and graphic tees, Levi's denim, and dorm room essentials too. Plus, we can stock up on the basics, like socks, underwear, bras, and more. And it's all at prices that feel like a win. I love how JCPenney offers so many convenient ways for me to shop, like online, on the app, via contact-free curbside pickup, or in-store with updated safety precautions. Shop back to school at JCPenney your way. Visit a store near you, pick up curbside, or go to jcp.com.
My name is Langston Kerman, and I love black people. I love them short, I love them tall, I love them thick. We'll talk those in a tool. Then
Here's where it gets crazy. You see, the timeline is shifting on us. The things we treated with such certitude turn out to be much less absolute than we had imagined. And it goes back to the timeline. I think that's a big part of what the three of us are talking about today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you may recall that we only said human beings were spread across the continents by 14 to 15,000 years ago. For authors like Craig Childs, this shows that humanity by this point was most likely already pretty well spread throughout one or more areas of the continents before this. And there's several major theories that explain this. So let's start with a theory that we sort of talked about at the top of the show, the Clovis first theory. This is the idea that the first human migration happened after the last glacial maximum, which is exactly what it sounds like. And this migration later went into decline, only to be followed up by, subsequent waves of humans from other parts of the world. So this connects all of these first inhabitants of the Americas with the Clovis culture, which is something called a prehistorica Paleo-American culture that's named for the distinctive stone tools that were found in Clovis, New Mexico in the 20s. This also rolls into that Bering Land Strait idea, which we've talked about in previous episodes and are at the top of this one.
So this is your, I guess in the UK they would call it your bog standard explanation for how human beings ended up on these continents. It's strange because this concept existed for a very long time, despite the fact that there were so many questions about it. If you look at the Clovis culture, the Clovis people, you'll find an historical mystery. It's as if they appeared out of nowhere and then suddenly disappeared. Radiocarbon dating tells us that what we regard as the people of the Clovis culture appeared in modern-day America around 9,200 BCE, and then 500 years later, they vanished. So the important distinction there that you're bringing up, Noel, is the idea that these folks came over after that glacial maximum, after that ice age, around the decline of that ice age. They were able to traverse the siege perilous of the Bering Strait, and they were from there able to spread throughout the continent. But of course, this theory did not exist in a vacuum. There are many other theories about early humans arriving on these continents, and for centuries, people have argued back and forth about this, even before they could find solid evidence. What I mean by this is even before we had scientific standards for collecting, cataloging, and contextualizing evidence and information, we had many beliefs in civilization about humanity's origin story on this continent. You will find numerous religions that argue some version of an original person springing out of whole cloth, or in some cases being created by a divine entity on these continents. And then you will also see further research that's admittedly more secular, that kind of forensically traces what we know about people on the planet on other continents, right? Like this is, let's just say it, coastal migration. Could people have gotten here by boats? Because if you can build a boat, that seems at least a little bit, it seems a little bit easier to travel to this new land via watercraft than to walk through the frozen wastelands of the Bering Strait.
Oh, absolutely. And note here that we're talking about coastal migration, and that sounds exactly like you imagine it to be. That is following along a coast at, some distance, far enough away from it, but essentially following the water along a coast on a boat of some kind. That doesn't mean going straight out into the ocean, right? The way you can with larger ships and more reliable ships now. It's very different. So there are a lot of sources, there are a lot of people, institutions, and there's some research that suggests that this may be a possibility, coastal migration. So we know for sure that in places like Japan and parts of Korea, South Korea, there have been amazing archaeological discoveries that have found that humans during the Ice Age were able to navigate coastal waters, even though it was so frigid and there's ice in many places. They were able to do that, and they were essentially navigating the northern Pacific coasts of what is now modern, or what we would consider modern day Japan and Korea and Kamchatka with boats. So it's really no stretch to imagine that humans at some point perhaps were able to reach the Americas by boat using coastal migration. And here's why it makes sense. Because you could, right at the end of the Ice Age there, where we're imagining that people were physically walking across that Bering Strait, perhaps they were on boats just previous to the end of that glacial maximum, or during the maximum, or even after it, taking boats and following that coast, because you'd end up in Alaska, you'd get to British Columbia, then down south to Washington, to Oregon, all along the Pacific coast of what is now the United States. And it's pretty incredible that humanity, even during an ice age, was able to both survive and prosper and even migrate.
It's strange to think about the world in that way, to imagine a contiguous coast. And I like the point you're making, Matt, about the watercraft involved, because, these aren't cargo ships, these aren't mega yachts or schooners or brigantines or pontoons or I'm just naming boat words now. Does anybody else have a boat word? What's that one you like, Noel? Frigate?
Frigate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Friggin' frigate.
These were none of those things. These were
tugboat. Okay, sorry.
Tugboat. Yes. These were not even tugboats. They were small coastal craft, right? Like brown water Navy kind of stuff. They weren't meant to go into the open ocean. They were just kind of tracing along the line of the coast. But if that coast is never ending, so they're just sort of following a thing, and it's like a video game, wherein there is a larger world out there. You have a rough idea of the parts of the map you've seen, but everything else is obscured. You know what I mean? So you may as well imagine that you are just always on the same coast of a thing you call the land. Who knows if there's anything other than the land and then, the water.
What is compelling about that, to me, is what spurred that movement. And we discussed the migration of animals that were used for hunting, right, for food for the populations as a possible reason to just continue down the coast. If fish populations, maybe, because it's obvious that those boats would be used for fishing purposes, for catching food. I wonder if there was something. This is completely just off the top of my head, but I wonder what the thing was that spurred whichever group, however large or small it was, to continue down that coast and just to keep going, to see what's next. Oh, I wish I knew.
I mean, necessity, I would imagine. Possibly.
But I wonder if it wasn't. I wonder
if it was a spiritual belief?
Or something that's deep inside, I think, all of us, to just find out. Well, there's something over there. Let's find out.
That's inspiring, especially now as the next big step in space exploration may occur within our lifetimes. One other thing that may have happened, just environmentally, is people may have just been following the recession of the ice, depending on where you put them in the timeline. People may have just been going further along the coast because they were able to see more of the coast. I'm not being dismissive. I'm just saying, the environment appears to change so slowly that you might not be fully aware of how far you're migrating, because your grandparents were miles away or kilometers away from the rest of the world, and then you, 2 generations later, still feel like you're by the edge of the ice, but the ice itself has moved.
So I think we're going to take one more quick break, and then we're going to get into some new discoveries when we return.
The Gold Club was the top strip club in Atlanta in the 1990s. A 20th century bacchanal for the rich and famous, with patrons like Dennis Rodman, Michael Jordan, Madonna, the King of Sweden.
People from all over the country, everybody came to the Gold Club, and it was the spot to go.
The Gold Club's owner, Steve Kaplan, was able to make almost 4 times the amount of other strip clubs, with $350 bottles of Dom Perignon, private rooms, and the sexiest entertainment in the South.
I would chain up a girl and drag her through the club, drag her across the stage. It was kind of an S&M, and the guys loved it.
But in 2001, the club was put on trial with charges of prostitution, extortion, credit card fraud, racketeering, and an affiliation with the mob.
It's like a festering cancer. If you're going to allow it to grow and prosper, you're going to have a problem going forward.
I did not want the fucking applause.
I'm journalist Christina Lee, and I'll be taking you behind the scenes of the Gold Club scandal, from the booty and bubbly to the deceit and courtroom drama. The first episode of Racket drops August 26th. Listen to Racket Inside the Gold Club on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the Criminalia podcast. I'm Holly Fry, and And I'm Maria Tremarchi.
And together, we're exploring the intersection of history and true crime.
Our first season of the show is all about lady poisoners.
Sometimes women take power for themselves, and sometimes they do it through murder. But how many were just misunderstood?
Join us on Criminalia as we untangle their stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
So, there have been some efforts recently, some research that's kind of put this traditional narrative on its head a bit, and that includes some stuff very, very recently published, just in the last month, in a paper known called The Timing and Effect of the Earliest Human Arrivals in North America. Lorena Becerra Valdiva and Thomas Hyam look into a pretty awesome and bizarre discovery. What they found was a piece of limestone from this very specific cave, the Chiquehite Cave in north central Mexico, that could potentially prove that humans actually first arrived on the continent much, much earlier than that narrative would have us believe, the one we know from school.
Yes. I've waited for this. Okay, so like many of our fellow listeners, we grew up, I don't want to speak for everybody. Let me clarify. I grew up convinced that there was hidden history everywhere, you know, and I was certain, probably just because I was a jerk, that human beings had all these ancient civilizations and that they had a much longer time on these two continents specifically. And without getting into the weeds on all the crazy stuff that's out there, this is different because this is proof. This is quantitative proof that the first people, if people built these tools you're mentioning, Noel, arrived on North and South America like 33,000 years ago. That's nuts. Just to put in perspective how much time that is, I hope no one gets mad at me for bringing this up. 1980 was 40 years ago. Right? So, I think that's going to hit people when you think about 33,000 years.
Yeah, I mean, let's just pretend that humans live 100 years, right? That's 330 human cycles.
Iterations, versions. Yeah. It's a very long story, and you know, for quite a while, there would be various people propagating what was essentially some narrative without proof. They would say, you know, I have had a spiritual awakening, and I realized that the true story of insert usually specific brand of people here is that they came to modern day South or Central America or North America after the fall of Atlantis or the sinking of Lemuria or something. And the problem is they didn't have proof. This is different because this is not tinfoil hat territory. Archaeologists in this cave discovered specifically 3 deliberately shaped pieces of limestone. They discovered a pointing stone and 2 cutting flakes. Right now, pending new discoveries, these are the oldest human-made tools discovered on these continents. They absolutely do not fit that timeline. We were all taught in school. They're also just one of several discoveries in this cave, because this cave is like an episode of Hoarders where the hoarder is just collecting sediment. The archaeologists spent a lot of arduous time digging carefully through various layers of sediment. It's kind of like a time capsule, time machine. And these tools they found are in like the very back of the cave, in the deepest layer of the random rocks and pebbles and bits of sediment that have accumulated there over time. This is important because when we know the which they were found, we have an enormous head start on figuring out when they were left in that layer. And these things were here way before the last glacial maximum, way before the last ice age. That occurred, between 26,000 and 19,000 years ago, which means before that, someone was in this cave, and they had made tools, and they forgot them. So if you think about it, because somebody did the equivalent of forgetting their keys at home, we are upending the story of human history thousands of years later.
We truly are, and we're going to tell you more about how this discovery was occurred, but I want to jump to another recent article from Nature that was published in July of this year, 2020, and it is titled Evidence of Human Occupation in Mexico Around the Last Glacial Maximum. And we're going to read a quick quote from the abstract of it just to give you an understanding of what's happening here. It's pretty incredible because not only did they find those limestone artifacts that we're talking about there, those tools, there was a lot more, and there is a lot more still being found right now. So from this article, it states, the site yielded about 1,900 stone artifacts within a 3-meter stratified sequence, revealing a previously unknown lithic industry that underwent only minor changes over millennia. More than 50 radiocarbon and luminescence dates provide chronological control and genetic, paleo, environmental, and chemical data that document the changing environments in which the occupants lived. Now that is, when you're talking about finding proof, right, that you could be able to show to another scientist, a fellow scientist, and say, hey, look at all of this data we've collected from these things. You're talking about several different ways in which they are testing this stuff, with luminescence testing, with radiocarbon testing. It's pretty incredible stuff here. And it really does show that humans were in that cave, as Ben said, way before that ice age. And these researchers and scientists who are there in that cave are continuing. And they're going to keep digging. And they're going to keep looking. And who knows what else we're going to discover. But the reason why it took so long to find this stuff, and it will take a long time to probably find more, is because of how difficult it is to reach this location.
This is kind of a sunk cost for those poor archaeologists. The lead author of one of those studies is very, very clear about how much of a pain in the keister it is to get to this cave at all. He said that once they got there, Cyprian Ardely, by the way, lead author of that study you're mentioning, Matt, he said that once they got there, they just had to live there. It takes the whole day to get there from the nearest town, and part of that day is a continuous 5-hour climb. He called it a logistical nightmare. So it's one of those things where, have you ever been in a very unusual place, or a place that was very difficult to get to, and you just thought, while I'm here, I'm going to do everything I can? That's what they're doing in this cave. They're saying, okay, while we're here, let's get all of the information that we can find. This is a logistical nightmare, but the nightmare has paid off. Because it appears that this cave was not used once. This is a tremendously important distinction. This cave was not something that an early human being accidentally happened to spend the night in, right? And then left their tools and went on their merry way. This cave was used over thousands of years by various people. It was like a troglodytic version of a hotel. Get to use troglodytic again.
Yes.
Sorry, last time. But what we mean here is it was a long-standing, known temporary refuge for some sort of nomadic people. And they must have communicated knowledge of this cave to later generations, possibly via oral history, maybe enough time passed that oral history became legend.
You can imagine that it might have been some kind of religious pilgrimage of some sort, or something. Again, that's me completely making it up. But you can imagine that something like that could be the scenario because of what they've been finding there. could be a very special cave for one reason or another that we just don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know. That's the thing. The history is so thin here because of all the time that has passed. What we do know is that the conventional story many people were taught needs some revision. It needs to be updated. It's astonishing because most of North America was covered with ice during that ice age. So if people were leaving tools in this cave at this time, and if they were migrating coastally, right, or however they got here, it means that they got here before that ice age began, or that means it's possible they did so. This means that despite everything a lot of people were taught in grade school, it appears that at least very small numbers of human beings lived in North America, possibly other parts of these two continents, Central and South America, during and immediately after the last ice age, and what we thought was the first migration is actually a second or subsequent wave. The human population grew larger after this period of abrupt kind of global warming that started 14 to 15,000 years ago. So don't call it a comeback. They've always been here, right? It's strange.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I think that study also suggested that some people had entered the Americas before 29,000 years ago, and that's possibly along the Pacific coast. And one final note, anthropologist Matthew Deloriez of California State in San Bernardino raises a really important question to kind of leave you with. How could ancient people who had been in the Americas for more than 25,000 years have remained, quote, archaeologically invisible for over 10,000 years? And he has an answer.
He does. But his big question there is raised from the fact that in other places like Australia and Japan, archaeologists have had no difficulty in finding evidence of human occupation from that same time period. They've been able to dig down and find, oh, wow, yeah, this is from 20, 30,000 years ago. Why haven't American archaeologists found that? Or, South American, North American archaeologists, why haven't we found the same things? And his statement to that idea is, quote, archaeologists in the Americas have either been doing things very wrong for the last 90 years, or we have here an anomaly that must be accounted for. It makes a lot of sense to me. It's an anomaly. Either way, I would say, it feels like an anomaly that must be accounted for, right? And that's not the only big discovery. Though this one I'm going to mention here isn't as recent. It goes back to the turn of the millennium, back in 2000. And even before that, there's a place in Brazil. It's a national park called Serra da Capivara. There are several sites there. I think there are 400 or something archaeological dig sites in this national park. And in a few of them, there have been paintings, these amazing cave paintings, as well as other evidence of human life in that area that appears to go back 22,000 years and perhaps even further in Brazil. So again, that's humanity in South America, in Brazil, a long time before the history books would say that we are. But that is a whole different story for another day.
And also, astute listeners, you'll note that's pretty far from the Pacific coast.
It is. It really is. So both sides, it appears, of the continents were being visited by humans, at least visited, if not lived upon.
So what do you think, folks? When did the first human beings actually reach the American continents? Let us know. We'd love to hear your thoughts. You can find us all sorts of places on the internet.
And also, do you think we've got anything wrong when it comes to the history of humanity on the planet? Do you think there's something being hidden from us? Do you think there's something we just haven't discovered yet? Anything along those realms, we'd love to hear from you. You can find us on Facebook and Twitter, where we're Conspiracy Stuff. On Instagram, we're Conspiracy Stuff Show.
You can join our Facebook group, Here's Where It Gets Crazy, which you can find on Facebook. Surprise, surprise. All you got to do is search for Here's Where It Gets Crazy, and then name one or if all three, a super producer or two, and then you're in. And you can join in the conversation with fun memery and just good old conspiracy chit-chat, some of which are episode suggestions. Never a dull moment at Here's Where It Gets Crazy.
And if you are not particularly over the moon about social media, we of all people get it. But if you're a little more old school, you can give us a call. We have a phone number.
Yes, it is 1-833-STDWYTK. You can give the number a call, leave a message. You might end up on one of our new weekly episodes that focus on you. That's right, you. It's okay, you don't have to take your earbuds out. I'm talking to you. Yes, give us a call, leave a message. We'd love to hear from you. Anything you want to say, please do. One other thing, do us a massive favor. If you can, if you got the time, if your hands are free, go to Apple Podcasts and leave a review for the show. We don't care what you say. We don't care how many stars it is. Give us a review. Tell us what you think. Just be honest, and we'd love to hear what you say, and it'll help our show, honestly, with visibility. So please do so if you have the chance.
And if you don't want to do any of that stuff, why not just go to your inbox and write us a good old-fashioned email? We are
conspiracy@iheartradio.com.
Stuff They Don't Want You to Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
If you crack open an American history book, it's sure to be filled with founding...
Hey everybody, Andrew here. You're about to listen to Daily Wire Backstage DNC edition. Me, Jeremy Boring, Ben Shapiro, and Michael Knowles took a look at the best moments from the Democratic National Convention, and by best moments, I mean the most cringy, stupid, and anti-American moments, because that accounts for every moment at the DNC. Take a listen.
We're gonna do the fake laugh. Well, that's gonna trend on Twitter. Welcome to the Daily Wire Backstage, the DNC Dumpster Fire Edition. I'm Jeremy Boring, known around here as Boss Man, Sir, and also God King, lowercase J, lowercase K. We're glad you have tuned in. Roll intro. Did the Democrats manage to pick up any new votes after this crap show of a week? Was not naming the Democrat convention the Chaz version a mistake on their part? And will Republicans be able to pull off a better shoe? Is there anyone on God's green earth that Biden is actually gonna... Will anyone on God's green earth be able to convince Joe Biden to get on a stage and to vote Donald Trump? No. Joining me to discuss all of this and more, the Ben Shapiro, the Andrew Clavin, Michael Knowles, and the lovely Alicia Krause with us via satellite. Alicia, what have you got for us?
Well, real quick question, though. Speaking of how awful the DNC was, is Matt Walsh contractually obligated to host a solo DNC watch party like I'm contractually obligated to be here every month?
We leave nothing to chance.
And speaking of brand new things that I'm contractually obligated to do, stick around tonight for the All Access Live that's happening after the show, and join all the guys, Jeremy, Ben, Michael, Drew, and of course moi, for a members-only live stream discussion that's going to be moderated by yours truly. And if you want to join us, here's the thing. You have to be an All Access member. And if you are a member, go ahead and click the link in the description below wherever you're watching this once the show ends to join the discussion. And if you're like me and you love a good sale, great news for you. We have a limited time offer going on so you can participate in tonight's All Access Live. Become a Daily Wire All Access member for 20% off with coupon code ACCESS to join in on the fun.
Thank you, Alicia. We'll look forward to visiting with everybody after the show. So, guys, one of the good things about being, well, me compared to being you, is that I don't have to watch every moment of the DNC and then talk about it the next morning. So, for me, it was kind of a crash course today as the guys kept chasing me down the hall,
with a laptop trying to get me to watch various parts of the DNC. And all I have to admit, I found it to be incredibly compelling television. I actually sent in hoping to get the tote bag when they went to commercial break. This was the most horrible public access TV show that has ever existed on God's earth. I thought all of Hollywood was in service to the Democrats. How on earth did somebody think that they could field this thing and call it television? What are they thinking, Drew?
You know, one of the things that really struck me about it is how protected they feel, and rightly feel they are, by the news media. They know they can get up there and do what was one of the dullest shows ever, featuring some of the most corrupt individuals ever, making speeches about how awful America is, and yet every time you turned on not just CNN but the networks as well, they were just in absolute raptures. I mean, the idea that is incisive commentary to sit around. My favorite line was, I think it was Anderson Cooper, who said that it was a history-making and a history-quaking, history-shaking speech by Barack Obama. Margaret Brennan of CBS was actually clutching her hands to her chest like Tess Trueheart after she'd been rescued by Dick Tracy. I mean, it was just, they just feel they can count on that, and I don't know we can see them the way we can. And you can always be wrong about this. I think the polls are going to go swing Trump's way after the DNC. I think it was one of the few DNCs that's not going to have the usual bump because it was just appalling.
Yeah, there's this problem that the Democrats have had with taking things for granted, which is they keep putting forward nothing. Like, Joe Biden is not a person. Joe Biden is nothing. The same goes for Kamala Harris.
That's not true. It's Dr. Joe Biden's husband.
I'm sorry, he's Dr. Joe Biden's husband. And they stand for nothing, right? They just lick their finger, they put it up in the wind, they figure out which way it's blowing. They don't stand for anything at all. This was true of the whole DNC. They learned the wrong lesson from Clint Eastwood in 2012, which is everyone looked at that Clint Eastwood speech where he talks to the empty chair, and they said, oh, how embarrassing, what a weird moment. That was the only watchable moment from a party convention, probably in my entire lifetime. It was alive, it was spontaneous. It took an otherwise completely dull campaign, made it a little bit lively. Ideally, you'd want your candidate to be putting forth something new and interesting, but in lieu of that, at least put on a good show. The Democrats just feel that they don't have to.
You know, there were some telling elements to this. First of all, it was clear that Biden and Harris were complete afterthoughts throughout the entire convention. The entire convention was about how Donald Trump is a very, very bad orange man. And our program doesn't really matter because he's a bad orange man. And then Joe Biden, light bringer, for some reason. And they literally used the word light in that speech 11 times, right? I mean, he actually cribbed from Marianne Williamson. So they're all making fun of Marianne Williamson and the dark psychic forces. He just cribbed from her the way he cribbed from everybody else. And he did the dark versus light. And Joe Biden, 50 years on Capitol Hill, the light bringer is a weird take, especially after a week of we're in the throes of fascism and we're about to destroy our entire democracy through voter fraud and all this stuff. But what struck me about the entertainment value, that's just the pure entertainment value of it, is that the part of it that was the most entertaining, there were a couple of speeches that were, I mean, frankly, I thought Michelle Obama did a pretty good job. I thought that Obama is good at what he does. I mean, for what he is, he's good at what he does. Biden, it was like watching Nick Wallenda. You're watching it mostly to see if Nick Wallenda is going to fall. And when he didn't fall, there's a sense of like, well, that's good, but also slight disappointment. And the part that was the least entertaining, but in some ways the most amusing, were the actual entertainment figures. So they brought out like Kerry Washington to lecture us on how our lives is at stake. And all I could think is, she's probably worth $30 million living in the Hollywood Hills. Her life ain't at stake under any circumstances. They brought over Billie Eilish straight off the Xanax bottle to inform us how excited she was about endorsing Joe Biden from a graveyard. I mean, like from an actual graveyard.
Well, that's where all their voters are. So
It's a little, right in Illinois.
Although, again, like I think that endorsing Joe Biden from a graveyard is just too on the nose. It really is not. It's not appropriate, frankly. And they had her sing a kind of bizarre little ditty, and then they had Common do like a 25-minute music video from the end of Selma, and then they had Billy Porter, who I'd never heard of until the last 3 years when he started, I guess, getting up at major events in women's garb and receiving all sorts of plaudits from the media for this. But he's now like a big thing, I guess. And so he did the weirdest version of a Buffalo Springfield song from 1966, written about the Sunset Strip riots, which were essentially a bunch of young people who were too much of a pain in the ass to go home at 10 o'clock at night and broke curfew and then rioted over it. And this was supposed to be the big uplift of the Democratic Party. Like, why is it that Cory Booker doing bad comedy with Bernie Sanders was slightly more entertaining than the people who are the professional entertainers? They brought Sarah Cooper. Like, who the hell is Sarah Cooper? Why is Sarah Cooper lecturing me about voter fraud? Like, this is the lady who just mouths words to Donald Trump and is on TikTok or something. Why don't you get Tom Hanks? Like, they used to bring Tom Hanks. I want the old days when he used to be like a real cavalcade of stars.
Yeah, I absolutely. I feel like They didn't bring their A game. I mean, we've been saving the Clavin here for the last 6 months. None of us have seen him in person, much like Joe Biden. He's been locked in a basement, not coming out. But look at him. He's beautiful. Look at that frame. He's got a beautiful, well-lit set there behind him. He's looking good.
And a sense of humor.
And a sense of humor. I actually just don't understand how they could have done such a bad job, and unless it was on purpose. And this is the idea that I wanted to throw out to you guys. Was it actually deliberate to have it look as underground as it did? Because it's their way of saying we take COVID seriously. We're the only ones who take it seriously. We're so serious about it that we're willing to look bad. In other words, is even that horrible production we just saw just a form of virtue signaling?
That might be. That's actually a good theory. It's a good theory.
I was wondering, there were times during this that I was wondering whether they were actually trolling people. I mean, Elizabeth Warren addressing the Native American people, Bill Clinton, talking about how chaotic things were in the Oval Office. Hillary Clinton still lamenting the fact that she was robbed.
They put Stacey Abrams on the governor's panel, which is the single greatest troll of all time. That's so fantastic.
I truly thought that they're so confident. They are so confident that they have sold us hatred of Donald Trump that they don't think they can lose. I really do think that. I think that they are beyond feeling that they are vulnerable. They are putting up this guy who is just a full bodysuit disguise for the far left. That's all he is. And Kamala Harris, whose history of corruption is so dense that if Trump wakes up and starts going after her for that, he can talk forever about what she's done. She is a corrupt public official, an actual, genuine corrupt public official, the kind we used to put in jail. And they're so vulnerable, and yet they seem so confident. It's worrying.
I think that our pals over at Reagan Battalion, this was sort of their take on it. Every day they would tweet out the list of all the absurdities. Bill Clinton talking about propriety in the Oval Office, Barack Obama talking about love of constitutional protections and separation of powers, Michelle Obama talking about deep love of the country. You're right. Maybe the whole thing is a troll. It wouldn't be the first time that they thought they could not possibly lose to Donald Trump. We'll talk a little bit more about all that. Right now, though, I want to talk about our friends over at Stamps.com. We've been telling you about Stamps.com for a long time here on the show, and that's because we've been using Stamps.com for a long time here at the Daily Wire. LA has bad traffic. Well, it used to back when people went to work. We don't like to be on the road in bad traffic, and our solution has been to use Stamps.com. You should do it too. Everyone's slowly adjusting to the new normal. You have to be smart about how you do business. Luckily, you have Stamps.com to make things easier, and thousands of small business owners have discovered the benefits of Stamps.com in recent months. Proud to say we discovered it a little bit before that. They've been able to keep their businesses running and avoid crowds at post office, all from their own computers. With Stamps.com, you can print postage on demand and avoid going to the post office. Look, you want to do this. Save yourself money. Save yourself time. Don't go out in the world and interact. I'm not telling you to be afraid to go out in the world and interact. I'm telling you to be afraid of going to the post office and interacting with people who aren't smart enough to have already gotten Stamps.com. You don't want to be around those people. Stamps.com is going to make your business and your personal life more successful. They offer all the services of the UPS, but with discounts of up to 62% and no residential surcharges. Here at Daily Wire, been using them since 2017. Benjamin.
Well, right now, our listeners get a special offer. It includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and digital scale, no long-term commitments. And again, you get all these big discounts. You get 5 cents off every stamp, up to 62% off USPS and UPS shipping rates. You're going to save time. You're going to save money. Go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, and type in Shapiro for the special deal again. Go to Stamps.com, microphone at the top of the homepage, type in Shapiro, and get the special deal.
So we can talk about all of the things that they...
What's the thing you hated the most?
What's that?
What's the thing you hated the most?
The thing I hated the most about the DNC? Well, all of it. Watching it was awful. I have to admit that the thing that I hated the most about the DNC was the speech by Barack Obama.
Yeah.
I can't tell you, first of all, how despicable I found his speech to be. Obviously, it was a historic slamming, jamming, I can't remember the Anderson Cooper stuff. It was a very historic speech because we've never seen a former president get up and lay into a sitting successor in the way that Barack Obama did. He's always seen himself as a historic figure, and he proved it. But I just have to be honest. I've just been so glad over the last 4 years not to have to listen to that low, hard, the only guy in the history of the country to think that he was slumming in the presidency, to think that he was too good from the job from the minute that he got it. He was the kind of guy who makes the ocean stop rising, and then we made him go to work and put on a tie every day, and I think he resented the country for it. hearing him back on the national stage, especially in such an ugly situation, I found it to be a low.
I totally agree with this. I mean, the part about Barack Obama that I've always found the most disquieting is his ability and willingness to hijack America's founding documents and then pretend that he stands with those founding documents when, in reality, he stands against virtually every founding principle of the country, because progressives have stood against those founding principles for the last 120 years. Barack Obama does this routine. I was hearing conservatives being like, well, wasn't it great that he was at least saying that while the Constitution had problems with it, at least we can have the mechanisms of the Constitution that still work? And I kept saying to them, the principles of the Constitution, which are undergirded in the Declaration, are pretty specific, right? Natural rights that pre-exist government, government instituted to protect those rights, limited government, enumerated powers, checks and balances, right? Those are the actual principles of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Barack Obama reduced that while standing in this hall in honor of the American Revolution.
See what he said. Here's Barack Obama on the Constitution.
Excuse me for what?
I'm in Philadelphia, where our Constitution was drafted and signed. It wasn't a perfect document. It allowed for the inhumanity of slavery and failed to guarantee women, and even men who didn't own property, the right to participate in the political process. But embedded in this document was a North Star that would guide future generations. A system of representative government, a democracy, through which we could better realize our highest ideals.
I'm sorry to interrupt just on this, but I have to correct the record. What he said is not true. This idea, first of all, that obviously women did not vote in large numbers at the time that the Constitution was ratified, but some women did. In the state of New Jersey, women did vote. This idea about slavery, that the framers of our country decided, okay, well, we'll let the slavery question pass to another day. This was an extraordinarily hot topic at the Constitutional Convention. They did more to guarantee the end of slavery than anybody else had done in the Western world. And what was the alternative? To allow there not to be any union, and then you have no way to abolish slavery. It's just on the factual points, he's wrong.
But the part of it that's really despicable, and this is what he's been doing for years. He did it in his second inaugural, and I was the only person who got really irritated by this. He would cite the Declaration of Independence, and then he would say things like, but we don't all have to have the same definition of liberty, which is exactly what is at the heart of the Declaration of Independence, is that we do have the same definition of liberty. In fact, that's the only thing we basically have to agree on. Here, he says that what the Constitution boils down to is not equal protection before the law. It is not individual rights that pre-exist government. It is not that all men are created equal. It's none of those things. It's simply voting. Right? It's representative government. And when he says representative government, he doesn't mean checks and balances. He doesn't like any of those checks and balances. He's come out against the filibuster. He's in favor.
I want it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so big. It was so good.
You know how to give a girl a ride. You want anything else, honey?
Give it to me.
Fuck it like you mean it. Oh, you're the best I ever had. We're not done yet, are we, sugar?
Yes.
Who's a dirty boy? Oh, you're the man. You're a beast. I can't handle anymore, honey. Fuck!
Holy shit, Bruno, your belly is huge. Your belly is huge, dude. This one's kind of boring. Slow as shit.
of adding Puerto Rico and DC as states with pure majoritarian representation, right? Just to stack the United States Senate. He's in favor of stacking the courts. He has said this openly. I mean, this is not a person who believes in any of the actual principles of the Constitution. The founders were not pure mob rule majoritarians by any stretch of the imagination, which is why what makes
the beauty of the Constitution is that it protects
minority rights. I mean, that's the whole point.
He actually said that the people demonstrating in Portland and on the streets were the dream fulfilled of the Constitution.
Yeah,
when in fact, they were the nightmare. The actual nightmare of the founders was that kind of representative democracy would lead to mob rule. So everything, it actually was like opposite day, and it was very disturbing to see. And again, very disturbing to me to watch the press, which used to be a good institution in this country, to watch the press just absolutely go right back into their, what I call their O phase now. They go back right into their O phase, just loving in ecstasy at this president. And it just reminds you again that it's not the way they cover Donald Trump that's so disgusting, though it is even Trump, who deserves some of it, it is disgusting. But it's the way they cover Obama and then cover Trump. And
the way that they cover Barack Obama destroyed the media in America.
Yeah,
that's actually his most lasting contribution as president. He came along, and because of the unique superficial aspects, this is the amazing thing about it. It isn't the deeper things about Barack Obama. It's purely the superficial ones. Created an environment where the press could not in any way be critical of him.
Yeah.
He was almost like you couldn't construct a better figure to be immune from any sort of criticism from the press. And so after 8 years of that, they have no credibility left, right? And you could almost say that in their attacks on Trump, they're trying to overcompensate to show that, no, we are still a vibrant, institution that speaks truth to power. But
democracy dies in darkness.
Democracy dies in darkness.
But it is true that the orgasmic level of coverage, the journalismic, and journalism was just getting everywhere. Well, it was really sticky and awful. The fact that they were journalisming all over the place, the way that they were after Obama's speech, it was really disturbing. And there's something that Obama does, and it's clever, but Democrats have been doing it for 60 years, and that is this inside-outside game, where they say democracy works when we win. When we lose, democracy isn't working, so you need to get out in the streets. Right? And that's what he did during the speech. He said, the protesters are democracy fulfilled, but I'm here to tell you that the system of democracy does work. So if you vote and you elect people like us, then we will do the work for you. Okay, what that really is to all Americans who are not voting for Democrats, that is tacit blackmail. That is, if you do not vote for us, we will allow these riots and looting and all of this stuff, which, by the way, 8 hours of coverage in prime time, not a single mention of a riot, not a single mention of looting, not a single mention of property destruction, by the way, not a single mention of Chinese repression or Chinese aggression, not a single mention of Iran, not a single mention of any of these things, right? It's just hunky-dory out there, apparently, particularly in protest land.
But there actually was a reference to Iran, wasn't there? If we elect Joe Biden, we're going to be back in the Iran
deal, which is really exciting. Really exciting.
I actually want to talk about what you just brought up. Is it the case that the argument that Democrats are making is vote for us and maybe we'll stop burning down your cities? Is it really the case that they're saying vote for us and maybe you'll get to go back to work and have a job again? Is it blackmail?
I've always noticed when they say these riots are mostly peaceful, I immediately think of the mafia protection rackets. They didn't blow up my store. They're mostly peaceful. Yeah. And that is effectively what they're saying, and it even goes deeper than that because frequently in tyrannical countries, there's not a lot of crime in the street. The repression is so tough that people are afraid, because you get executed or whipped or whatever if you commit a minor crime. So there's not a lot of crime in the streets, but all that crime is sucked into the government. The government are the ones who are committing the crimes against liberty and against people. And that's what they're essentially saying. Well, stop rioting in the streets, but the goals of the rioters, which are anti-American per se, will infest our government.
By the way, on the lockdown point that you're making, this is 100% true. I mean, they featured Andrew Cuomo, who killed 11,000 nursing home patients, right? They featured Andrew Cuomo, who has a new book called American Crisis, Leadership During COVID-19. He's the worst governor in America.
Leading them right into the nursing home.
I mean, they should have called the book, If I Did It, right? If I Did It by Andrew Cuomo. Because that is so unbelievably astonishing. But, I mean, I was pointing out, there are certain things that people just stop looking at. New York State had yesterday a grand total of, I believe, 7 deaths. New Jersey, the entire state, had a grand total of 8 deaths yesterday. Not that they occurred yesterday, that were reported yesterday, which probably means that it's lower than 7 or 8 deaths in those states. Manhattan had 0 deaths and 64 total diagnosed cases of COVID-19, and they're not reopening anything.
Of course.
So now there's no way to argue that's not political, because Like, the metric doesn't exist by which you cannot open under these circumstances. That's crazy, Tom. But it's like New Zealand.
There's no argument going on anymore. You know, it's to this point on democracy. Is it really democracy if there's only one choice? Because that's what they're telling you. This is democracy, and there's only one choice. And if you don't vote for that choice, it's not democracy. And this is an argument that the progressives have been making at least since Woodrow Wilson, which is that it's all well and good and wonderful in America as long as you vote for us, but there is an end of history. There is a progressive utopia. We're going there, and if you stand in the way, you're evil in some way or you're extremely stupid. It's why Barack Obama, contrary to the very popular belief, is not a good orator. I know if you listen to the mainstream media, Ryan Lizza, the left-wing journalist, said it was the greatest convention speech. Just after his previous convention speech was the best.
He had to take a cold shower after the speech.
I know he did. He had to go log off Twitter because he's not a good orator. Barack Obama's given like 1.5 good speeches. His concession in New Hampshire was pretty good. The rest are not that good. Think of that first convention speech. He said, there's not a red America, there's not a blue America, there's the United States of America. Wow, Heracles, Abraham Lincoln, incredible. He just utters these platitudes because he and the whole Democratic Party believe that they are on the correct path of history, to use your phrase, the right side of history. It's going to end up there. And they don't need to make arguments. Compare that to the oratory of Lincoln, our actual greatest orator. He was making extraordinarily dense, cogent arguments, logical arguments. The left feels they don't need to make those arguments because they've taken authentic politics out from us. We no longer have that debate. They just have to.
And without journalism, there's no one to talk about what is not being said. So, for instance, Michelle Obama mentioned what a great job Joe Biden did during the Ebola crisis. But Ebola is not a disease that spreads very easily. During the H1N1 pandemic, or the flu, that was a complete foul-up by that administration. If that had been as bad as COVID-19, it would have been an absolute slaughter. Millions of people literally would have died by their own admission, by the admission of the people in the administration at the time. They said we screwed this up. It was just luck that we got away with this the way we did. And so, that's the kind of thing that I think a journalist should reference. A journalist on both sides. They should do it to Trump. They should do it to the DNC. But when you only have them like clutching their chests and rolling their eyes at how beautiful it is, you really are cheating the public of a fair look. Now, it doesn't bother me that politicians lie. That's part of their job. It doesn't bother me that they support their team over the other team. That's part of their job. It really bothers me that the refs are bought off. I mean, the referees, the journalists who are supposed to be the referees at some level, have been paid off.
And that's because you don't understand what the media is for, Drew.
I know.
So I want to tell you guys about my second least favorite moment that happened in the convention. But first, I want to talk about our friends at Policy Genius. I've been telling you guys now for a couple of months about my own personal experience of getting a life insurance policy first for myself, and then a policy for Mrs. Boring from Policy Genius. Both of those have been accomplished. If you haven't already gotten your policy, what you waiting for? You need life insurance policy, especially if you find yourself in a position of responsibility for other people, for family, for children, then you want to take care of them. The way that you do that, especially with things as difficult as they are in the world today, is with a life insurance policy, and there's no better place to get it than Policy Genius. Look, I tried other places. I actually tried other places just as a control in the experiment to see if Policy Genius was as good as they say they are. I went to some other websites and tried out to see what they would give us, and the answer is yes. Policy Genius is as good as they say it is, as convenient as they say. It couldn't be faster, it couldn't be easier, and it couldn't be more important. Right now, you could save $1,500 or more every year by using Policy Genius to compare life insurance policies from a variety of servers. When you're shopping for a policy that could last for a decade or more, those savings really start to add up. People ask me, what is Policy Genius? Well, basically, it's an insurance marketplace. It's built and backed by a team of industry experts, and here's how it works. Step one, you head over to PolicyGenius.com. In just minutes, you can work out how much coverage you need and compare quotes from top insurers to find the best price. Step two, you apply for the lowest price. Even I can figure it out. They stacked up all the different prices, and I was able to, and with this brain of mine, pick the lowest one and click on it. Step three, Policy Genius team handles all the paperwork and all of the red tape. They even scheduled, in my case, someone to come over, even in the era of COVID, to come by the office and do the physical that I needed for my policy. They did all the work, not the insurance company. I actually hit a few snags. I needed to reschedule. I didn't have to call the medical practitioner. I had to call Policy Genius. They handled everything. They even have policies which allow eligible customers to skip all of that hassle, like the medical exam and do it over the phone. That kind of service has earned Policy Genius a 5-star rating across 1,600 reviews on Trustpilot and Google. But you don't need those reviews, because I just gave you the best review. I used it, it worked. I used it for my wife, it worked for her. Even Ben Shapiro used it.
That's the soft sell. The hard sell. You're going to die. I'm sorry to tell you this. It may not happen today. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But soon. And for the rest of your life. And this is why you need to head on over to Policy Genius right now and get started. You could save $1,500 or more a year by comparing quotes on their marketplace. Policy Genius. When it comes to insurance, it is nice and very important to get it right. Go check out PolicyGenius.com right now.
So I want to tell you about my second favorite moment, my second least favorite. I guess it's my favorite because I enjoy being angry at the DNC. We have a clip of it. It's clip number 5. And this is, Andrew Cuomo comes out and he says one of the craziest lines of the whole convention. He said that COVID-19 is a symptom. It's not the disease. It's like, thinking like that gets every old person in the city.
He called it a metaphor. Called it a metaphor. And I like to think of the old Jack Handy joke, right, that my grandmother used to say that laughter was the best medicine, which is why 7 of us died of dysentery.
But my least favorite moment was actually, and I know that we're supposed to be very sensitive to these sorts of issues, but when they trotted out the daughter of a Trump supporter who died of COVID-19, I think we have the clip, and then I'm going to tell you everything that's wrong with it. Let's run the clip.
My dad, Mark Anthony Urquiza, should be here today, but he isn't. He had faith in Donald Trump. He voted for him, listened to him, believed him and his mouthpieces when they said that coronavirus was under control and going to disappear. That it was okay to end social distancing rules before it was safe. And that if you had no underlying health conditions, you'd probably be fine. My dad was a healthy 65-year-old. His only pre-existing condition was trusting Donald Trump. And for that, he paid with his life.
So I'm sorry, this is the most despicable thing that I've ever seen in American politics. First of all, this Kristen Urquiza, terrible that her father died, but this is egregious behavior on her part. She is essentially telling you that her father is a rube who deserved what he got. He deserved to die because he backed a politician that she doesn't like. The fact that the Democrats would trot her out like this and let her make this kind of statement on national television is despicable. And can we please one time have a DNC where they don't actually accuse the Republican candidate of murder? I mean, how many in a row is this where they say, literally someone comes out and says, death follows this person being elected president? Everything about this is terrible. And I know we're not supposed to talk bad about someone like Kristen Urquiza because she went through a tragedy. What she did there is despicable, and the only excuse is grief, even though she actually demonstrates no grief in the clip. The only grief she actually talks about is having the sads that her dad was apparently wrong about Orange Man bad. I thought that this was as low as it gets.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that, I'll say that I think that maybe she's coming from like an actual genuine place of grief and this is all misguided, but it was insane. It was insane. Yeah. I mean, first of all, the suggestion seems to be that if you didn't believe Donald Trump, you lived, which is a real hot take. I mean, 33,000 people died in New York. Last I checked, he didn't win New York, and then another 16,000 or so died in New Jersey, and he didn't win New Jersey. And then another 10,000 or so died in Massachusetts, he didn't win Massachusetts. Turns out a lot of people died, mostly in major cities that are blue. So if we're going to go with, like, how people voted dictated whether they died of COVID, then I have a feeling that's not going to go fantastically well. But that basic notion that she puts out there, like, as you say, the only way that this makes any logical sense is what she's basically saying is my dad drank the fish tank cleaner. Right, which it's like that story that they tried to trot out at the very beginning when Trump was like, "You should try hydroxychloroquine," and then a woman murdered her husband, probably, right? Allegedly murdered her husband by feeding him the fish tank cleaner and being like, "Donald Trump told me that my husband should take this cyanide. I can't believe Donald Trump killed my husband. Also, I took out a life insurance policy one day before, but Donald Trump told me to do that." Like, it was sort of like that. It is. You're right. They've been doing this now for like several conventions in a row. In 2004, it was all about Bush and Iraq. And then it was about Romney being a terrible, terrible person who killed a woman of cancer, right, by Bain Capital buying out a business and restructuring it or something. So this is it's nothing new, but it was the blaming of COVID, like the willingness by every single politician in America apparently to blame Donald Trump for the ravages of COVID. Biden did it himself too. When Biden was pledging, well, I'm going to end COVID. By the way, Biden's list of promises pretty extensive. He promises to stop every threat seen and unseen.
Yeah, let's play that clip because it really is just jaw-dropping. Here's Joe Biden
being alive.
Our current president
president has failed in his most basic duty to the nation. He's failed to protect us. He's failed to protect America. And my fellow Americans, that is unforgivable. As president, I'll make you a promise. I'll protect America. I will defend us from every attack, seen and unseen, always, without exception, every time.
Wow. Also, he pledges never to give you up, never to let you down, not to run around and desert you. He will never make you cry. He will never say goodbye. He will never tell a lie or hurt you.
Well, did you see here, what Joe Biden left out of that speech is what he said at the beginning of COVID, which is that we shouldn't shut down travel from China. He called Trump's travel ban hysterical xenophobia, to use his words. And I think that, so there's this kind of formal aspect of why it was so wrong to launch this attack. There's also the substance, though. All these Democratic politicians handled COVID way worse than Donald Trump. And Andrew Cuomo, his policies are directly responsible for the deaths of thousands of elderly New Yorkers. Nancy Pelosi.
But that's just a metaphor.
Oh, it's a metaphor.
For how bad Andrew Cuomo is at his job.
No, you're right. You make that good point. When was Nancy Pelosi going to say, hey, come on down to Chinatown, like she did without a mask, no social distancing at the start of COVID? I guess what they're banking on is what we've been talking about all night, which is that the press are going to fawn over them. They're not going to call them out for any of this, and it's a total fantasy.
So this brings me to my theory on how Donald Trump could be guaranteed to win the election. You guys want to hear it?
I want to hear it.
Yeah. Donald Trump gets 8 primetime hours next week for the RNC. If the RNC had been first before the DNC, my strategy would not work because I actually think the media would just not play it. Since they played all 8 hours in primetime of the DNC, they have to play the RNC. I think that they should put 2 giant screens up, and no matter who is speaking, during the national anthem, during the benediction, during the president's speech, during the vice president's speech, the entire time, they should be playing footage of the riots in Portland and the riots in Seattle and the Chaz zone and all the violence that's happening all across this country. Because the media will not tell people the truth about these protests. When he's tried this trick before, they actually have even Fox News shut down the feed so that you couldn't see it. They can't do that with the actual Republican National Convention. And if they do, they give him the presidency again just by... so dare them. He should run it for all 8 hours, even when he's not talking about it, and dare them not to play it. Because, here's my theory. People actually vote, and in particular, suburban housewives vote on the basis of how a candidate makes them feel. In the case of George W. Bush, he made them feel safe, as opposed to John Kerry, who seemed inconsistent. Flip-flop, flip-flop. Remember, this was a great a way of framing John Kerry vis-a-vis George W. Bush, because one makes you feel safe, the other makes you feel insecure. In the case of Barack Obama made people feel noble and virtuous, and they were able to feel good about themselves when they voted for him. Donald Trump made people feel empowered. In 2016, he made people feel like they could have a voice when they hadn't had one before. But his behavior since then makes people feel insecure because he's bombastic, because he's boorish. He makes you a little embarrassed. Even people who are going to vote for him, often they'll say, I hate that I have to vote for him, but look at the other guy. That means there's a whole other range of people who won't vote for him, who have that exact same sentiment, but they're just breaking the other way. He has to not let this be a referendum on Donald Trump. If it's a referendum on Donald Trump will lose. He needs to make it a referendum on the left. They've overplayed their hand. The president's job for the next 2 months, and especially next week, should be to use the power of his pulpit to shine a light on what the Democrats are actually doing. You don't have to know what they will do when they win. They're doing stuff right now, and every bit of it is bad. If you could put a camera in the morgues in New York City, I'd say you should do that. But that's not the way that the world works. So he should instead focus in on these riots and let people know you should feel worse. This is what the Democrats are banking on. Basically, Ben, you made this point. They offered no affirmative message at their convention. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were actually afterthoughts, to use your language, Ben. It was all about orange man bad, orange man bad. Donald Trump needs to actually invert that and say, yeah, it's not about me either. It is actually about them. They are worse. You know, we have friends in the sort of Never Trump movement who basically they're going to support Joe Biden for the presidency. And when I listen to their arguments, the arguments all come back to Donald Trump is such a threat to our societal norms that even though we like his policies better, like every one of them is more happy that we have Brett Kavanaugh as a Supreme Court justice than they would be to have another Sotomayor, for example, on the court. Every one of them is pro-life. Every one of them wants lower taxes. But what they're basically saying is none of our our policy preferences matter compared to the damage that Donald Trump does to our actual societal norms. And my response is the Democrats are running communist riots in major American cities, burning things to the ground. They've broken the economy. They've shut down churches. They've shut down all social interactions. They're openly against free, not just the First Amendment, but every aspect of the First Amendment. They're against free exercise. They're against free assembly unless your Black Lives Matter. They're against free speech unless you're saying the things that they have approved of. They're against the Second Amendment. They're against due process. They're actually saying that due process is a white supremacy. Yeah, it's a supremacist institution. They're against trial by jury. You'll get accused of a sexual assault on any American college campus and raise the idea that you're entitled to a trial by a jury of your peers. They're against the Electoral College. They're against every piece of the actual framework of our society. Listen, is Donald Trump a threat to some of our societal norms? Yeah, I think he is. But he's the lesser threat to our societal norms. The Democrats are violently opposed to and I use violence as a literal term, violently opposed to our societal norms, and the president has the power to force the media to cover that next week, and he would do a far better job doing that than getting up there and doing his usual Donald Trump, they don't like me, the nice thing about conspiracy theorists is they do like me. Stop that. Talk about the actual threat that the left.
It could be. I agree with everything you've said, but it could be a yes and, right? It could be.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's just what I was going to say that because the one thing he's been doing lately, and again, this is something I advised him to do. He's listened to all my advice and turned his campaign around, in my opinion. But the thing is, I think your idea about playing the riots, absolutely great idea. That is absolutely true. He should also play Joe Biden's list of things he would have done if he had been handling the Chinese flu, because Trump has done them all. Every single thing that he said he was going to do, Trump has already done. And I think that one of the jokes he's been making recently is some people don't like me. Maybe it's my personality. The other day he said it even funnier. He said, some people don't like me. I don't know what it is. It couldn't be my personality. And I think that is a really good line because, first of all, he does need to appeal to women. Women get that with men. And sometimes men
they never like us.
They never like us. Who would? I mean, come on, who would? They have good taste. And I just think that it is a good argument that, I do the right thing. And yeah, I'm bumptious. That's the way it is. Well, if Trump has the discipline, if the RNC has the discipline to do it, it could be a true turnaround thing.
Speaking of women, Elisha.
Let's toss them the one that we have via satellite. Hey guys, I just wanted to remind everyone watching that we are going to be having an All Access Live after the show with Jeremy, Ben, Michael, me, the woman, and Drew, who, believe it or not, is younger than Joe Biden. So, the thing is, you have to be an All Access member to talk with us. If you're a member, be sure to click the link in the description wherever you're watching this once the show ends to join in on the discussion. And we have a limited time offer because all good sales are very limited going on right now, so you can participate. Become a Daily Wire All Access member for 20% off with the coupon code ACCESS to join the fun. If you don't know how to spell access, I'll spell it out for you. ACCESS. That's for all of you distance learning public schoolers out there who weren't taught properly. And a bunch of comments are actually coming through already. VW says, hey everyone, thank you for going through the torture of watching the DNC so we could be spared. You are so selfless. HT says, wants to know if we made Matt watch the DNC because he's being punished for not coming on backstage ever. And KB says that Cory Booker's fake laugh is the stuff of nightmares. But I actually think it might be worse than Kamala's.
No,
I don't know.
That's not a possible thing. That's not a possible thing. There's nothing on planet Earth that is as horrifying as Kamala Harris's fake laugh when asked an awkward question.
I mean, it's so...
It's called
a debate.
It's a debate.
A debate.
Yeah, that's an amazing line. When she said that, it's like, yes, I'm a liar.
So, the guys already want to talk about this, so maybe we'll talk about this and much more during the All Access discussion after the show.
Thank you, Elisha. Hey guys, why don't you have a ring? We've been telling you about Ring now at this company for 4 years. If you don't have a ring,
if you like it, you better put a ring on it.
If you like it, then you better put a ring on it. You got to get a ring. It's the only way to keep your house, to keep your house safe, and to keep an eye on your house when you're not there, to see those packages that are being left and stolen. It's a huge problem happening in Los Angeles right now, is that I think our buddy Dave Rubin keeps actually releasing videos from his Ring camera of people stealing his mail. We live in these strange times where we go out less and we order a lot more on the internet, and, There are people who are up to no good. They've realized they've changed their behavior too, and they camp out waiting for the UPS guy to walk down the street, and they follow right behind him and steal your stuff. With Ring, you get the kind of security that you need. They have products for every corner of your home, inside and out. Best of all, you can see it all on one simple app. With Ring, you can keep an eye on your home no matter where you are, right from your phone. If someone stops by, if something's going on, Ring lets you know. It's peace of mind anytime, knowing that your home is protected. They're defunding the police. They're emptying the jails. You've got valuable things sitting in front of your house on the stoop. You need to get Ring. Every one of us here at the Daily Wire uses Ring, and every one of us here at the Daily Wire feels safer as a result. The first adapter, of course, because he can afford things that back when the rest of us were poor, we're just shoveling every dollar that came into the company over to Ben with our muscles and backs. We have no muscles anymore because we got rich too. But Ben was the first one to buy Ring, and he's been protecting his house with it these last 5 years.
Indeed, and now I'm both safe and wealthy. So go check out Ring.com. Get a special offer on the Ring Welcome Kit at Ring.com/backstage. It comes with Ring Video Doorbell 3 and Chime Pro, the perfect way to start your Ring experience, plus free 2-day shipping. Go to Ring.com/backstage. Once again, that is Ring.com/backstage for the special offer on the Ring Welcome Kit. Ring.com/backstage.
So we've talked about all the things we hated about the convention. Now I want to tell you what I actually did like about it. I love this in politics. I thought our side was always guilty of it. I didn't know that their side could be much, much worse. I love it when people in politics talk about the youth. They love to talk about the youth. The youth are the future. Barack Obama had this whole line in there. To the young people who've been burning down our cities, beating people in the head with bricks and smashing windows, you are democracy in action. You are the future. You're better than any of the young people who ever went before you because you're still young and they all got old. Every one of them now is old. And they had to be convinced not to be racist, but you weren't racist from day one. You're the best youth ever to youth. And then they gave Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez 60 seconds to talk at the DNC. And this is what politicians always do. They pay lip service to young people because they know that young people are rubes. And they also know that the young people won't actually turn out to vote. Then when it comes to actually entrusting anything to young people, they basically say, put a couple flags behind her and let her talk for 60 seconds. I think here's what she had to say.
In fidelity and gratitude to a mass people's movement working to establish 21st century social, economic, and human rights, including guaranteed health care, higher education, living wages, and labor rights for all people in the United States. A movement striving to recognize and repair the wounds of racial injustice, colonization, misogyny, and homophobia.
That clip is going to play on a loop at the Gulag, and it will be the last sound you ever hear.
I gotta say, I said before I didn't think Sarah Cooper was funny, but she's hilarious.
She's great.
That was hilarious. Wait. The pinball machine of crazy leftist terminology right there, it's spectacular. It was just lighting up nonstop there. In one go, she nails racial injustice, misogyny, homophobia, colonization. It's like she's a little late on the colonization bandwagon, I feel like. I hear that argument being made during, the Mexican-American War, but I feel like right now...
She wasn't the only person to bring up colonization. There was a clip a little bit earlier, clip number 2. This is remarkable. This is actually someone saying what the Democrat Party supports. Now, this is the thesis statement of the 2020 Democrats.
This is from the Youth Council.
This future that we all want, that we're all trying to build, really is about the destruction of colonization, white supremacy, and capitalism. We must really move away from these systems and these frameworks if we really want to live in a future that does have a regenerative economy and does enable liberation and equity for our communities.
Drew, you haven't been young in decades. Did any of that make sense to you?
It makes a kind of crazy sense. What doesn't make sense to me, this is the thing, I always wonder this about AOC, because I think of all of the people in that movement, AOC actually strikes me as an ignoramus. She just strikes me as somebody who doesn't know anything, but she doesn't strike me as insincere. I actually think she kind of buys what she's saying. And what gets me is why they never ask themselves, if we're socialists, how come every gigantic corporation in America is supporting us? Why is it that places like Amazon, which is making gazillions of dollars, why are they sending guys like me who want to read poetry? Why are they sending me
recommending these, anti-white, anti-racist things. Well, why doesn't it occur to them that the richest donors in the country, like for instance, of the 10 richest donors in the country, 9 of them supported Barack Obama. How come it never occurs to them that the people that they're supposed to hate are on their side, and something may be wrong, that maybe they're pawns, maybe they're being used? Talk about using the youth. They're not just using the youth, they're using the socialists and they're using the rioters to get what they want. This is something that is supporting these globalist, humongous corporations that are now really a greater threat to some of our freedoms than the government.
Well, you saw this tension come out with the DNC, which is that they've been stoking, as you say, the riots and these young people to go out and talk about how terrible America is. But they realize that burning the American flag and toppling George Washington does not exactly play well in Peoria. So they have to limit the amount of AOC time. Unfortunately for them, because it's a Zoom convention, we can get all the little clips from the youth caucus and then push them out there so we actually do get to see them. But you see it really just in Andrew Cuomo, right? Which is that these youths are saying what the Democrats have really believed for a long time. But the youths are actually saying it. So Andrew Cuomo comes out and he says, we're America tough. America builds back. We're the greatest country ever, right? But 18 months ago, Andrew Cuomo said, we're not going to make America great again because America was never that great. Direct quote. That's what they don't like America. They're literally setting the flag on fire, and they realize that for an election, they've got to play up to patriotism. So Cuomo, trained, practiced liars like him, can get that sort of thing done. Biden, Obama, all those guys. But those youths, you got to maybe constrain them to 60 seconds of anti-colonialism or whatever, and then move on.
This is the really wondrous thing about how the DNC works. So we only see the prime time. The prime time is basically just the Tinder profile, right? I mean, the prime time is where you put up a picture of, Brad Pitt on your dating profile, and then actually you look like Steve Bannon, right? And all of these stuff that's happening during the day is what's actually bubbling under the surface and over the surface in the Democratic Party. So for 8 hours, you got no indicator of exactly what Democrats were going to do, except that they don't like guns, right? I mean, they were big on the gun control. They put that in prime time. And they like the environment, apparently, and that means that Gavin Newsom's going to go stand amongst the trees hiding from James Comey. But aside from that, you really have no clue what their actual policies are, because they didn't talk about any of their policies. All they talked about the entire time was that Donald Trump is a big, bad, orange, mean, fat, bad, mean man who's orange. Right? That was the entire pitch. And that's why Joe Biden never had to mention Trump's name in his speech, and he didn't, because his entire pitch was, I'm empathetic. So, first of all, on empathy is a terrible quality in a politician. You don't actually want empathy in a politician. It's one thing to say you want sympathy from a politician. If you want empathy in a politician, there's an entire book by a sociologist named Paul Bloom about how empathy actually perverts public policy, because when you put yourself in the position of one specific other person, you're ignoring all of the other people that you can't be empathetic to by nature. So when they do this whole, I want a politician who cares about me. Joe Biden said this too. He said, my father used to say, I don't care, I'm not asking government to solve my problems, but I want government to understand my problems. I thought to myself, like at the DMV or what? Like who? Whenever somebody says they want the government to have you ever thought, like as a rational human being, you know what I need? I need some care, love, and understanding. I'm headed on over to the Franchise Tax Board of California for a little bit of empathy today. Like that's not how any of that crap works. And so the attempt to make government the be-all, end-all that solves all of your problems, this is why, if Biden is elected, he's actually going to have some problems on his hands, because he's got an unwieldy coalition. He's getting elected on the basis of rejecting that entire coalition. His entire speech was based on patriotism. Hey, the man attends church. Hey, the guy loves family. Hey, the guy loves schools and schools being open. Jill Biden did her entire shtick from a closed public school and then blamed that on Trump, who's been begging to reopen the schools. Right? So the entire Democratic coalition is completely unwieldy, and they've guaranteed their entire base the world. Right? Joe Biden promised every single thing. There are no things he will not promise. There are no things that Bernie Sanders thinks the government cannot solve. Well, inevitably, you're going to fall short of that particular standard, because even God does not promise you to give you all the things you want in life, because God is not an idiot, unlike these people. So that's actually going to be a rather difficult thing to pull off, which means that either Joe Biden has to cave to the radical left, or Joe Biden is going to spend his tenure trying to fend them off. Either way, it's not going to be very good for the country.
Yeah, the other thing about the empathy thing is that there's not a lot of empathy for the rest of the world in this hatred of America. It really is embarrassing to me to have these young people come out and talk about how we're colonial and we're sexist and we're racist and all this. While in Hong Kong, people are being pulled off the street and arrested for waving the American flag. And the entire world right now could be and should be and would be looking toward America to enhance their freedom against truly oppressive movement out of China, truly oppressive criminality from Russia. These are things that are actually threatening the world, and the people look to us as the symbol of the freedom that all of them long for and all of them want to protect. And meanwhile, we have these clowns, this minority of people, this small minority of overeducated buffoons, burning the American flag and basically saying to these people, screw you and your yearning for freedom. We are more important than the thing you think you want. And it really is a lack of, it's ignorance, really. It's the fact that our news media never covers foreign news at all. I mean, just before he died, I became kind of friendly with Douglas Adams, the guy who wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And he was an Englishman, and when he came over, I said, well, how are you enjoying America? And he said, well, the news blackout is a little tough to take because he never heard a story from anywhere else on Earth. So when they're talking about racism, they've never seen racism. When they're talking about tyranny and authoritarianism, they've never seen it. They don't know what it is. Travel a little bit, go outside the country, and you find out in a big, big hurry how good it is here.
It's actually interesting. You both made me think of this, that the left, they expect their politicians to lie, and they feel like they're inside, like they're in the lie with them.
Yeah.
So it's okay with AOC if Joe Biden gets up there and drapes himself in the flag, because it's actually a calculation. She understands, I hate the country. I want to dismantle the country. I want to fundamentally reimagine the country. But I know that the Rubes and Hicks, who aren't as enlightened as me, need to hear this kind of talk. On the right, we don't have anything quite like that. If our politicians don't say the things that we actually believe, we get angry with them. The left, I think it's because they know that the media is in the game with them. They know that all the major institutions are in the game with them. They can just they can lie directly to all the undecideds, and they're perfectly comfortable with it. They face no.
That's a really great point. That's like Obama's opposing gay marriage. And no one ever saying a word or holding it against him, and the actual opinion that he held would now get you fired.
Yeah, you did see this a little bit with pre-Trump Republican politicians, so that the issue probably where it's most clear is the Israel embassy. So every politician since the 90s has said we're going to move the embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, and then we all listen to that and we say that's a good idea, but we all know they're not going to do it. And then so Trump goes ahead, and he was actually presented by the State Department with a pro and cons list of reasons to do it, reasons not to do it, and the reasons to do it was completely empty. They didn't see a single reason to do it, and yet he did it. Everyone was shocked. Even Republicans were shocked. So no, we knew what you meant, but Trump has this odd thing because he's not practiced in politics, that he just thinks when someone says you're supposed to do this, you actually do it. And that sort of thing is pretty refreshing, and it does change the dynamic a little bit from left, right, Republican, Democrat to this kind of establishment where we're all lying to one another and actually inserting a little bit of the voice.
I actually think that what you just said, though, Michael, may reveal something even worse. Because yes, when the Republicans would say they were going to move the embassy, they were obviously lying. But they were saying what we wanted to hear. Because we, the Republican voters, did want to move the embassy. But the extreme left doesn't want the sort of ideas that Biden is espousing. And the reason I say it's something far worse is because I actually just realized all the lies are aimed at the same group of people. All the lies told by both parties are aimed at the people in the country who like the country, like our allies, want us to be strong, want to be left alone. The Democrats lie and say that they're like us, so that we'll vote for them. They're not like us. The Republicans lie and say we'll do the things you want, even though they won't do any of the things that we want. But only one group of people really gets fed all the horse crap in this country. It's a great point.
Well, I also think that the Democratic Party, I will say, I think that it's pretty obvious they've abandoned the mail vote. Right? They recognize that the gender gap in this election is just going to be overwhelming. Yeah. And so the entire pitch, which was empathy and Michelle Obama doing the empathy routine, by the way, Michelle Obama's speech, which was widely praised, the actual content of it was pretty appalling. Her delivery is great. I mean, she's great on camera. She knows what she's doing on camera. She knows how to work the camera, which is a skill set. And her husband is the same way. He's very good on camera. But some of the stuff that she overtly said, she's the best-selling nonfiction author probably of the last 20 years. And she essentially said, I know a lot of people may not listen to me because I'm a black woman. Who are these people who are not going to listen to you because you're a black woman? Like who? The two most popular women in America probably are Oprah Winfrey and Michelle Obama. So I'm having a tough time with that one. And then she suggested, oh, openly in the speech that there is a never-ending list of innocent black people being murdered by the cops. That is a direct quote, that there's a never-ending list. And I thought to myself, well, it kind of has an end, considering there were 15 unarmed people shot by the cops who were black last year. And that's like, I can fit that list basically on like a small slip of paper. And each one of those, and first of all, not just because you're unarmed doesn't mean that you're innocent. Some of these people were trying to grab a cop's gun. But beyond that, the number of innocent people who are murdered by the cops every year is extraordinarily low, which is why we actually do know all their names. When people say their names, I keep thinking to myself, well, we know their names.
Yeah, we can.
I mean, it did strike me during the DNC that the same exact people calling for gun control and federal gun control are the same exact people saying that if Donald Trump sends the feds to Chicago to disarm gang members, it's bad. So they want, I don't understand what they want. Do they want the feds to come in and take the guns away from the bad guys? Or do they want the feds to not come in and take the guns away from the bad guys so long as the feds happen to be run by Republicans? Which suggests to me that, once again, the agenda has nothing to do with bettering anybody's life and much more to do with the ascension of political power. I want to get your guys' opinion on something, and that is, what do you think that Trump has to do beyond the political? Because the attack here is very obvious, and that is a character attack. This entire thing was a character attack. It was an 8-hour-long character attack. Look what a nice guy Joe Biden is. He helps out kids who are stuttering. He has terrible personal tragedy in his life. He's very empathetic. He's very caring. Joe's the kind of guy who gives women massages even if they don't want them. Right? Joe's a very empathetic gentleman. And, I mean, by the accounts of people who know him, a lot of this is true, right? He's apparently not in the world of politics, where he's busy destroying Robert Bork and trying to go after Clarence Thomas and wreck him and all of that kind of stuff. But on an interpersonal level, he's supposed to be, quite charming and very nice and pretty empathetic. And I don't know how Trump combats that other than, fighting back on all of these other grounds that we're talking about and shutting the hell up. I cannot overemphasize this. He needs to shut the hell up. Okay, like, it is political malpractice for the President of the United States to grant nothing but gasoline to the stovetop fire that the Democrats are trying to light here. You recall that he won the election last time, not just because James Comey decided to drop that letter on Hillary Clinton last minute, which did make a difference, but that he went completely silent for a week and a half. Yeah. For a week and a half, it was the only time, really, in the last several years, where Donald Trump realized, wait a second, if I get out of the way, and I just stand over here for a second, things are going to go a lot better for me. Just let all the focus be on Hillary Clinton. I think Democrats are counting on Donald Trump needing to be in the spotlight all the time. And they're banking on that. They think they can just respond to him all the way to the election. And maybe that's true, but I don't think it has to be true. I think that he can very easily, if he's an intelligent human being, which I have been told by reliable people that he is, then it should not be that difficult for him to turn it down, at least on Twitter. It should just deprive the narrative of some oxygen for like 5 seconds. He was live tweeting Barack Obama's speech in all capital letters while Barack Obama was criticizing him as being fundamentally unserious for live tweeting things. Okay, that is a bad look, and it's a fundamentally flawed practice of politics. If he wants to win, and all of us are planning on voting for him so far as I'm aware, then he needs to do some things to change this perception.
But if I think he summed up the strategy very well in a meme, actually. That he tweeted about a month ago. But the meme actually was really important. It kind of gets to your point, Ben, which is, he said, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I just happen to be in the way. And that's the message. The Democrats are worried about the obvious point that they hate the country because they burned it down. And you could see that throughout the convention. So what President Trump can do, I think, is your strategy, Jeremy. He can play those sorts of clips. He's got to go after that, and he's got to make it not just a left-right thing, not just a Republican-Democrat thing. It's people who like the country and people who hate the country. And I actually do think, to your point, Drew, Trump has a bit of a self-effacing sense of humor about this. He knows his personality can be grating, and if he, like he did in that meme, takes himself out of it and he says, look, I am this one guy, I don't know how it happened, but I am one guy standing up against not just the left, not just the Democrats, but even some Republicans, even someone on the right, and I'm doing this weird thing, but it's for you guys. I think that's a strong message. The Democrats ceded the American flag. The Republicans would be insane not to pick it up and make it a symbol of the party.
I completely agree with this. I think Jeremy's got the right idea to make sure that people know what the left is doing, to be very specific about it, to make sure he's been really good. He's been really good after I got Brad Parscale fired by coming on. I went on Ben's show. I subbed for Ben on his show and told Kellyanne Conway to fire Brad Parscale. A day later, the guy was gone. It was really that fast.
Wields unimaginable power.
It's amazing the power of the Ben Shapiro show. But I have to say, I think since then he has done the one thing that he should do, which is you campaign as president by doing stuff. You know, making peace in the Middle East, and making sure that you go after Iran. Those are the kinds of things that really show up well. I think it's right to focus on what the left is doing. The left is really, never mind their words, never mind their smiley faces. This is what they do. And I do think this idea of having a bit of a sense of humor about his personality, which makes the news media look small, by saying that one of his great lines of his presidency was, "I don't drink. Can you imagine what a nightmare I'd be if I drank?" That's the kind of self-awareness that I think plays really well, but it also makes the media look like what they are, which is corrupt small people biting at his ankles.
Yeah. I guess I already answered the question when I said I think that he has to make it about what the left is actually doing, not just about what they say. I do agree, Ben, that he also has to kind of get out of the way. One challenge that Donald Trump has is that he does see the world as being about him. He has that in common with his predecessor. And that makes it very hard for him to make the election about them. He wants the election to be about him. What Donald Trump wants is sort of a vote of confidence from the American people. That's not what's actually in the offering, though. What he needs is a vote of no confidence against the left. He needs to understand, sort of like, to take it all the way back to our first president, George Washington understood that he didn't have to win the American Revolution. He had to not lose the American Revolution. Donald Trump needs to understand that he doesn't need to win this election. He needs to not lose it. The left has run a strategy that was tailor-designed to defeat only one man. It only works against Donald Trump. And so for a brief moment, I watched this show. It just wrapped up its 7-year run called Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And in this last season, the ultimate season of the show, they were dealing with these robots from the future who can see the stream of time. And they had gone back into the human past of the 20th century, and they were unmaking all the things, like killing the Avengers back when they were children, and all this kind of stuff was going on. And so no matter what our heroes do, they can't win. They can't win because the robots see the stream of time in terms of probabilities, and they can always figure out based on the probabilities what your move is going to be. And so they have this breakthrough moment. It's the turn of the season when they realize, well, that means the only way we can win is to not be the thing that they could calculate that we could be. We actually all have to do the thing that we would never do. Whatever our instinct is, don't do it. Whatever made us strong, run against it, because that's what they won't be able to see coming. It's very difficult, but I actually think it's what the president has to do in this situation.
I do want to push back a little bit, though. I don't think he should take himself out of this entirely. He should be wise about it. But let's not forget, for every presidential election in recent memory, the bigger personality wins. The more interesting, the more lively, the more vivacious, right? Obama beats Romney, Obama beats...
If Donald Trump takes flowers in the Rose Garden 3 times between now and the election, he is the bigger person.
Well, that's a fair... If he can finish the sentence.
He's breathing. He's more lively by definition. He's breathing. Like he's running against an active, like an actual corpse at this point. And by the way, the media is overblown praise for the fact that Joe Biden could keep it together for a full-on 24 minutes.
Unbelievable.
It was astonishing. I mean, truly, like even my grandmothers, who are well into their 90s at this point, can keep it together for 24 minutes. Like I understand that we set the bar really low for the guy, but at a certain point, he is going to actually have to answer some questions from a living human being.
Well, this brings me to the final question of the day, and then we're going to head on over to All Access and answer questions for our All Access members for a little bit. You should head over there right now if you're not already a subscriber at the Daily Wire. You can get 20% off with the coupon code ACCESS and join the fun. We'll be answering those questions. But my last question for you guys for the day, will there be a debate?
Yes.
There will be.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, I know, Jeremy, you've said a couple times you just don't see how he can do it. I don't see how he can't do it. I think that is the ultimate back down. It means you will back down to Putin. It means you back down to China. It means you just don't have what it takes to be the president of the United States. They've floated every argument they can think of in the New York Times and in all the left-wing venues. They've floated every argument they can think of. Clearly, the message is he's got to do it. And frankly, again, if he stays on his feet for whatever
whatever it is, 2 hours, and it's not like, Bradley Cooper accepting the award in The Star is Born. I think if he does that, it's going to be praised to the skies. What a wonderful breathing guy he is. As Trump has in fact said, I do not think he can back down.
I agree. I don't think he can back down entirely, as they tried and it failed. My fear is this, though. There's a lot of gray area between no debate and real traditional fair and square debate. And that could involve Zoom, like the whole, convention was basically virtual. I think if there's a virtual debate, they'll just rig it for Biden. They try to rig the fair and square debates for Democrats, Candy Crowley, and including in 2016. So, that I don't think the Trump campaign can allow. It's got to be a fair and square debate where the moderator and Trump and Biden are all in the same room, and they're still going to try to rig it through various technical means. But there, I think, Donald Trump eats Joe Biden for lunch, which is why they're going to try to bring it into that gray area. Yeah?
I think they'll hold the debates, and I think that the thing that Donald Trump has to do is in the first 30 seconds of the debate, he has to drop Hunter Biden's name. He has to do it. He has to do it for a couple of reasons. One, because it is an actual issue in the campaign that Joe Biden has used his family connections or allowed others to use family connections to make a lot of money. There's a real unintentional irony to the video of Hunter Biden saying, my father's always been there for me, and I was thinking, no bleep for me. Fact check true. But if he drops Hunter Biden's name, one of the things that the Democrats have been trying to protect Biden from are the consequences of any question that pisses him off, because the empathetic, nice grandpa vibe goes away immediately and becomes incredibly combative. He's challenging people to fight. He's challenging people to push-up contest. He starts to lose his train of thought. So you hit him with Hunter Biden in the first 30 seconds of that debate. He starts to lose it, and Trump says, listen, this is the guy that you're going to put in the White House. He's not even in the White House. Let's talk about why you picked Kamala Harris to replace you, because we all know you're a transitional figure. You're not holding it together here. I don't know what makes anybody think you can hold it together in the White House. That's almost the way it has to play note for note, I think.
I think you guys are out of your minds. I'll give you each $100 if there's a single debate.
Done.
And there should be, by the way, even a debate is ridiculous because there should be three. That's the modern standard is 3 debates. I don't think they'll put this guy on a stage. I don't think they have to. Drew, I'm actually a little surprised you think that they have to. Your point, which I think is well made, is that he owns the media. The left owns the media. If he says, I don't get on a stage with racists, that'll be the end of it. They won't hold him to any standard. It won't be backing down. It won't be backing down to Putin. It will be a principled stand against Donald Trump to not put yourself on a stage with him. I just can't even visualize, can't imagine a possible future where they put this guy on a stage with Donald Trump.
The left owns the media, but the media doesn't own the people yet, and the people still will see through it. Listen, Jeremy, if you're right, you're right. Nobody can predict the future, but I think if they don't do it, it will be political suicide.
Those Chromicons can see all the timelines. Guys, thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight.
Me there.
Yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out with us on Backstage. We're going to do it again next week for the RNC. Wherever you're watching right now, there's a link in the description where you can click and go over to All Access and take part in the next part of the show, which is for our All Access subscribers only. And that's where we're going to answer your questions with Alicia Krause. Hope to see you over there. Use the promo code ACCESS and get your 20% off. And we'll see you guys next week. Daily Wire Backstage is produced by Robert Sterling. Executive producer is me, Jeremy Boring. Our supervising producer is Mathis Glover. Our assistant director is Pavel Wadowski, and our technical producer, Austin Stevens. Our segment producer is Katie Swinnerton. Editing is by Jim Nickel. Audio is mixed by Mike Toromita, and our audio assistant is Robin Henderson. Playback is operated by Nick Sheehan, and hair and makeup is by Nika Geneva. Daily Wire Backstage is a Daily Wire production. Copyright Daily Wire 2020.
Yeah, move reduction. That's funny. Changers exclusives very limited. She will stay after class. She is very attractive in her classes. Her boyfriend will attend school. She's not very well. She's son. Extra class. Boys for assholes. Okay. Gotta check something out. heaven's sake. Straw hut. Long-thong bodysuits. The red receipt around red for safety. Okay, well, nobody watched. That's par for the course. So I'm gonna kill this for the night and go to bed. Actually, it's 5 in the morning. Okay, bye.